no blood bait in here. That was a little bit of a joke that I had for you guys in chat there. But we do see the return of Powder Pandemonium. This is one of those cards that players widely moved away from in the previous format, but now with a lot of the nerfs that the deck took, have decided that this is one of those more late stage cards that we're okay with at the cost of Shelly.
Yeah, so as the burble fish ended up getting nerfs, people were a lot more hesitant to run that package. People who played it, or if you've played against it on ladder, there was this common occurrence that would happen of a lot of people playing like 1 to 3 mana burble fish, which ended up being really awkward, especially facilitating like the Shelly combo turns how you wanted. So because of that, a lot of players ended up adapting to this more powder pandemonium plunder focus build, which is really playing this deck more as a real aggro deck with this really crazy burn finish and a lot of chip damage, as opposed to this combo aggro mid-range whatever pile it was before Abomination.
It's always trying to discuss what archetype a deck falls into in Legends of Runeterra has always been an absolute nightmare to do in a public forum. I still get people telling me that, like, yeah, nobody ever agreed on, like, what Draven Ezreal was. Some people called it control. Some people said it was aggro with, like, Tri-Beam in it. Some people were like, oh, it's a mid-range deck, which that one still confuses me. I don't know how you can call any Ezreal deck a mid-range deck, but hey, you know, to each, well, not to each their own. Anyone who said it was a mid-range deck, the language that I want to use is too colorful for the commentary that we're about to do in this matchup. But, like you said, this does look a lot more aggressive than what we're used to. There's not as many high-end cards, and the Powder Pandemonium is a great replacement for the rotated Decimate, because usually, you know, you're not, without the Burblefish, you're not really maintaining as wide of a board, right? Or if you are, then you're winning the game. So you're getting your board cleared, and then this gets to come through and deal any amount of damage.
Yeah, so on top of that, the Powder Pandemonium also has some really powerful aspects in it as well. Similar to what Chrono Break can end up doing in Echo Jinx as well for just winning the board back, which really helps give this deck some extra legs with how the meta is going. So I'll be really interested to see how this ends up performing. I believe this was the exact list that my team ended up playing this past week in the Money Match versus MR. So it seems to me like people are pretty happy with this list, kind of with the new game plan. Um, and especially with a few of the cards that have been added in specifically to target Tristana, like the Dashing Dandy, just being a 4/4 on 3 or 4 can be really problematic for these smaller Bandle Swarm decks that can struggle to get 4 power units on the board outside of Tristana and Bandle Gunner.
And remember, folks, this is where you want to be looking towards deck inspiration for the WCQ. I just checked not Mastering Runeterra, sorry, Runeterra AR to see sort of what the ladder lists of Fizz Samira are looking like. And of the 4 samples they're throwing up, I'm seeing 2 Wiggly Burblefish still in, like, 2 Burblefish lists still in there, a Jagged Taskmaster list still in there. This is where you're getting the experts. Seasonal champions, especially anything that Red Pup Games puts out, those are what you want to be looking at for tournament lists. Don't just copy-paste ladder in there. Got to have a little bit more critical thinking. And I do like the point you made about Powder Pandemonium just being able to swing these matchups, especially with how low a lot of the health in the Bandle Gunner decks are, right? Like, they've got a couple of 3 health units, but for the most part, you're looking at a lot of 1s and 2s that Powder Pandemonium are going to help you clean up very simply.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of the decks we're seeing in the meta right now don't have that healing, so these Powder Pandemoniums are really going to do a lot to push that final bit of damage through, especially against non-Bandle decks that don't have healing, since they're really going to struggle having the width to stop all of the monkeys from even connecting with face. So pushing more than however many damage of plunder they've made.
I know previously, even when we were still on like the Shelly Burblefish builds, there were a couple of players that were talking about how like Powder Pandemonium like basically solos the Frostbite mid-range matchup. And when you look at Deep and Aatrox Vayne as like some of the top performing decks from the previous week, you know, just like these big mid-range decks, it does mean that I would say a fair number of players are still going to be on Frostbite mid-range, especially with how sort of the position that Jarvan has taken in the meta as like this, you know, pretty stocky, hard to misplay, reliable mid-range deck coming in, being it Alawi or Shen. It's just another one of those decks where like Frostbite is pretty good against it. So, you know, it's still a deck that you're going to see in the meta. The Powder Pandemonium does very well in a matchup like that. So again, while Bandle Gunners is what we expect to see across the board, they still have to play 2 other decks in the lineup.
Mm-hmm. And it'll be really interesting to see how Simon's lineup fares outside of that, because we were talking about how it has all of this upside into the Bandle City decks, but like you were saying, there's a whole slew of other decks to play into. I think these decks are pretty reasonable decks to bring, and they're definitely like aggro decks in Simon's wheelhouse. We were kind of talking about that a little bit before, seeing aggro Simon. So I think Simon can go far in it, but we're gonna have to see how the games end up playing out.
Yeah, that's always the thing when you're bringing a counter lineup. The difference between like a soft counter and a hard counter. If you bring a soft counter lineup, the big question is always, okay, well, how do you do when they're not bringing the deck that you're looking to soft counter? So, if Simon runs this into a hard control lineup like a Jace Heimer plus a Nora Vigar plus whatever other third control deck kids are running these days, we'll have to see how he actually fares in that regard. But I'm sure Simon will be able to, get us a quick victory here in round number 1, and then later on in the stages of the tournament, we'll be able to see how he fares against the control decks, because control has been doing better in Top Cut than some of the Bandle Gunner decks. Like, Bandle Gunner actually had very poor Top Cut performances last week. I don't know if you have any insight into that, if it was just like the builds weren't figured out. I don't think everybody knew about the Bilgewater variant just yet. I think we were pretty much all just on Noxus.
Yeah, I think as the time has gone on, a lot of people have not only figured out the better list to be playing, but I think that at first people didn't realize how much nuance these Tristana decks really had. And as people have kind of come to realize all of the little nuance and how much edge you can get in mulligans and little decisions, that we're going to start to see that you can have this skill expression on Tristana that you would want kind of similarly out of like control decks or other decks that tend to be more popular. Beyond that as well, we've also seen the ladder shift recently to people being able to target Tristana, so it isn't an unbeatable deck. So I'm really curious to see where the meta lands, because I think it will be really telling for next weekend, which I'm sure is important to all of us here.
Yeah, you heard it here first, folks. If I see anyone say tier 0 in the chat today, ban, 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 ban. I'm not playing around. I don't want to hear nothing about no tier 0. No, Tristana's unbeatable. Oh, you can run triple Bandle Gunners. No, not today. Also, we do have a little bit of additional information. There's a lot more people with invalid lineups than we thought there were. We thought it was just 2. We thought we could get it handled lickety-split. No, it turns out there's quite a few of them. So I don't know what they did wrong. If they were like, yeah, I can run Tristana in 3 decks. That's fine. She's not a real champion. And that's actually something I want to talk to you about, Card Gamer, is Tristana always feels like she's either unplayable or in the best deck in the game. And she hasn't really found an in-between spot as far as I can remember.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting if you think about it. I think there's kind of been like 3 different iterations of Tristana being strong, and if you want to look through all of them, you kind of have the original iteration, which happened about a year ago, like the Tristana Yaya Demacia with 3/3 Lantern, and like Mayor that was still nerfed but still very strong, and a lot of these really, really powerful cards. And I think that Tristana was just like, she finally got her full Fae package, and her cards were actually just some of the best cards in the game, in a game with a lot of powerful things going on. I think the 2 more recent iterations of Tristana we've gone are Tristanas that are doing pretty reasonable things, but you're still playing quite a bit of weaker cards. It's just we're in a state of the game where we're post the big expansion, and we've had the nerf patch. And as a lot of things fall in power level, Tristana gets a little bit of love, and she just hits this sweet spot where she ends up being really effective into a lot of the meta. Because a lot of times when people call Bandle bad, it isn't a good enough region to be playing, that's for sure. But I think people don't recognize how close Bandle is, because they have quite a few good cards, and there's certain regions that they really like to play with. And one balance patch can do a lot to push Bandle into that really dominant position, like we saw now, with not that big of changes to Bandle, I don't think, overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's Shurima or anything like that. Am I right, Card Gamer? That
Yeah.
region is that region is dead and gone, baby. Until we get
Shuriman
Absolver.
2023, am I right?
You are absolutely. I remember like seeing. I was going through like Runeterra AR, looking at the meta, and it was like, oh, Sundisk has made a big comeback, and I'm like, yeah, it's shot up in play rate and has an astonishing, game-breaking 39% win rate. Oh my god. It's terrifying. It's horrifying. But we do have the game starting soon. It's going to be Simon versus Inada. Inada is a name that I recognize, and I feel like I know a lot about this player, but my mind palace is a bit of a maze right now, and I cannot access this information. I'm pretty sure Inada is just a high-level NA ladder player. I don't think we have any like crazy finishes or like seasonal top cuts out of them.
I believe they have 1 top cut.
Yeah, I don't think it was a
maybe
deep
2.
run, though. I think it was
No.
like top 32, top 16, somewhere around there. We're not getting like Worlds qualifier, top 4 Inada
Yeah, Aneda definitely Aneda's someone who I've recognized as being around for a while, but I think more recently, more so within the past year, they really decided to take the shift on focusing on being more competitive. And before then, they really just kind of stuck to the wheelhouse and the decks they enjoyed. These really like slow, grindy attrition control style decks. But since then, since they started to be more competitive, they had that top cut and they've started to show a lot more impressive results on more mid-range and like board-based decks like Kaiser and different cultist decks. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide on for this tournament.
Well, they're going to start off with the Nora Nar Broadmain, one of the many flavors of, well, one of the two flavors of Nora control that we're kind of getting, but really just showing off the flexibility of Bandle City in the meta right now.
Yeah, so it looks like we're getting control in Ada with this Nora Nar control. Very slow deck, a deck that hates winning the game, but it is very powerful at where it lines up into the meta. So it'll be interesting to see how this fares.
Yeah, I mean, the Bandle City decks, they're very easily cleaned up by pings. Second off, we're going Samira Varus, so a hard shift from the first deck, and onto one of the, I guess, sort of questionable Samira decks that the community's been a little bit torn on, where people thought that this momentous choice change pushed this deck from tier 0 down to like tier 2, tier 3, but it was still one of the best performing Samira decks on the tournament weekend last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a good deck, definitely. The deck lost probably like 5% win rate about with the momentous choice nerf, but I mean, it was the 57 or 58% win rate deck before, so it's still plenty good. It's just, is this the best use of your Samira slot is more the question you need to ask yourself.
And hopefully that's a question that we can get answered for us here this weekend once we whittle it down to the top cut and the winner and get you all some good information for the WCQ. And then actually, this is gonna... Okay, Bilgewater and Noxus are so close in color scheme that I thought this was Bandle City Noxus, and I was like, that's an issue, but this is the standard Bilgewater King's Court style of Teemo Tristana.
Yeah, so I'm actually really interested on why Aneda went with this King's Court Bilgewater Tristana for the third deck. Oh, seeing his first two decks, I would think he would be pretty comfortable playing into Demacia Tristana. But like you kind of talked about at the start of the stream, Boulevard, that a lot of people are saying Demacia Tristana is winning the mirror. And yeah, we do have the one puzzling signpost, which may be enough to swing the mirror, but I'm really interested to see if Aneda decides to play into that mirror and how he ends up faring on what a lot of people would consider an unfavored matchup.
That is going to be a big question around sort of the ban strategy that you have to come in with to either protect or exploit the strengths of your Tristana deck, where, you know, like we keep talking about, there's two other decks in the lineup, but, you know, if you do see Demacia Tristana, is that the ban that you immediately have to go for if you're playing Tristana, or do you ban out one of the other decks and try to, like, 2-0 one of the other things in the lineup with this and say, okay, yeah, I'll accept my loss in the Tristana mirror, that's all well and dandy, but your other deck is not something that is doing as well into this Bilgewater Tristana as you think it is, and I'm just going to skill gap you on this.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Ineda's ban strategy is, and based on Salty Simon's lineup, I think we'll have a pretty telling idea as soon as we hop into that first game, which I'm excited to be getting into.
Yeah, I love when we actually get to... I know that, like, if you have open deck lists, like, everybody submits their deck list Friday night and you get in Saturday, the cool thing to do is, like, round 1 through 4, you just look at the coolest decks in the tournament. It doesn't matter who the names are, you're just looking for, like, the wild stuff that people brought to the tournament.
Spice?
What's the spice? But I actually like just immediately off the bat getting a good idea of what these matchups are going to look like, because I feel like there's still so many question marks with how recently the balance patch happened. You know, everybody's still kind of fully digesting rotation. So every time there's a big meta shift, we have to ask ourselves, you know, like, how much did those rotated cards matter? And hopefully now we're going to be able to find out as we get into what should be a rather one-sided matchup for Simon, but we can't see Aneda's opening hand yet, and Simon does not have Gunners or Tristana.
So speaking of question marks, it looks like we are going to find out the question mark we were asking of who's favored in this matchup. Speaking of this matchup, I'm actually a little bit curious on Simon's decision to play this Teemo on 1 with the Mayor in hand and no other 1-cost unit. Just since we kept this champion strength in the open mulligan, wondering how hard we're planning on that and how much we calculated mana. Just, you know, kind of wondering how much we value this CS and how far ahead we're thinking about it.
Now, I do have to ask, Card Gamer, how do you feel about the Teemo? I know there's been a lot of debate about, like, the secondary champion you're putting with the Tristana. Is Teemo really the best option here? Is it just the 1-1 elusive that, like you mentioned, you can play for 0 with the Mare to get insane champion strength value?
Yeah, I think that just makes the most sense. I'm not gonna act like I'm the Tristana expert or anything, but I think if you're not playing prize fight, I don't think it makes that much sense to play Nora in your deck. So you're probably on a one drop champion at that point.
I
And when
have
you're on a
bad
one
news for
drop
you, Card Gamer.
champion,
I'm
Teemo
going to
makes some
peg
sense.
you as the expert for every deck we come across today. You're a Runeterra Open champion. Everything that comes across our desk, I'm going to be like, all right, Card Gamer, clearly you're an expert on this. Break it down for me. Tell me the nuance. Surely you have 10,000 hours on this deck.
Yeah, yeah, of course, I got you.
Of course, of course.
I got it now. I know the deal.
Yeah,
And
there
it
we
looks
go.
like that mayor is coming down now. We're picking up this tenor of terror, and there's actually an interesting interaction that the tenor does for those who aren't aware, which is when you play a tenor off of this mayor, it triggers itself. So if Simon chooses to, he can actually go into this tenor next turn. Um,
It's a good bit of information for people at home from the premier expert on Tristana Bandle City, Card Gamer.
yeah. So going into this turn. It's a little bit interesting on Simon deciding to use the Puff Cap spell to keep the Teemo alive, considering we're playing against the ping deck. But I also kind of get it because we're going to be walking this Teemo into a ping anyways. So kind of just forcing it out now and not making ourselves commit more mana and just being such a talented player and getting another Teemo we probably shuffled back in.
Oh, and this, I mean, Tristana comes down for Aneda, but I'm not sure how much it matters when I think Simon can take either all of this damage or maybe block one thing and then just kind of like rebuild the board and get down the champion strength next turn. If this is the only attack, I have to imagine Simon's going to take that, play out the 1 mana unit, and then just float that 3 spell mana to go for a full champion strength sweep on the following turn. Aneda's only at 2 cards in hand. Only one thing has 1 health, and actually going to trade that one off, so like any 1 damage ping is no longer going to stop this.
Yeah, and we were talking about how important that champion strength turn is, how it can blow out the mirror, and it looks like we're going to see that. I mean, Ineda's on a 3-card hand. It's going to be really hard to have enough tools to be able to answer the champion strength unless the puzzling signpost, like we just saw, which will end up buying Ineda the equivalent of 2 turns. But he is on the clock. He does need to apply the pressure and force Simon to trade down this board before he has the ability to champion strength again.
And unfortunately, I don't know that there's as much finishing power as you would kind of want out of the Bilgewater version. Normally, I think like a Might here would be a really big punish for that 1 turn that you bought yourself, but unfortunately does not get the Overwhelm weapon onto the Tristana. Looks like we got another Impact weapon, if I'm seeing that right.
Yeah, based on the size, it looks like impact weapon. And just it's an empty hand on the side of Ineda, so it's probably going to be really tricky to end up pushing through unless I don't know, maybe a top deck King's Court can swing it, but even then, I don't know if that wins next turn. We're probably in for a grinder at that point.
Yeah, I think the best bet might actually just be another copy of something that can get you a weapon and try to get Overwhelm on the Tristana, but it's not going to work out. Aneda's lining up an open attack currently, but only sending in 2 units is, there's a couple, oh, never mind, we're sending in the full cavalry, willing to trade off the mare, which I think makes sense at this stage of the game. You know, you like you mentioned, you're an empty hand, you can just go ahead and play everything for full cost.
Yeah. At this point, right, your opponent's board is just so much more valuable than yours because when they play this champion strength card, their units are just going to get so big and they're going to be attacking twice and you just can't contest with it. So on an Ada side, you just need to try and do your best to keep them on as small as board as possible. Which
Oh, it is a little awkward from Simon. Actually can't get down another unit and play the champion strength next turn.
yeah. Uh, so we're going with the pass. If we top deck
Ooh.
a 2-drop, no, we don't have enough.
Nah, it looks like Simon just wasn't able to get enough of a board online, and I'm pretty sure Aneda's gonna. Well, actually, the form up might change things here.
Yeah, I think we're still able to. We're probably not quite winning this turn because this Tristana can get 2 blocks, but I think we're going to be able to pressure their board quite a lot. I do think we're going to be dead to impact damage on the crackback, though. Just a bit of an unfortunate series of draws, a little bit clunky series of draws from Simon. And I have to wonder, and if you're Simon, you almost have to ask yourself, is there a way I could have saved this mana? I could have sculpted my hand a little bit better, maybe with the Teemo on 3, maybe picking not the Tenor of Terror. To be fair, it was before he drew into as many 4-drops off of the Mayor, because I don't see how Simon can survive this impact damage next turn.
So I think what is kind of happening here is Simon is saying, "Hey, Anita, go ahead, block the Tenor of Terror with the Tristana. That'll put it at 1 HP, and that gives me an act, and that kind of just gives me an out in the ability to pick it off with a pie toss." So Anita has to play a little bit more careful with the blocks, try and not die here. And actually, it looks like they're just willing to take a trade onto one of these units. But then, how do you end the game if you're losing Tristana here?
I feel like you have to keep this Tristana alive. And I know you mentioned that pie toss, but if I remember correctly, Simon is on a 2 group shot list, and you may just have to call it at this point.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what top deck Anita could have here. I think, I mean, I guess Bandle Gunner still does it, right? You have the impact weapon. Bandle Gunner is already baseline 3, so with that impact on one of the Grandfather Fae, you are still looking at 5 damage.
Yeah, you would. If we top deck, we have 6 damage available to us right now on the side of Innator, right? We have 1 impact on this Grandpa, we have an impact weapon in hand, and we have the pastry in hand as well. So we need to find a way to swing 2 more damage, which I think the only way we could do that is with Bandle Gunner, like you were saying.
I mean, Tristana would do it as well, because Tristana has impact 2, right?
She has
no,
impact,
she's only
one,
impact 1
because
no.
she's new. And we're going to be 1 damage short on the side of Inada. What a really close game. And this is kind of what I was talking about before, where there's so many small edges and like these little margins to squeak out advantages in these Bandle City decks. And I think we're really seeing it this game with just how down to the wire this game really got.
So if Inada, if I'm remembering this correctly, Inada threw down their Hungry Owlcat last turn, and that was post-combat, right? So if they had held it in hand, then they actually would have won by playing Tristana first and then playing the Owlcat to give it the impact.
Yeah, they would have been 1 damage over, right? Because it would have generated 2 impact.
Not correctly playing to the out of the Tristana top deck, just more so really honed in on that Bandle Gunner and does pay the price for it. But we actually see a Shroom finish there, which I was not necessarily expecting. But hey, that is why you play Teemo. We knew that there were 15 puff caps in the deck at least. We saw the Teemo level, so that's one way to do it. But that was pretty much lined up for Simon there anyway. And now we're going to get to see Salty Simon on one of his signature decks, the Jinx Echo.
Yeah, so hopping into this game too, and the Jinx Echo, and just what I assume to be another crazy chaotic set with the nature of these decks. It looks like we have a pretty nice hand to start on the side of Simon. We have not the champ we would prefer, but still a champ in hand is very good, and we have double predict to get our early game rolling. So on the side of Simon, I think you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, it's always a little weird when you see like drop order in the opening hand, like how good can this really be? And even Jinx, like it's so hard for your backline champions to feel safe into the Bilgewater version of this deck because of prize fight ping.
Mm-hmm. The prize fight ping and the efficient interaction that these Tristana decks can bring against Echo can certainly be annoying, but if you understand how to properly set up your later turns with your mana, and understanding how to apply like multiple threats in the same turn with Chrono Break backup, which I'm sure Simon does, you are able to get around these cards and apply pressure through these cards in a really effective way, which I'm hoping to see this game from Simon.
Yeah, I mean, it's really got to be running things out all in one turn, right? Because if you... That's not a good top deck. If you play these out one at a time, like your Echo, even leveled, baseline just dies to Buster Shot, and... you know, Jinx, Buster Shot plus a ping, even if there's not a prize fight, like there's just such efficient removal coming out of these Bilgewater decks from the Bandle Gunners that like it almost reminds me of Red Gwen, right? Where like you're this very aggressive deck, but like, hey, I also have Ravenous Flock and Quietus if you like try to do anything crazy. Like just so many 1 mana removal spells in these aggressive decks has sort of been one of the hallmarks of Legends of Runeterra for the past couple of months.
Yeah, definitely. They're very, very effective for dealing with like these small threats, which are generally the ones you care about in the early game. And like you were kind of saying, this prize fight combo is kind of like the extension of these cards like Flock. But I think one really interesting thing about prize fight is it synergizes really, really well with Impact, which this Tristana and Bandle City region just loves to play with. So.
Absolutely. Tristana going to come down unleveled, but not by much.
Mm-hmm. And on the side of Simon, just slamming this Echo, both champions on board, into the voices, just an insanely strong position, especially because, as we know, on the side of Ineda, there isn't actually a ping to combo with this prize fight. And once you get in this position as Simon, as long as you hit the Chrono Break in a future turn, I think the game is really, really hard to claw back on Ineda's side. I think the game is almost locked for Simon when you assemble this board state, as long as, the predicts don't go too awry.
And I think that's something that I've seen a lot in casting Echo decks in the past, is just people paying too much respect to it and saying, oh, well, like, if they have a Chrono Break in hand and, like, if I attack here, I lose. And if you don't attack, you are just giving them more turns to find Chrono Break. It almost feels like you just have to play like they never have it from this stage forward.
Yeah, it's a really interesting balance you have to strike, right? Because it's like this turn, right? Do you remove Echo this turn? They didn't predict and be able to hit Chrono Break, so their odds are really low of hitting it. They have one card in hand, right? So it probably makes a lot of sense to go, but say you don't get this opportunity to kill Echo until 3 turns from now. Then it becomes really interesting if they were able to look so many times. Do they have it? Is there a way I can devalue it? And it's a really interesting question. I think the puzzles and questions Echo presents are so unlike almost any other deck in the game, and it can become a very frustrating experience to play against because of that.
And that's why everybody misplays so hard against it. It's also not a deck you run into very often. It's mostly reserved for tournaments, though I know its ladder play rate has been climbing exponentially over the last week, ever since the Bandle Gunner deck came out. But we're actually just going to see a surrender out of Ineda, who's staring at this double prize fight with no backup, staring at the triple threats assembled by Simon. And this time around, Salty Simon going to be moving on 1-0, unlike Control Simon from the last Master and Terra Open. So I think we know which way he should be leaning in the future for now, but we're going to see if we can get you into another game here, as that one was relatively quick.
Yeah, I mean, Aggro Simon coming through with the 10-minute games, Gotta love it. I think the Echo Jinx game was very well played overall. And yeah, hopping into this next game, we have Baj Attack on the screen coming through with what looks to be some Kaiser mid-range soup. I would imagine there's a Garen in here as well with this Jarvan. Playing against Bandle Targon? Is this Tristana? Is this Winding Light? What's going on?
I am unfamiliar with this one, card gamer. Sometimes players come in and they're just running what they got, man. But I gotta say,
the Diana.
What are you getting out of Bandle City here? Please don't tell me it's Minimorph. Please don't tell me you're playing, like, Invoke with Minimorph and Conchologist.
I'm here to learn what we are doing. I'm honestly just so confused at this point. Like, I want to know. I want to see the deck list so I can see, like, what the idea is, right?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't see what ties everything together. This man has cooked more than I have, though. That's all I have to say. But I don't see it yet.
I also do want to, let's play a little guessing game in chat. We started with Salty Simon, now we're hopping into Buy Attack, 2 EMEA seasonal champions. You guys want to take a guess as to what region our producer is from? And why we can't get some Americans on screen for an America's tournament? Bunch of bias in the background here, folks, and I am not here for it. Well, I am here for it. Buy is cool, Simon's cool. And we get the full hand, and it is going to show us a bunch of pings.
Oh, we're just playing Control. We're just playing Bandle Soup, I see.
This used to be a lot better back when Loping Telescope was a card that existed in Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it still exists. Just give it a couple months. Surely in Eternal, the Loping Telescope meta will rise again.
Oh, no, I'm not ready for that. I'm also, they might as well not revoke, what's the word? Undo the nerf to Bandle Tree for Eternal. You know what? Just give me back Bandle Tree, man. If we're gonna go full stall for Bandle City, bring back the original stall.
Yeah, honestly, I loved Bandle Tree. Not because, like, the deck was super fun or engaging. It was just, like, a loot box simulator. But, like, you didn't have to pay for it. It was great.
That is a good way to put it.
Anyways, getting into this game, Baj Attack seems to be in a pretty reasonable position at the moment. We have the Kaiser Evolve, should be at 4, I believe, so we can set it up to evolve next turn with most Husk draws, and then we can also have the Deny backup for protection to really try and use this Kaiser as a threat. However, we do decide to slam it down now since the opponent tapped out, and actually miscounted our Evolve, and we're evolved now. So
Yeah, but the opponent is actually still at 5, which is enough for Sunburst to come down onto this Kaiser, and there's not a form up in hand for Bias, so this is going to be a big punish here.
oh yeah, that is a 5-mana card now, huh?
Yeah, it's look,
I love
sometimes they
open deck
take
lists.
a break for a week and then they throw out a couple of buffs or nerfs, or they make new cards that you didn't even know existed, like that Shurima 6-mana thing that got buffed last patch. I didn't know that thing was real.
Yeah, I tried to play around a 5-mana Bloody Business the other day, so, maybe I just have to go back through some patches. But anyways, looks like Project Attack maybe forgot as well, but it seems like we are kind of showing off and transitioning into this other part of the game plan that this version of Kaiser post-rotation is trying to do, which is this pretty effective beatdown game plan where you play tools like the Genevieve and the Garen and the Jarvan and just try and go wide on your opponent and put pressure on. And it looks like we're pushing a good amount of chip this turn through it, despite losing the Jenny to the second Sunburst.
And I don't mind it if you are running into decks like Kalasada has here, where they're just kind of full of pings, trying to really deal with the Bandle City decks that are coming in. And Kaiser starts off low to the ground, but the Husks make up for that very quickly, as well as the Evolve mechanic, just constantly getting things out of the range of the Perilous Pastries and the group shots that we're seeing here. But Kalasada going for Targon to also have access to this large removal, like the Sunburst and the 2-mana spell in hand that I don't know the name of.
Fallen Star.
Fallen Star.
We love the Fallen Star, which is actually a really good card. There's 2 or 3 good cards in Targon right now with the Leona changes, and it's really scary for when they do get real good cards, because as I'm sure we'll see this game, Kalasada is he's spinning his wheels a lot, but he has powerful cards in his deck. They're just working for Diana and Aesol as your payoff isn't exactly there. So it'll be really exciting to see where the identity of Targon goes throughout the year, and really see decks like the one Kalasada is trying to put together and brew really start to shine in the later part of the year.
Or even in Eternal. Aphelios has largely been a half the region identity of Targon in most
Aphelios
competitive spheres.
Zoe,
So
huh?
Next month when we get those Eternal opens, it's all right, what is Aphelios doing with all this new stuff?
Yeah, that's a good point. The Eternal is a crazy place, huh?
Yeah, I'm not excited to try and help people prep for that event, 'cause I don't want to learn a whole format, dude. I can barely keep up with Standard.
Learn a new format for 1 month of Tournament Tactician.
Basically.
That's the dream.
So we're going in for an attack here. It is lethal presented. Jarvan going to pull one of these units out of the way. There is deny backup here, but it's not quite going to be lethal thanks to the block. But 2 life on the side of Kalasada with no units, no board, and no way to drop Aesol this turn or the next. It's looking like Bias should be able to take this.
Mm-hmm. And getting really good chain vest value here, just keeping the Jarvan alive, and really just taxing more spells and more mana is going to be really, really problematic on this little bit clunkier Bandle City Targon deck, which on these turns, on these mana points, really needs to be trying to put play big spells or put into play big Celestials to really buy back all of the tempo that they gave up in the earlier parts of the game, playing these little bit weaker cards that give a lot more value.
Right now, Kalasada has to tank about this important decision point of attempting to kill this Jarvan or throwing down the Destroyer, and it looks like it is going to be an attempt on the Jarvan's life from Falling Star. By attack can stop this. Kalasada can secure it with the Sunburst if they want to, but that doesn't leave a lot of room. It's going to be like Destroyer Diana next turn to try and take some things out, and Baya is willing to fight for this. So Kalasada, what comes next? You almost feel like it has to be the Sunburst to try and take out, maybe not the Jarvan since that is killable to Diana, but certainly something here.
Yeah. It's really interesting about what you decided to do, because you can use the Sunburst to kill something, but what are you killing? You have to remove something, but there's so many threats that are so much more problematic that can be coming down. But like you were saying, Boulevard, next turn you have to play this Destroyer and you have to play this Diana.
Alright, does eventually get the kill onto the Jarvan. A weak top deck from Baya could pull Kalasada back into this game, but again, they're still going to be very wide, and Cataclysm is probably not what you wanted to see. This does make it impossible for Diana to actually get a kill onto something, as you have a quick attack Lurker here to just take it out, and Kalasada's totally tapped out.
Yeah, and with this Cataclysm coming through, I don't know if there's a top deck available that can win the game on the side of Kalasada. Star Shaping will bring you to 7, but you're taking 9 on the open. You could Star Shaping into...
You could guiding touch into Star
Shaping.
We're really reaching deep into the bag here, folks, and a Dragon's Clutch does mean that this is going to be lethal for a buy attack NA, going to be moving on in this tournament 1-0, potentially running into fellow EMEA seasonal champion Salty Simon as they both move on to the 1-0 bracket. And we should be approaching the end of the round here, but I do still see a lot of games firing off, so it's possible we're even going to get you into a third one. Just pump as much Runeterra action directly into your eyeballs as humanly possible.
Just keep going. I wonder if we can get the 3rd seasonal champ in a row, too. That'd be crazy. Just like the most insane round 1 of
seasonal champion in here?
Floppy should be playing today, I believe.
Yeah, Floppy is still... Their match is still going on. I'm looking, do we have any other seasonal champions? Oh, wow, actually we have Maddie versus Donut if we just want to go, like, double AM Worlds competitors.
Yeah, so there's plenty of good options on right now. I'm curious to where Donut and Maddie end up falling with their lineups, because I talked to Donut a little bit a week ago, and he was one of the people who was originally really high on Fizz Samira, and not that high on Tristana, so I'm wondering where his opinion on the meta went, and... I believe you were the one talking about it, Boulevard, but Maddie pulled up and won the Saturday Scramble last week with all these control decks. So I'm curious to see if he stuck to those.
Mono Seraphine Targon, Sentinel Control, Mono Jace, and then I think his last deck was like a Lowy Jarvan, but we can ignore that one. That was really standard looking. But actually has gone for a full swap here and is playing Fizz Samira.
Yeah, it seems like we are on a bunch of aggressive lists now. Maddie, with a player with, been around for a while and definitely has quite a bit of range, and, showing that right here. We're making a decision here. Well, like, we're roping like we're making a decision, but I feel like we're always letting that die.
Yeah, there's not a lot of reason to let things, like, especially if that's like a Samira's all-out as opposed to an all-out. I can't tell from this position because there's no distinction on... sort of what is a champion spell and what isn't from a visual perspective on the picture. I would kind of like it if they could like throw the champion in the background, but I understand art is expensive. But Maddie seems to be in a very commanding position so far. Donut lower on life, can't even get in with his Bandle Commando currently unless we commit the Perilous Pastry. It's going to be a scrap heap onto... I didn't even catch what was discarded there.
Yeah, I missed it as well.
It happened so
looked like
fast.
A King's Court, maybe?
It looked like a follower to me, but I couldn't tell anything past that. But Perilous Pastry is going to take out the elusive, and now Donut has a clean open attack.
Yeah, now I think is the more interesting decision on if we use the all-out. And we elect to do it on the side of Maddie, which I think makes a lot of sense right now. You are playing against this Bilgewater version of the deck, which... they really want to be able to get these Owlcats and be able to block down your Powder Pandemonium in the later game. And they also really want the Owlcats to end up striking off of with prize fights. So trying to deny that makes a lot of sense on the side of Maddie.
And Maddie has the option for a Samira level here. It wouldn't cost them too much. It's really just a question of, do you need to save that flare for the following turn for Challenger to take out Nora or the Bandle Commando? But again, the flare not really necessary to level here unless Donut throws... I don't think at 2 mana there's really anything they can do other than like prize fight Pie Toss to try and kill the Samira.
I would imagine we still elect to use the flare on the side of Maddie just because we want to plunder, but looks like we're aiming to use the Stylish Shot, saying we actually value the control of the board way more than we value the chip damage from the Stylish Shot being continuous, which I think makes a lot of sense, especially considering you have like these 2 chains in your hand. If you want to play this longer dragged out game, which you should have the value to do, it's very reasonable to hold the flare like this and just try and be as punishing on the board as possible.
And that's a lot more in line with what we expect out of Maddie24 Mayo's play style. They're really not usually coming in with like aggro decks, and even when they are, they tend to play them more for board, which is like an option that the Samira presents a lot more than a lot of the previous aggro decks we've had in the past, because she does effectively have quick attack Challenger.
It's definitely one thing, like the flexibility Samira has. Not only is it really fun to play with, but it's also extremely interesting just to see all of the nuance and all of the differences in like skill expression and playstyle that she has. Like, I'm sure if we were to see this matchup play out from the other side, Maddie on this Bilgewater Trist and Donut on Fizz Sam, the matchup would play out pretty differently, and it would be really hard to make a true argument that one player is playing right and the other is playing wrong. Just really a testament to the flexibility and design of the Samira champion.
So we're going in for a full send here. Something's gonna die to Gnar, but it is what it is. You can't really ignore that. You can't choose to just never push through damage, and you are likely to lose your Samira next turn, but thanks to the double barb chain, you might have a shot at, you know, rallying before she goes down, and a big part of that is going to be one of these units connecting with the Nexus to turn on. Why are we taking 2 damage?
Because
of the Bakai, right?
grows. Yeah. And I believe on the side of Maddie, you actually have the option to rally this turn depending on how your opponent spends mana, which we may end up electing to do to try and pressure this Gnar. Especially because like they would need a prize fight to really be able to answer effectively, and that is a really powerful hit.
Yeah, we're gonna have the mana to play everything if we want as well. Maddie, like you mentioned, could rally here, could actually take out the Gnar or the 4/4 with this Samira and the Elixir, or just choose to push more damage.
Even taking this pass can be really powerful as well. Your opponent almost expects you to rally at this point, and then taking the pass and being able to rally at burst speed and have this hand of cards next turn can be really, really powerful. Kind of like I said before, the options of Samira, it'll be really interesting to see how Maddie decides to play this, because there's a lot of merit for a lot of different decisions. And actually, it likes to go for the second chain here. So I'm guessing he's going to wait to rally until next turn if he has the option. Oh, actually electing to go for it now.
Yeah, he can clear the board here with giving Challenger to the Bakai Reaper, having Samira take out the Gnar, and then having the Bakai trade with the 4/4, push 5 damage, you know, sort of protect your Samira in that case, because it's unlikely that Donut's going to be able to throw down another unit next turn that's going to be able to take advantage of this vulnerable.
No problem.
Doesn't actually go for the Challenger on the Bakai, though, is willing to just let it, no, just gonna block naturally and take something out with the Pokey Stick.
Yeah, so just pushing 2 this turn, trying to do our best to protect the Samira like you were talking about, and having a full card of hands, drawing into 5 cards next turn, so almost essentially guaranteeing the rally. Very few combinations of cards we're gonna draw. We're not going to be able to play 6 cards, considering we have a 0 and a 1 in hand already.
Double Powder Pandemonium was one of the ways that you don't get to don't get to dump everything out, but I think even with that, because of the discount onto the Pirouette, I think this is exactly 9 mana from Maddie.
Yeah, I think we can do it exactly, just barely.
And this Bandle Gunner, not only was it extremely expensive, but is not really a threat to Maddie. They could tank the full 8 damage here and probably be okay with that, so I imagine this has to try and kill the Samira.
Yeah, I would... Yeah, this Bandle Gunner is going to go after Samira, which means you're probably just going to try and stack up this monkey as much as possible, and then just try and chip out burn as quickly as possible. And, you know, just take it from there. I think it's going to be... We can't see the exact amount on this Powder Pandemonium, but judging on the cards that have been played, I would imagine that it's at least 5.
See if it's at least... Wow, that was like 8?
That was at least 5.
That was definitely at least 5, and if Maddie wants to, can use the Elixir to trade here. Not going to do that, though. But that's 5 damage currently lined up with the monkeys dying and the flare if you want to, but I assume that flare is going to come out next turn to give elusive to this Fizz, and that is going to be a huge issue for Donut to deal with. This is looking like lethal is all but secured for Maddie.
Yeah, and it's just, you almost need to have... If Donut doesn't draw a spell, you can win with, like, the perfect 5-card hand, but no, I don't think there's a single combination, and seeing the Swindle, there's definitely not a combination that will get Donut out of this game. So a very well played game by Maddie, I think, really highlighting the ability of the Samira Fizz deck to flex between board control and aggro, despite being on such an aggressive monkey list.
Yeah, it was, it was looking a little dicey there for a second, but that rally cleanup turn on the side of Maddie really put that final nail in the coffin of Donut, who, like you mentioned, Donut's definitely one of the more opinionated players. I think topping Worlds seems to do that to people. They suddenly like gain a lot of the confidence. Like, yeah, you know what? Actually, I do know what I'm talking about. And Donut's really kind of come out of his shell this year in 2023. And has been putting up more results than he did in 2022. I know he was a relatively unknown factor coming into the world, the WCQ and going into the World Championship top 16, but since then has put up quite a few top 8s, actually even top 64 at the most recent Runeterra Open.
And going into another game, and we have another player quite a bit of people know, Yang Zera, coaching Metafy Yang Zera, shout out, and playing this Pantheon Samira deck into what appears to be Alawi Jarvan, which is a pretty interesting matchup a lot of the time. We're really just seeing who can make the bigger guy.
Yeah, and so far that seems to be Yang Zera by a landslide with that 10-6 wounded White Flame. And Yang Zera actually saying, you know what, go ahead and end the turn. I don't care about leveling Samira.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, I don't necessarily hate, given the hand state of Yang Zera. Sure, you can level the Samira, but the chances of getting off an impactful rally with her are kind of low, whereas I feel like the Flare or the lore weren't super high impact there. You probably could have done it, but Yang just feeling like he doesn't need to at this stage of the game.
Yeah, like you were saying, Boulevard, it's just Yang recognizing that the way he's winning this game isn't actually through rallying and pressuring the board through like multiple attacks. It's just creating this board state where he is so big on board that his opponent can't effectively interact with him, since these are two decks that are trying to make really big units that eventually get overwhelmed and bully over their opponent. And because we have so many different threats right now, we actually just have the ability as Yang to trade our biggest threat for their biggest threat and just have a better rest of the board and try and win from there. Or we can try and use this Pantheon with Barrier and Quick Attack to take out this Tentacle. You have so many options right now.
I'm pretty sure this is lethal for Yang. Having Challenger on the Pantheon naturally does mean you can just take out the 4-3 with the Scout Attack and then, throw Challenger onto the 2-1 with the Flare and send everything else to the face. Frogman's totally tapped out. You actually don't have to kill the Tentacle if you can go around it, but like we mentioned, I mean, we see here, this Samira would have been at a C on the rally. It didn't matter.
Yeah. And just a really well-played game by Yang. Just, you make the big guy, and you don't let your opponent play the game. Classic Tall Demacia mirror.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we've been getting out of a lot of stages of the meta, right? Is like, you look at what's the tallest thing I can do, and the answer usually is like 13-13 Nautilus. That's pretty up there. But Tentacles can really get to the sky, and we're seeing a lot less, like, not just Karma Set, but Ionia in general. So, like, recall strategies have really fallen to the wayside as they're extremely inefficient against Bandle Gunner lists. So that, like, tag out onto the Tentacle is not something that is as prevalent as it was in the previous meta. So it's leaning a lot more people onto that archetype.
Yeah, and Alawi was something that was almost creeping into the meta last patch. And like you were saying now, with the meta shifting in a way that kind of alleviates Alawi of some of the cards she really hates, it's just looking really good. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few different flavors of Alawi pop up today, since she is kind of an all-purpose card at this point.
But that is going to do it here for round number 1. We got you into like 5 games. Isn't that good? Don't expect more of that as we get on. Things are going to get grindier and grindier as the day progresses, but we are going to throw it to a very short break, and when we come back, we will be ready with round number 2 here at the Master Runeterra May Open. Hello, everybody. My name is Boulevard. This is still Card Gamer. I told Ice-T I wasn't ready to go back on camera, and he threw me up here anyway. Can you believe it? But we are getting into round number 2, and that means it's time to remind everyone what we're doing here. We're in for the long haul. This is a one-day tournament, all going to be happening. You're at round 2 of 10, so stay buckled up, buckos. And that's not 10 rounds of Swiss. That's 7 rounds of Swiss, and then top 8, top 4 finals, all that good stuff. So going to take a look at the prize pool, remind you all exactly what we're doing here. 1,514 American dollary dues currently in the prize pool, and here you can see 8 players that are currently sitting at a 1-0 record, including 2 of the players that we will be going into for our round number 2 breakdown, although I'm not going to spoil the surprise on who it is just yet, but both of them are sitting up there, and I promise it's not by attack. We checked in with them last round, but Card Gamer, going into round 2, how are you feeling about the meta so far? Is everything more or less in line with what we were expecting? Any surprises?
I saw, I think, a good bit of what I expected. I think from Simon, I saw a lineup I obviously kind of expected. It's a lineup I helped create. And then from Ineda, I saw 2 decks I expected, right? We talked about how he was trying to potentially attack this Demacia Trist, and then we saw him bring this 3rd deck, which we weren't so sure about. We weren't sure if it was going to be able to hold up, and it wasn't actually able to hold up, and it was another Trist variant. So it makes me wonder if Bilgewater is going to hold up for other people. I believe Bajatak is playing it based on how he's talked about the deck in the past, and, he's doing pretty well. So it'll be interesting to see if him and a few others like him with the deck end up holding up, or it kind of just falls down like it did with Ineda.
Yeah, so we are going to see if we can get into the decks of the players that we will be spectating for round number 2, see if it is more of what we expect or something a little bit different. And here we've got Nora, Nar, Annie. This is just the Nora, Nar that we are kind of used to with Annie thrown into the mix. And outside of that, I'm not seeing anything too crazy outside of potentially the Eclectic Collection as a 2 of, as well as some number of Treasured Trash.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a Treasured Trash down there. It's a pretty standard list for the most part. Like, I guess, like, the main exception to most lists is, like, we have 3 win cons, which is, like, for a lot of people, 3 win cons too many. In my mind, it's probably 2 win cons too many, but, like, I guess we can end the game in, like, our Broadman Bandle City deck. I guess it's fine.
Yeah, I guess the question is, like, how often are you getting Treasured Trash value? Because a lot of what this deck is doing is holding a lot of resources in hand. And yeah, sure, you've got a 2-for-1 to actually remove units, but, like, how many cards on average do you think you're realistically getting to see off of Treasured Trash?
Depending on how you play, you really get to see a good amount. Like, it's pretty reasonable to see 5 or 6 a bit of the time. I tested a deck like this last patch a little bit with the Treasured Trash. I think the Treasure Trash just made a lot more sense before, but with the Broadmain direction, I'm not sure.
All right, and moving on. By the way, this is Smooth Swallowlist's lineup. I don't think we mentioned whose decks we're actually looking at here, but this is Smooth Swallowlist, and it is Karma Set Targon as the 2nd deck. This is something I've only heard whispered about, something that I haven't actually seen played out.
Yeah, so it's Karma Set, but this time it's a Targon. So because of that, we've lost a lot of our efficient damage-based removal. We still have Sunburst, which is pretty solid. We still have Fallen Star, which is efficient, but it's very situational. And then we also have, like, a good bit of healing in Targon through the Younglings and the Star Shaping, which can definitely be powerful, but I'm not fully convinced this is better than the PNZ, and I'm interested to see if Smooth can show us why it's better.
And going into the last deck for Smooth Swallowlist, we have yet... okay, I thought it was going to be another glitch, but it's just Trimo, Tristana, Tremacia.
With 1 Treasure Trash, because it's Smooth Swallowlist. That's his signature.
He is a gambling man, and 2 Treasure Trash decks in the lineup does make sense to me. But this is almost reminiscent of what we saw out of Ineda, right? Where you've got that, that that Bandle City Noxus control deck. But this time, instead of the Bilgewater variant of the Teemo Tristana to round things out and kind of give you a weakness to the Teemo Tristana Demacia, you're just bringing the Teemo Tristana Demacia and potentially willing to just roll the dice on a mirror match.
Yeah, I'm really curious on if we are playing those mirror matches. I always thought that the Broadmain Bandle City deck was reasonable against it, and this is a mirror, but the last deck, the Karma, it's interesting if that wins. So we'll see.
Yeah, but we are going to get straight into the game, and that's right. It is Mastering Runeterra's own Jason Florent on the other side of the table up against the Swole Smooth... Oh, no, that L after the word smooth is not pronounceable by human tongue, so we're going to stick with Smooth Swallowist like his name actually is, playing here on the AM account. Another top 8 Worlds competitor from this year.
Mm-hmm. And over here, starting out with this mulligan, we're just keeping all of the units, which I think is a really smart call. In these, like, Flock, Broadmain type decks, it's really important to try and use your units as spells and interaction as much as possible, because they're generally a bit less flexible, so keeping them in the mulligan, I think, is a really smart call by Smooth, who is very experienced on this type of deck.
And I'm curious about what Jason is running, because Piltover and Zon Targon leads me to believe this is going to be a Seraphine build like what we saw out of Maddie. And yeah, it is the mono Seraphine, like we saw out of Maddie 24 Mayo at the Saturday Scramble last weekend. So other players starting to hop onto that one. I thought it was just a flash in a pan. We're not going to see it anymore.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if this is card for card what Maddie is running. Imagine rounding out with the Big Cat, the Pursuit win condition as well, you know? Just trying to spam out 20 different cards as quick as possible.
There is a one of Pursuit of Perfection in here, so yeah, this is looking... I don't know if it's card for card, Maddies, because God, looking at a Seraphine list and trying to tell if it's card for card the same that someone else ran is a nightmare. But the other decks in Jason's lineup, just to quickly go over them, is Karma Set, Piltover, and Zon, the more traditional version, as well as Jace Heimer to round things out. No turret stuff in that build.
Yeah, so going into this matchup, I would think Jason Florent is in a pretty good position from the pick ban phase, being able to try and bully this Nora deck, which is essentially the smaller control deck in these matchups. Smooth is really going to have to try and rely on his eclectic collections to try and bail him out of these games.
What I really want to see out of Smooth is, like, not throwing down Nora until she's leveled. I feel like that should be common sense against a deck with, like, you know, triple Mystic Shot, triple High Note. But we can't, well, in this case, double Mystic Shot, double High Note, but still, basically 4 Mystic Shots, and we are constantly seeing players saying, yeah, I'm willing to trade this first Nora for a Mystic Shot. But I think with Smooth's hand, it's not, like, you're not going to get the Nora going. Not against 9 cards in Jason's hand.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to hold it, especially considering you already have this Cosmic Binding in hand, which can end up giving this Nora chimes and, like, forcing... If it forces big removal that was supposed to go out of Broadmain, that can be a really big deal. And on top of that, like, if I'm in Smooth's position, I'm trying to win this game off of an eclectic collection, most likely, in which case, again, we're putting chimes in our deck, and we can end up just playing this big Nora that, like you also mentioned, is leveled later in the game, which will generally create a lot more value and be a lot more of a nuisance for the opponent to deal with.
It looks like we actually are going to get a Chime and a Portal into the top 4. Even at 3 health, the Nora is a little bit risky. We do see the Sump Fumes in Jason's hand, but maybe Smooth is willing to just throw the Nora in. And now, Treasure Trash also could be a difference maker, but that is actually a really nice hit off of the Portal.
Yeah, this 5-4 is going to apply a lot of pressure, especially with Jason offering this 2-1 just for a different 2-1 on the board. He's going to almost be forced to put a unit on the board this turn, or use a stunt next turn, be forced to use mana in some awkward way, if, just due to this Portal hit.
What's that one?
So the Moon Dreamer is going to be the play from Jason, getting something that can contest this Reckless Trifarian. Ultimately, not a lot of damage coming in from Smooth, and Card Gamer, how are you looking to navigate this matchup from the Smooth side, given the current board state, the current cards in hand? You know, Jason has 9 cards. You are coming up very soon on the back alley bar turn. Is there anything Smooth can do to really put the pressure on and make Jason sweat a little here?
Unfortunately, with this hand, and just with a lot of hands you're going to end up having from this Nora Noxus deck, you're just not really going to be able to apply the type of pressure you would really like to apply in these mid games and late games, especially against these grindy, slow decks that, you know, are okay to play attrition with you, who are arguably bigger than you. And I think what Smooth has in his deck, which we mentioned, is this double eclectic collection, which is really what you want to be playing towards, because these decks are really okay playing these really long games with you, and they really like drawing a lot of cards generally before they kill you. So you really want to try and take advantage of this eclectic collection to just put 20 shrooms in their deck and say, we're winning like that.
This could be big. This could be a really big tempo puzzling signpost for Smooth to actually connect with the Nora. Currently at only 3 mana, there's no way for Jason to finish this off as Sump Fumes. Actually, if you puzzling signpost this back to the hand, does that turn on Sump Fumes?
I think so, because the card was removed from your hand and then added back to your hand, but I've actually never seen this interaction.
I assume we're going to find out now.
Yeah, I really do like this puzzling signpost, though, for the tempo and drawing the card. I think, like you were kind of saying, Boulevard, is how do we put on this pressure, and using the signpost is one of the best ways we can actually do that.
All right, let's see if this Sumpfumes does get turned on, because if it doesn't, then this is actually the one way that Smooth was looking to get through this cheeky Nora hit.
Yeah, I actually have so many questions right now. Is this Sumpfumes on? Is this like an anomaly still, or is this now like the 6-cost spell? Like, what's happening?
Like it's not on.
I
have
guess,
to assume it's not on.
Yeah, I assume that's the answer to that one. And I would imagine this is still an anomaly spell, but like, who knows?
All right, so Smooth does connect. Unfortunately, the prize doesn't actually seem that big. It's just one portal, but we have seen Smooth get some pretty impactful portal hits, and really, you just kind of need to overwhelm your opponent's removal by putting out as many units as possible. If they generate value, great. If not, whatever. And thankfully, Smooth Swallowist actually does let us see the difference between the Mysterious Portals and the Nora's Mysterious Portals, as one is prismatic and one is not. So, going to be a little easier to keep track of than normal.
Mm-hmm. And I think, like you were saying, the portal maybe doesn't feel like the biggest prize at first, but I think it ends up being really, really impactful. Beyond just swarming your opponent, it can be really awkward for you to get the amount of units you want on the board to have these really efficient portal eclectic collections. And one extra unit from a Nora portal can go a really long way towards enabling that.
Gonna see what this portal can find us. The answer at the moment is just a Lord Broadmain. No portals actually coming off the top, but that does mean we are getting closer and closer to potentially getting 2 or maybe even 3 off of the next one. But now just gonna throw down a Nora, and Jason gonna let it survive into the next turn. I don't think he's really worried about this one leveling off of just the portals on top of Smooth's deck. Otherwise, we likely would have seen a high note to take it out.
Mm-hmm. And generally, Nora doesn't come with a lot of protection in this Noxus region, so it makes a lot of sense for Jason to be thinking, it's not a big deal, I can just remove it next turn. Not realizing that one of the couple of combat tricks actually in this region was manifested into Jason's hand, or Smooth's hand.
Yeah, it does have the option to play that Sharpened Resolve and get this up to 4 HP, but I think Jason's still going to have mana to take it out. You know, like if you throw the high note at it and then it gets buffed up, you can either, if you want, finish it off with a Sumpfume, a Hexbliterator, just stun it out. There's a couple of different options to make sure the Nora doesn't connect if Jason really doesn't want it to. But the life total is getting pressured either way, and Jason's got to think about what actually needs to be removed in this combat situation. It doesn't look like they want to block with the Stellacorn.
Mm-hmm. Just worried about getting picked off by a ping or potentially a Broadmain. Just, you know, kind of trying to figure out at this point, how am I actually getting to my end, like the game-winning state at this point. And I think this is a cute idea from Jason, being able to like point the Sumpfumes that can get turned on against like some protection at the Nora, but unfortunately it is going to be a +2 combat trick, which the Sumpfumes won't actually be able to push through.
Now it looks like Hush is going to have to be the answer to bump her back down to just 2 HP. But that is a full tap out on the side of Jason, so Smooth can throw down a Broadmain rather safely here, and at least set up for a kill onto the Stellacorn on the following turn when Jason goes to remove it.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Smooth even elects to do that, or just as these Broadmains are too important as tools to pressure your Seraphines and your Big Cats, because those are actually how you're winning the game. But deciding that I'm actually on a beatdown game plan right now, which does make a reasonable amount of sense looking at the board state and considering all of these portals that Smooth knew was coming out of his deck.
There's also only one Big Cat in the deck. We do now see it in Jason's hand. Probably not going to be able to get that down and duplicated by Seraphine at any point, as we currently have 0 back alley bars to try and make that happen. But the board is now very wide on a turn where Jason wasn't able to bank any spell mana and only has very expensive removal in hand.
Yeah, Jason is in a very clunky spot. However, I do think he's in a pretty okay spot overall. He has a good development punish next turn, and he has a good open attack punish, which does buy him quite a bit of time to end up coming back in the game if he really needs to. The main concern, I would think, is the Eclectic Collection coming up, or Jason just keep drawing into really awkward removal that doesn't actually let him fully stabilize. the fact we are able to keep the Stellacorn alive and ask for another removal spell to be able to deal with it is really good on the side of Jason, though, for extending himself time in the game and not falling too behind in tempo.
And at this stage, you have to wonder if Seraphine just has to get played as a chump blocker here. I think the answer is going to be yes. It's just a little bit too wide on the side of Smooth Swallow-Wist, who is doing a really good job of whittling down Jason. And I gotta say, I think this Treasure Trash is going to be the difference maker on whether or not Smooth can actually close this out in a timely fashion before Jason's able to come back, as Seraphine Rummage is now online.
Yeah, I would imagine this is the turn you have to go for Treasure Trash. Rip it now, try and apply as much pressure with it with the attack token, but there's actually a pretty good turn by Jason in response to the Treasure Trash, and your open attack isn't that good either. So Jason's in a pretty good position to stabilize right now, unless we get some really powerful hits on the Treasure Trash. The fact that the Signpost, when it recalled the, or bounced the, countered, however you want to say it, the, Anomaly spell, the, I don't even know the name of that spell, the Sand Soldier spell, and it stayed as that spell, it actually was really good for Jason in this game. Like, the 4 damage is it's a pretty relevant removal point, and the fact it can act as a development punish on these boards with, like, small portal units is pretty useful. And we might actually see it this turn.
It is called Shifting Sands, but now we are going to see the Treasure Trash, and I'm not seeing anything crazy here from Smooth. I'm seeing a lot of very cheap units, but the Keeper of the Masks could be a big difference maker here, and probably just like the most impactful card that we got out of Smooth. Combo that with Inspiring Light, and you've got a rather hardy board.
Yeah, you have some okay units here. The issue is you didn't really get anything much better than some portal units.
We are going to take advantage of the combo, though, as I do believe that Noxus unit, second from the right, does synergize with discarding, and we did just discard something to Bandle Painter.
Yeah, so the decision this turn was kind of if we wanted to play that Noxus unit, which we would have ended up flipping, I believe.
You have to discard 3 cards.
Yeah, so he would have triggered at the end of the turn. Or if we were going to go and play like 2 units plus this Inspiring Light. And we might decide to play the guy. Nope, we're going for the Inspiring Light and just trying to apply pressure. And I think this makes a lot of sense. This attack is... It would be pretty good if not for the Shifting Sands.
Yeah, Shifting Sands doing a lot of work here, not just taking out a unit, but making a couple of chump blockers. And it looks like Jason doesn't have to take any damage this turn if they don't want to. It would cost them their stun spell, and from there they don't have a whole lot left in the tank. But again, Rummage Seraphine is such a powerful combo that it's going to be an insane amount of refuel for Jason, who is probably getting pretty close to that Pursuit of Perfection, considering the Seraphine came down already leveled.
Yeah, I would imagine we are pretty close. Considering the Seraphine's already leveled, I think it means we're around 16, probably about 17 now with that bar. So we're probably looking at a big cat sometime next turn.
That said, I don't think it's long for this world. It is the only big cat, and Smooth does still have this Lord Broadmane in hand. And, you know, if they want to play super safe, can, like, ping the cat, then play Lord Broadmane. If something goes to remove Broadmane in response, you just ping the cat again and it goes down.
But instead trying to take advantage of the fact that this Targon bar is a bit clunkier than a lot of the other versions of bar, and trying to really put the pressure on this turn with the wider board and just end the game with this aggression.
And now this Transfusion... Hold on, I have to read Lord Broadmane. Is Transfusion doubled up going to kill Jason's unit?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Oh, it doesn't even work on burst spells.
Yeah. It doesn't work on burst spells, and also I'm pretty sure it's the player with the Broadmane in play on the opponent's units.
Although, does decide to just straight up sacrifice the Seraphine to get this bar into the range of fish fighting. I don't think that's gonna work, though, not with how many pings Smooth has and how much mana they still have available. Actually dumps the fish fight.
Just digging for an answer at this point. Just trying to find a way to stall.
I don't even know what Jason's looking for, to be honest.
Sorry, Papa.
if he had that riff, if he would have had mana for the riff, so like if he would have hit the riff off of the rummage, right, it would have been pretty good. It would have ended up clearing like almost the entire board, and then you would have been able to block down pretty reasonably the next turn. Really, it's just finding a way to survive a turn, which can be a little bit tricky considering that on the side of Smooth, you have the ability to trade off a unit, replay, and remove this 7/7.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to use both halves of the pie toss to take this one out and just eat the damage. We're looking at 9, 12, 15, 19 damage on the open attack from Smooth. Jason can go to 18 off the heal, but outside of that, doesn't have much. It's really, I guess, going to come down to what comes off the Stuttering Song Spinner. Or if Jason wants to formula instead, though, looking at the main deck, I'm not seeing a lot of things that are going to get him out of this. It might just have to be Song Spinner high roll, but I don't even know what we're looking for off Song Spinner at this point.
Yeah, I don't know what combination of 3 cards you can hit from the post-rotation pool that will actually get you out of this spot. Normally, I'm just praying for 3 Steel Tempests in this spot, but that's not in standard anymore.
Oh,
so.
Jason doesn't quite... The timer was running really low. I don't know if this star shaping... Yeah. Jason ran out of time there.
Mm-hmm. He could have.
Not that I think it mattered.
If the Encore hit a like Mystic Shot or something, he could have, but it was very low odds. Very low odds.
Even then, I think what it buys him. What does he do on the following turn, right? Like if you play Cat, it's just dying to the broad main. You can't. I guess you could try and kill the broad main first with the Celestial Impact and then Cat, but there's a wallop on the side of, you know.
Yeah, 2
Smooth,
stuns,
so
a disintegrate.
I don't think it really mattered. I think Jason was still out of that one. But it is always unfortunate to see a player run out of time, and let that be a lesson for all of you at home. Pay attention to the timer, pay attention to the clock, play at a reasonable pace so you don't end up 2 minutes into the negative like Jason did and having to resolve a Stuttering Song Spinner to try and save your life. But that's why we play a best of 3. We are going to get into game number 2 here as soon as it starts, and we'll figure out what other deck was left open for Smooth Swoloist and what was banned. It looks like that we are going to get to see the Karma Targon.
Mm-hmm. And going into the rest of the set, if I'm Smooth, I'm feeling really good about my position. I think in Smooth spot, Nora was the real pain point for this lineup, and once you get Nora through, you're looking pretty favored to close out the rest of the set.
I guess we'll have to see what Karma Targon looks like to figure out if that's actually true, because I know both of us are, like, we've heard of this, probably haven't done too much looking at it, so I'm curious to see, like, what the win con is when you don't have access to, like, the Mystic Shots and the high notes and, like, all of this removal. I know we've seen Karma Targon in the past. I think it was, like, Aphelios Karma usually, or Zoe Karma, I think specifically is what players went for, and it was just, like, stall into Celestials.
Yeah, it's kind of... Nothing changed, really. Now we got coins, so, like, we'll draw 4 cards and Celestial, and, like, play that Celestial all on the same turn sometimes, because, like, why not? But nothing's changed. You ready to be here for the next 30 minutes?
I never have a choice. When do I ever get what I want? But if I remember correctly, I think there was only, like, 1 star shaping in Smooth's list here, which does seem weird to me.
Yeah, I believe there was 1 star shaping, but I also believe we have a couple copies of the Targon Tellstones, which can kind of function in a similar role without the healing.
Yeah, I think that'll get us, what, like 4 Celestials? Because the Tellstone makes 2 copies of Behold the Infinite, and each one of those is going to make 2 Celestials, so it'll get you your win con.
Yeah, you'll find something. 4 somethings, at least.
Yeah. Now, this is... What's weird to me here is when we look at the last meta, right? Like Jack Seraphine versus Karma Set PNZ was a rather popular matchup. It was pretty one-sided in the favor of the Karma Set. Now we've got, I guess, like the new experimental Seraphine versus the new experimental Karma. And I gotta say, I don't think that changes the matchup tables. This still feels very Karma favored. Yeah,
I have a hard time imagining how Seraphine ends up pulling out the edge in this matchup, especially when you're playing a Seraphine version like this Targon one, which can be a bit slow, can play a bit of these clunky removal spells that really doesn't even give you the opportunity that the Seraphine Bilgewater deck gave you of sometimes just having fast combo hands that go off before Karma really is happy to interact.
Or even just curving out. Like, I know Jack was a big point in this matchup where it's like, hey, a 4-5 is actually kind of difficult for you to deal with this early in the game. I can probably get some damage in there, but, you know, not having a second champion, you don't really have that early pressure point even. And now, what's going to stop Set from taking over this game? The answer is those couple of copies of the 2-mana deal 5 do an attacker spell, whose name I will never remember and should really look up because there's 4 of them in these players' hands.
Oh, Fallen Star? Yeah, we love
Fallen
that
Star.
card. Between Fallen Star and our 1/4s, we will survive. There's no way they can kill us.
Faraway worlds, galaxies, all connected.
Anyways, this picking up the Seraphine as a bigger Seraphine off of the Written in the Stars is actually going to be really useful for Jace and Florent, because it means that the Seraphine can only really die when a Karma is on the board or a Set 2 is on the board, just because it's going to be, or to an Obliterate spell, which ends up asking for a lot of mana and can give Jason a lot of wiggle room to find powerful tempo plays to try and pull one over on this Karma deck.
We are about to get into the bar turn, though. And there, we can just tag out the Set if you really want to on the side of Smooth, and that is going to negate a lot of pressure out of Jason. But, like, Jason still has bar Seraphine. There's not a whole lot of follow-up beyond that, but the fact that, like, this Set is still intact, we've got a Celestial in hand, we've got a Karma in hand, things are looking very good for Smooth Soloist, depending on what comes out of this bar.
Yeah, the bar draw and the next top deck are going to be really, really important. We're on a very, very short timer because Seraphine does do spell doubling like Karma does, but she is a lot more restricted because she's allowed to come online sooner. And when your Seraphine isn't coming online sooner than Karma in the mirror match, it's really problematic.
Smooth's got a couple of options here. Unfortunately, I don't think you're ever throwing 2 Falling Stars at a Moondreamer. Also, not electing it to get down the set, just wants to bank a little bit of spell mana despite not having much to do with it currently.
Yeah, I think the most interesting decision here and what Smooth is probably thinking about when playing this set is just how his mana is shaped and when he wants to get access to his set spell when the set flips, and just making sure his spells and his mana all lines up really neatly so that he isn't overextending cards in a way that is uncomfortable for when he needs to get that spell.
That said, the tag out top deck does mean that this set will be completely protected, and Jason actually not even going for the Hexbliterator on it just yet, but Smooth is upset to see that massive 7/7 come down that cannot take damage from your opponent's spells or skills.
Can die to Facebreaker though, right? Because that's an Obliterate.
I believe so, yeah.
Or a Showstopper. Yeah.
I believe you can Vengeance it, so you can almost certainly Showstopper it. And this is where it feels like, you know, Jason really has to make a big turn out of this one and just doesn't necessarily have the tools to do so because there's nothing stopping Smooth from throwing down that Karma on the following turn. Luckily, the nerf does make it so it can't throw it down safely now, as Aftershock does have the chance to take it out. And the Scourge is exactly what you wanted to see. Unfortunately, there is a concussive bomb.
Yeah, the Scourge is like a great card if this isn't Ionia or Shadow Isles. And unfortunately, we're just going to have a really efficient answer to it, and then since you're tapped out on the side of Jason, you're going to be able to get Karma down. And the one saving grace is that Smooth will have to use Pails to try and combo off and draw instead of place your bets. But I think we've all seen enough of a turn 10 Karma to know where this one's going.
Yeah, and because Jason went for sort of the big pressure line that they had to, it does mean they tap below Aftershock mana, and Smooth is going to get the randomly generated spell off the Karma here. It's going to be a retreat return even, just more protection for this set and Karma.
Yeah, just making sure they're never going to die, allowing for cheeky plays with like getting the double Showstopper, just making it almost impossible for Jason to steal the game at this point.
Great Beyond is going to level set. There's still coins in hand for us to get the Showstopper online. Things looking very, very strong for Smooth Swallows. 4 coins does mean Smooth is basically going to get a Time Walk here.
Still have 10 mana. Still can draw a bunch of cards. Can summon 2 units and stun something. Can protect our threats. We can play the Scourge again. We love that guy. He's big.
Just throw down a Scourge. No problem, man. It's all hunky-dory.
Yeah. what are they gonna do? They can't even kill your 7/4 with spells.
Man, this probably gets to just be like coin, recall, replay karma.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, you can even just like coin and then you can like double pale and keep this karma out of range and draw your deck. Like, you have a lot of options at this point.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people have been talking about what Ruben said about karma in the dev stream of like, oh, you've had 10 turns to kill the deck, and I think I finally like pinpointed the issue everyone has. It's if a deck makes it to turn 10 and they get to kill me for making it turn 10, I want them to do that with a 10 drop. Like, that's what Aurelian's Soul is supposed to be. I think the fact that they get to play Karma, like, on turn 10, and then still have 8 mana available, or potentially more if they have coins, is sort of what everyone's taking issue with, and it really invalidates things like this Scourge, where, like, this looks like a really mediocre turn 10 play in the face of, like, a Karma or something along those lines.
Yeah. And I think that's a fair complaint to have, and it can be frustrating when you want to be playing those types of strategies and those types of cards, but it makes a lot of sense, I think, from where the devs are coming from a balance and design perspective, from where they're trying to place the game in terms of game length and where they want win cons to be coming in. But I do understand the sentiment both ways. As someone who won my Open through trying to abuse and bully Karma, I really think it's a fine and exploitable deck. But also, I definitely understand what you're saying, Boulevard, right? Because if you're the Scourge guy, like, it does not feel like a fine and exploitable deck, because, like, my win con comes in play on turn 10, and they are winning the game with, like, triple my mana on turn 10.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel very fun.
If I'm gonna win the game, if I'm gonna have a turn 10 auto win button, it should be a 10 mana card. Because otherwise, as long as Karma exists, you never get to play those 10 mana cards, right? You don't get to play Aurelian Soul. We're not seeing Aurelian Soul do much in the meta, even though, you know, everybody's now finishing the battle pass. There's only like 2 days left on that. We're all getting the really sick skin and stuff like that, and it's gonna be a while before we can use it, which I guess it's a good thing they put a Karma skin on the battle pass too.
Yeah, I mean, we saw someone try to have fun today with Asol, and look what happened to them.
Yeah, poor guy.
Yeah, doing the Lord's work, but unfortunately, Asol and 2023. Once we get the Asol Rune Terror rework, then that guy's gonna go crazy.
Yeah. And if you're all wondering, oh, there's so much action happening on screen, what are these casters talking about? There's cards being played on screen. There's not action happening on screen. All right, Smooth Swallowist has this one in the bag. There's not much Jason Floron can do about it. The set Karma Celestial Trifecta is established. It's way too much to deal with. And while we were asking ourselves earlier, you know, does this Karma Targon set deck have legs? I don't think playing against Seraphine Targon is actually going to give us that answer. I think we need to see this in a different matchup, one that it wasn't already winning previously.
Yeah, definitely. It was always, like, Karma's job was always to beat up on these slower control decks, right? And when we see Karma Targon doing it, it is letting us know that, like, this is a Karma deck that exists and can be played, but it doesn't answer the question we were asking about, which is, like, is this better than PNC Karma, right? And I think a big part of today is, beyond the players coming in and trying to win some money, is a lot of people asking questions and trying to find answers for next weekend.
That's why I love the Mastering Runeterra Opens always being the weekend before the Runeterra Open, where, like, this is your last chance to try your experimental lineup or try to gain some comfort on the standard lineup, figure out if, like, hey, you know, I thought this deck was exploitable. Now's the time to put it to the test. You got to play a little crazy with these tournaments. And I know it kind of sucks because there's an entry fee. Maybe some people aren't willing to pay $20 for that information. But the upside is you could win a Worlds invite next weekend if you do turn out to be right.
Yeah. And, I mean, it's just a good time to come out and play. Like, it's good experience. And if you're lucky, you get to get cast by the one and only Boulevard. So, it's not a bad use of $20, I will say.
Yeah, I charge more for that for private VOD reviewing. That's a lie. I don't do that. I figured I'd throw out the joke, and then I'm like, no, actually, I don't want people asking about that.
So, we're getting the Karma back down, finally. We don't have protection for this Karma outside of this pale.
Yeah, the Shadow Shift just got used, which I think is one of the few times that people are actually happy to see a randomly generated Shadow Shift.
Yeah. Hey, randomly generated Shadow Shift is like
It's
Talk
better
to a
than
Seraphine player, and you'll have a different take on it after a little bit.
Randomly generated Shadow Shift is the best kind of Shadow Shift. Second worst is like Zed's Shadow Shift, and then third worst is main decked Shadow Shift. And honestly, there's like a massive gap, massive, unfathomable gap between randomly generated and Zed's Shadow Shift. Easily one of the worst champion spells in the game.
There's a huge gap between all three of them. Like, at least when you have second Zed in hand, like, if Zed dies, you got something going. Like,
yeah, that's the cool thing about Zed's Shadow Shift, is it's actually just a Zed.
Yeah, regular Shadow Shift is like, I don't even know if they put that in, like, the starter decks.
I know they make the AI play it, which is annoying, because I constantly play AI games to test interactions, and they're just, like, aggroing me out with these little dudes, and I'm like, oh, I'll kill that, and they just Shadow Shift it. I'm like, what? What are you doing? Stop that.
They're breaking the meta.
Still the option to save this with the second Pale Cascade, but Jason could finish it off with a second Aftershock through Piltover Telstones, but honestly, at this stage of the game, I'm not sure how important that is, considering Smooth has a second Karma in hand, as well as... I mean, Set's still here, and I feel like Set's the real threat at this stage of the game, right? Clearing out your board, actually putting pressure on you, Jason not having a lot of cards left in hand, and it's also going to be a tag out that I just didn't even see to save the Karma.
Yep. Game actions are kind of just occurring at this point, like...
Yeah. And I think that's one of the questions that a lot of people have been discussing is, like, how many game actions are you okay happening in a game of, like, in a turn of Legends of Runeterra? Because it's getting up into, like, the 20s and 30s in some of these Karma Seraphine matchups especially.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a very valid question, right? And I think, like, it's really fair to, like, consider that, and there's a lot of different ways it goes, because, like, Infinite is taking a lot of different turn actions and, like, away from Karma, and I think those are kind of like the two ones like people mainly get frustrated about.
Yeah.
And I think like they probably shouldn't exist or take as long as they do currently, but
the animations add a lot to it.
Yeah, the animations add a lot to it, and I think they're interesting decks to play against from a strategical perspective. At least like as a competitive player, like I find it really interesting to try and attack these decks strategically, even if they can be very frustrating to play against.
Speaks through me.
This isn't very interesting right now, but like...
No, this is... Karma comes down. What is Jason going to do? Drop the Scourge? Get Showbreakered, buddy, or Showmaker, yeah. Shattered, Showed? I don't even... I'm having a brain malfunction. Like I said during the last Mastering Runeterra Open, we're going to be here for about 10 hours, so I have to fly. I have to cruise at like 30% brain power for the entire day, or I'm going to be at 0 by the time we get to the Grand Finals.
This is what Karma Targon does to a person.
Yeah, especially round 2. This is what we get for letting Ice-T pick Europeans to put on camera.
Whose cruel joke was it to put this deck on?
Yeah, now that he's not casting and he just gets to do production, he's like, let's see how much I can torment Boulevard and really throw Card Gamer into the fire.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm assuming we're going to Pale to save the set because we have the second Karma. But what's our hand space? Is our hand space good for place your bets?
I think we miss out on 1 draw.
Yeah, we're gonna go for it anyways.
We're gonna miss out on 2 draws.
2 draws because we get the Showstopper, I think.
I don't think we're getting Showstopper. I think we're maxed out on coin.
Oh, yeah. The coin gets the Showstopper.
Ah.
Okay.
So now we also have Deny to... Actually, I don't think Deny stops the Karma from dying.
If we deny one spell, Karma will stay alive because she's taking exactly 4 and Set's taking exactly 6. So we can save both. It's just like, what's actually the most efficient way to navigate this hand to try and close the game? Because like at this point in the game, you're kind of just like, as both players, well, Seraphine you have to claw back, but as Karma you should just be thinking, how do I win the game without like accidentally losing? And you want to be trying to win the game because when you don't win the game, sometimes you also accidentally lose.
And we're actually just going to let it go, and I think Smooth's turn from here on out is just going to be like, replay Karma, replay Set. Although I think you get to Karma, Showstopper, play Set, generate another Showstopper.
Yes, that is how it
that's
works.
How that works. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Every time you replay a Set 2, after he's seen enough mana for the round, he'll just generate Showstopper.
And once again, we find ourselves in a similar position to the previous game where, like, Jason is digging, but there's just not really an answer that exists in the list to be digging for.
Yeah. Just kind of spinning our wheels, seeing if a bar can maybe find an answer, seeing if our opponent finds a way to, like, deck themselves or throw the game. Really just kind of clawing for anything at this point.
Yeah, Pale's going to double up, draw a couple of cards. We find Sunburst and another Stellacorn, but, I mean, Showstopper still clears the board. Double Showstopper still clears the board, rather.
Yeah, so Jason isn't aware his board is fully getting wiped this turn. He is going to be able to keep drawing. He did hit the Flash Bomb spell that was recently buffed.
Advanced
the Advanced
Intel, yeah.
And we have the Time Trick, but we don't have the mana to play it because we use the Moon Silver. And I have to imagine we have finally found our lethal.
Oh, finally. I feel like we've been in this turn for us. I'm actually going to go back and check the VOD because I think, unironically, this turn has gone on for over 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, I mean, this has been an 18, like, 20-minute game. Like, this one game. And this set's been going on for, like, 30 minutes, so... Yeah. It checks out.
I guess the question is, like, what... I gotta figure out, like, what is the average time of a turn... Like, a 10-mana turn in Legends of Runeterra? Like, what is the average time of one of those turns? And what is the maximum time where you're like, okay, this is acceptable? Because this definitely feels like it went over every metric.
Yeah.
But that's what you expect out of this matchup, right? This is like very much the exception. This is what's going to push the limits of that kind of information.
Yeah, exactly. These, like, Karma matchups are definitely going to be the thing that's pushing it. But as they are also the thing that's, like, pushing it to its limits, it's also really messed up because, like, when we finish casting one of these games, if we go into another game before we go to break, it's just, it has to be another Karma game.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys know this, but when you're up here casting, you actually get more mentally fatigued than the player because you're essentially doing glorified backseating. But then once that game finishes, you hop into another game and you're suddenly playing like 3 rounds per round. And all of a sudden I'm 20 rounds deep in the top 4 and I'm slurring my words and everyone's like, what's wrong with Boulevard? I just told you what's wrong with Boulevard. Also, no Taco Bell ASMR for you little freaks and perverts in chat later. I know you're going to bring it up. No, we're not doing that. But I believe that is going to be the end of the set. We might go... Nope, we are not going to send it into another game. We are just going to throw it to a break after an absolute slugfest where Smooth Swallowist has dominated, decimated, and destroyed Master Runeterra's own Jason Florent. So, I've been Boulevard. This has been Card Gamer. We're not going anywhere. I just figured I'd remind you of our names in case you can't read. As most card gamers can't, except this card gamer. This card gamer can read. But we're going to throw it to a little break and be back for round number 3 very soon. Welcome back to round number 3 here of the Mastering Runeterra May Open. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Runeterra Open champion Card Gamer. Is there a name for that Runeterra Open? Like, do we just call it the Glory and Navori Runeterra Open?
Yeah,
I feel like
it's
the
called
next
Glory
one
and Navori.
is also going to be the Glory and Navori Runeterra Open. But I guess that'll be the Eternal one. So like,
yeah,
all right.
yeah. There's gonna be the Eternal one, and then there's gonna be like the World Qualifier for Glory and Navori. But like just the regular Glory and Navori Open, I'm
that's
that guy.
You. Okay, that's the title. It's a little bit lengthy, but we are here with a professional, someone who knows what they're talking about. And we are going to be jumping pretty quickly into our round number 3 matchup of Fan Sora versus Floppy Mudkip. But first, we have to take a look at the deck list that these players have brought, give you an idea of what the meta is looking like, what the top players are bringing. And starting off for Fan Sora, we have another Teemo Tristana Nora, once again on the Bilgewater variant. Card Gamer, anything standing out to you about this build?
So I think the most interesting part about this build is we again are on the one signpost, and slightly different from Ineda is we're on the one draw spell. I think the draw spell isn't that common in this list, but it does make a good bit of sense. We're also on one buster shot, so just playing a lot of these nice one of tools that can help bail us out and help us out of some certain situations, which can make a lot of sense in these wider fields.
Yeah, I gotta say the one of that's definitely growing on me is that puzzling signposts, especially given now the high presence of champion strength. Moving on to the next list, though, we're going to be taking a look at Samira Fizz, another popular choice this weekend.
Yeah, so this is the Samira Fizz. It's the same one we saw with Simon had. It's the one that me and my team worked on and ended up bringing to the money match. And, we're just running those, the Dandy to try and get on board better against, like, Tristana and some other board-based decks, and then really just playing for that Monkey to finish out, and even the one Fervor for a little bit extra reach.
Yeah, it's been working out so far, but again, we've seen this list earlier, so not much to comment on there. But for the third deck, we have Vayne, Quinn, Aatrox, one of the taller mid-range decks in the format, one that has been, I believe, one of the top-performing lists since the balance patch in terms of tournament top-cut success.
Yeah, so this is another list that my team actually ended up working on, and I brought to last seasonals. It's really good at beating up on these slower control decks and a lot of these other mid-range decks. The one thing is, it doesn't like this Tristana Demacia matchup, which we're going to have to, again, see where this player decides to line up on the ban, because they bring the Tristana Bilgewater, they bring the signpost to try and play into it, they have the Fizz Samira, which can play into it, and then they have this one deck, which is like a bit weaker. So, again, I'm curious to see where the ban for this lineup ends up deciding to land.
And to figure out what decks are going to be on the table to ban, we have to move over to Floppy Mudkip's lineup, which is going to kick us off with Echo Jinx, another deck that we saw a little bit earlier today, a popular option for playing into very board-focused metas that we seem to find ourselves in with Bandle Gunners left and right.
Yeah, so it's the same Echo Jinx list we saw earlier. We're trying to do the same things, just really abuse the power of Chrono Break into this meta, as well as the fact that, like, normally you have to play bad cards when you're in Shurima, but predicts are fine with Echo, and the other Shurima tools we're getting are pretty good right now.
Yeah, and again, we see the Xenotype researchers, but moving on to Fizz Samira, and it is once again the exact same 40 cards as every other Fizz Samira deck that we have highlighted so far today.
Can't go wrong, I guess.
I mean, look, once you start seeing it over and over again, you kind of come to the conclusion that, like, this is just the build, and then to round things out, we are going to get the Demacia Champion Strength Teemo Tristana. Honestly, really curious to see what the breakdown of the regional combination of Tristana decks brought to this tournament is. Like, is Bilgewater or Demacia the more popular version? Do you have an opinion on which one it should be?
I'm not entirely sure yet. It really depends so much on where you think the meta is going to land and what you want to play into, but I think you have to bring Tristana. I know at Aegis this week, Bilgewater was more popular, so I'm curious as to what the breakdown was for this tournament, if Demacia ended up rising above Bilge, or if it was Bilge here as well.
For all the time that it's been going on, I have not been able to actually pinpoint Aegis's effect on the weekend meta. Like, obviously, like, a lot of the top players are playing in Aegis, so, like, they should be looking at the Aegis meta and going, okay, yeah, I should adapt for this through the open. I don't think you have a lot of, like, mid-level players that aren't playing in Aegis, like, looking at it and using that as a baseline going into the tournament weekend. So, like, it's possible that Bilgewater is still the more popular variant, but I think I would expect Demacia to be more popular in the WCQ. But no time to get your thoughts on that. We are hopping straight into the game. Fan Sora versus Floppy Mudkip. Echo Jinx versus Fizz Samira.
Yeah, so going into this game, generally this matchup should give an edge to Echo. They're both trying to race and do this aggressive game plan. However, Echo has these tools like Quicksand, which can shut down a big turn, as well as the Deny, which can be really important for things like the Monkey, the Powder Pandemonium.
Right.
And then even going beyond that, Echo just has really high pressure boards on 5 and 6 that Fizz Samira often doesn't like to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it paper versus paper, you're not running the Burblefish and the Shelly, so like you don't really have the elusive way to go around the Echo Jinx. You're back to just being like a board-based deck that has to play into Chrono Break, and of course Quicksand, long one of the best answers in the game to Fizz.
Yeah, really, really powerful answer to Fizz, but on the side of Pansora right now, we have this Fizz Stylish Shot combo, which is really powerful, but we end up playing. And this actually puts Floppy in kind of an interesting position on whether he wants to delay his game plan and use this Mystic Shot he has in hand to relieve some pressure and slow down his opponent, or if he wants to keep up with his game plan and predict. It becomes even more interesting with the fact that Floppy actually has the token on 5, so he doesn't need his Echo leveled until then. And because of that, as we see, he actually goes along with the Mystic Shot.
Yeah, I was kind of curious if the Mystic Shot was going to go at the Fizz or the 3-2. When you're looking at your opponent and they only have a 3-card hand, it's like, okay, I think I'd actually be rather happy if you show me that one of those is Warning Shot. And then all of a sudden you're down to just like 2 cards, you don't have an off-turn Plunder activator, but of course the 3-2 is more damage, so going to take that one out because it's going to be a while before Floppy actually has a Fearsome blocker available to deal with that.
Yeah, I think when on the side of Floppy you consider how long it's going to be until you have the Fearsome blocker, how good Quicksand and Scrying Sands can be at stopping Fizz, and also it is nice to have your opponent on a 2-card hand without Warning Shot, but the Warning Shot isn't the most effective card anyways, and I think when they have that and Fizz doesn't die, it is like the Warning Shot meta card, which can become very problematic. So I think Floppy made a really smart choice with his play, and it's just about trying to make your turn 5 and turn 7 high pressure enough. And with this Voices top deck, it's exactly the card we need, since we can play it or Echo this turn and then flip Echo the next turn with our spell mana, and just have as high pressure turn as possible.
It's looking really good for Floppy Mudkip, and even the amount of damage that they're going to take this turn just is not that high, especially with yet another drop order coming in, which just continues to make this Voices that much better.
Yeah, just building up this really, really big board and really showing the power of this deck when you curve out and even play like a turn off curve like we're doing here to slow down your opponent's game plan. Just the power Echo can bring.
This is so how does Fansora come back from this position, right? Because the elusive blocker is established. There's a lot of 3 health units, so your Dandy's not doing much. We know that like Echo is about to come down level. There's about to be a follow-up of Voices. I don't even think Chrono Break is necessary for Floppy to just completely take over and demolish the remainder of this game. Is there anything Fansora can draw to sort of claw their way back into this one?
So at this point, if you're Fansora, your best sequence of draws is probably something along the lines of like Inferna next turn, and then is starting to try and go off in the following turn, get a lot of Plunder procs, be able to stabilize the board somewhat, get a Monkey to play against a Chrono Break, and then try and then just pray use the Chain and Inferna to get the last Monkey or the last bit of elusives to go over the top, which will be really tight, and I don't even know how realistic that is against a lot of hands that Floppy can have with 2 Time Tricks plus an Echo available. But we do see the Inferna, so this and the Pirouette to slow down the Echo, so this might be the start of it. 3 Plunder cards in hand, so this could be the start of it, especially if we draw into like a Stylish or a Warning Shot or a Samira.
That Pirouette's also going to take out an Aspiring Chronomancer as well as stunning the Echo, as I don't think there's much point in damaging the Nexus when your remaining play for the turn is Inferna. But Floppy's got, quite a few Time Tricks in hand already. Going to be able to likely find that Chrono Break, and once that Voice comes down, like you said, it's going to be really difficult for Fansora to actually cobble that win together, and it does really just come down to finding a chain of Powder Pandemoniums at this point, which It's looking rough. It's looking very rough. If we had an advantage bar slider, I'd say it's like 80-90% favored for Floppy Mudkip from here on out, maybe even like 95, but it's not over just yet. It's very, very close, though.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate read on the situation. And then I think like the most interesting thing from this point is there's the Samira. This could be the sequence that Fansora needs. So before we talk about bans and how the rest of the set looks, things did get interesting. The only issue with the Samira is if you try and use it at all, which you can't even really do because of the health of things, your Samira just dies to like Scrying Sands and everything. It doesn't even generate a flare. But this does get you the Plunder activators you need to start chaining this turn together.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, like, I think if they can, Fansora would really like to hang on to this pirouette. I'm kind of evaluating how the open attack looks. Quicksand, you know, how devastating is that for you if you're losing the Inferno? Do you just send in the Dandy, in which case Scrying Sands take care of it? Like, I think you kind of have to develop here. Here's where it gets a little bit more difficult, because now Floppy can throw down the Voices, and all of a sudden drop orders are actually trading onto your Dandy, and your Samira can't really push through any damage. Not that she could anyway, but it's just looking so rough, and the more units we commit to the board to try and level the Samira, the less room we have for a Powder Pandemonium.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tight. We're going to have to try and probably survive their next attack, and then use a Powder Pandemonium to claw back the board with Survivor Chrono Break, and then try and get the last bit of burn over the top, which is a really hard game plan to achieve. But drawing into the Stylish, generating an all-out is probably the start of that.
Yeah, I mean, Stylish Shot almost feels like one of the better draws here. You can get it down with Fizz, you can get through a little bit of damage with your elusives, you know, still have that Stylish Shot as an activator for the following turns, or just something cheap to try and level the Samira. Although I don't think the level up Samira rally game plan is feasible from here. I don't think Fansora like has enough cards for that.
I didn't survive the desert only to die.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight on having enough cards. I think the Stylish Shot, like you were saying, is one of the best draws to help enable that. And then we're, again, going to really need to hope on our lucky stars that these Inferna chain next turn can go right with these pirouettes and this Elegant Edge and this all out. And Fansora right now kind of just deciding if he wants to hold up this all out, or he's actually stunning and trying to get in. Electing to use the all out aggressively to get the Samira in, I'm guessing, potentially.
I'm surprised. I mean, everything's still at 3 health, so Samira's still not getting in. Unless you... Like, all out doesn't get you out of the range of anything. Like, you're still dying to Scrying Sands and Quicksand, which Floppy still has mana for.
Yeah. Interested to see how we elect to play the rest of this turn. It's a really tough spot. You are in a really low % chance either way, so I can understand trying to play exploitative and going for cute lines in this position.
I mean, if you play to the standard and you know that that is losing, then you don't have much choice but to start doing weird shit. And Fansora is now kind of on the weird shit plan.
Real good to see you.
And this damage is definitely not irrelevant. If we trade down this drop order, they're not chrono breaking this turn. We are not taking that much damage on the open attack. We can stall for a few turns pretty reasonably at the moment, and you know, it's a few turns can claw us into a win with good series of top decks, especially if this Inferno stays alive to keep us drawing through our deck and, you know, getting all the gas we need.
I want to clarify that I think we're both on the same page that, like, pirouetting to stun the Echo, that's like, you know, that's reasonable. I guess we can kind of get behind that. I think it was the ping onto the Voices that we're a little more confused about.
Yeah.
Setting that unit to 3 health doesn't seem as impactful as even just like pushing that 1 damage on face when you're playing this game of inches here and trying to narrowly burn your opponent out.
I think I understand. It's because of Quicksand. He wanted his Dandy to be powerful enough to go through and get Stylish out, I think. If they Quicksand the elusives, maybe? I think that's what makes the most sense when they don't swing the Samira.
I guess the question is, do you think your opponent's ever trading their voices for your dandy to deny a stylish shot?
Probably not, but I'm trying to figure out the reason for this
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, it's better than anything I've come up with, so...
I just
But now with the Chrono Break online, with no more pirouettes in hand, with Echo able to come through and mana for Chrono Break available, you kind of have to assume this is just going to be the end of the game in favor of Floppy Mudkip. Even if they don't end up killing Fansora this turn, they're going to completely deplete them of resources.
Yeah, I think, you Stylish Shot into Elegant Edge, into Powder Pandemonium, until they trade down Chrono Break into you Powder Pandemonium, until you draw another one and kill them?
That's
like the out?
Yeah, I mean, from the get-go, when we saw Fansora fall into this unfavorable position, we started theorizing, like, your way back in is just, like, back-to-back Powder Pandemoniums at some point down the line. And so far, Fansora hasn't even been able to find the first copy.
Mm-hmm. And with this Chrono Break in hand, not being able to access this Powder to block down against the Chrono Break, I think we are on our way to Game 2.
That's a very reasonable assessment. Now, looking forward to Game 2 and the lineups that these players have brought, I've completely forgotten what they are at this point because I think they were pretty similar. I know it's like, the main point, I believe, is that there's like Bilgewater, Tristana in Fansora's lineup, and Floppy has brought Demacia, Tristana. I think is like kind of the main thing that we're looking towards for the remainder of this set.
Yeah, and then there's Echo on Floppy side versus Aatrox on Fansora side. And I actually think there's an interesting thing that happens when these lineups match up, which is that Echo and Fizz Samira don't actually like playing into Aatrox, but Aatrox can't play into Demacia Tristana. So I think there's an interesting mind game of where the bans are supposed to go. Like, if you think Fansora bans Demacia Tristana, you have to ban Aatrox. But if he doesn't ban that, then, because he thinks you're banning Aatrox, then what are you supposed to ban as Floppy? So I'm curious to see where both players ended up landing on that side of the decision.
In the meantime, we just kind of have to hang back and take a nice little mental break as all of these animations play out, and Floppy actually has to cast the Chrono Break and go through the second stage of attacking Fansora's Nexus down to 0. And I gotta say, it's a nice reprieve from the high-octane Karma versus Seraphine gameplay from round number 2 that I'm sure all of you stuck through and didn't leave to go make lunch or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if only I could go back to that game.
It was a paradise.
Mm-hmm. Like, there's been too many attacks this game. Where's the nice calm, turn 10, play 30 spells in a turn, spend 40 mana on turn 12. Where's that gameplay?
That kind of feels like where we're at in Runeterra, right? It's like you're either attacking 17 times in a game or you're attacking twice in a game. And there's not a whole lot of in between.
Yeah. Just, we live in a meta. I guess that's all there is to say, huh?
Yeah, so Fansora can get down another blocker here. I'm checking to see if they can actually live, and I think the answer is yes. They think they live at 1.
I do my own stunts.
Yeah, so you take 12, live at 1,
But again, without back-to-back Powder Pandemoniums in the same turn, I don't think Fansora can ever mount a comeback, and we are definitely not getting back-to-back Powder Pandemoniums in the same turn.
Even then, it's quite unlikely. There's 2 Mystic Shots in the deck, and there's 3 draws they have access to.
Yeah. Floppy, the animation's still playing out on the second hand. It's another Chrono Break.
I see. That's interesting.
Listen.
So, warning shot to nice little send-off for Fansora.
Yeah.
Get another draw here from Floppy. We'll see if it's the Mystic Shot. It wasn't snap taken, so I'm going to assume that it is once again not the case. But again, let's say Fansora, draws this Powder Pandemonium. Okay, I was gonna say the 5th blocker does actually make a big difference here because the Powder Pandemonium might have actually been lethal with All Out and Flare if one of those or 2 of those monkeys were able to connect. But Fansora doesn't even find it.
Oh wait, we could Flare. Yeah, okay, they drew the Mystic Shot. I was gonna say, we could take their time trick and find our Powder Pandemonium.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of mana after that, though, and I don't think that's killing Floppy when he's 5 wide.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite enough at that point. But we could at least have it,
Yeah.
Make you feel a little bit better. see your monkey friends before you die.
I'm sure Fansora, yeah, staring at this Mystic Shot, understanding what that means for them, and all Floppy has to do is line it up onto the stack. Floppy Mudkip, I swear, if you do anything other than put that Mystic Shot on the stack, I'm going to go ballistic. Thank you, Floppy Mudkip. This is why. No! No, Floppy! No! Bad Floppy!
This guy's so toxic. What the hell?
Thanks for taking him down a peg. You know, like, if he had gotten the 3P, I don't know, he'd be playing out of it. He wouldn't Mystic Shot until, like, he'd make Fansora Mystic Shot himself, which actually is what he did. Never mind. Toxic Floppy still in full effect and not even gonna let Fansora get the seppuku.
Oh, no, he did it. He Mystic Shot himself.
Oh,
as well.
never mind. He's still toxic.
But a little bit less toxic. A bit of honor.
A bit of honor, but that is, there's about 25 to 30 seconds of my life that Floppy Mudkip is stolen from me that I'm not going to get back, so I will keep that in mind. And I don't know what I'm going to do with that information, but sometime down the line, Floppy, I'm taking that 25 seconds back from you.
I have to cut him short next time. Give him an interview.
I'm just going to cut him off now. Do you have any shoutouts? All right, cut it. So going into game number 2, this is where things, like we mentioned, get a little bit more interesting. It's not as sort of one-sided as of an endeavor as that one seemed, and it will be going to Fizz Samira versus Demacia Bandle Gunners, which is Fizz Samira favored.
Yeah, it has a similar dynamic into how like Fizz Samira wanted to play into the Echo matchup, except the tools are a bit clunkier, and they also don't have options like Quicksand and Scrying Sand and Deny, which can line up really, really effectively.
2, 3, 4.
So you get to more take advantage of like your challenger on Samira, as well as the other things this deck was already trying to do to win that matchup to really, you know, try and put your foot on the throat of this Tristana deck.
And with all the pings that are available for, you know, the Tristana decks, which I don't think the Demacia version is running as many pings. I'm pretty sure it's like more group shots and buster shots than pie tosses. But all this to say that you don't really have great answers for Inferna.
Yeah, when Inferna hits the board, she's kind of there until you can force her to block, which oftentimes isn't until a CS turn, so a lot of times your opponent is able to use that to draw through their deck and hit a lot of the pieces they want or need to win these matchups, which can be really scary, especially when it's complemented with this early Samira like Fansora has to really take control of the board and make your opponent's mana awkward and their CS turn setups really awkward.
Now, on top of that, we're not seeing a lot of 3 health units coming out of Floppy just yet, and that does mean that the Powder Pandemonium in Fansora's hand is going to act as a massive board wipe, because there's a couple of different plunder effects in hand, and Fansora's probably going to run most of them out next turn, and all of a sudden this Powder Pandemonium is already on 3 monkeys. Now, Floppy does have the champion strength, but given the pacing of the game, the attack token being on 6 for Fansora, you might have to see champion strength as like a defensive tool against a board wipe from Powder Pandemonium.
Yeah, this matchup is actually in a really, really interesting spot right now, in my opinion. With like with the champion strength in hand, with Fansora having a Swindle and this Powder Pandemonium, there's a lot of ways for this matchup to potentially play out. Like Fansora can steal a champion strength in response to his opponent. He can try and champion strength first this matchup. He can use the Powder Pandemonium aggressively. He can use it in response to champion strength. So it'll be really interesting to see how these opponents read each other's hands and decide to play out the matchup.
Curious myself about that. And another thing that happens is, like, if Fansora goes for this Swindle pre-combat and they see the form up, and even if they end up taking the champion strength, just like the information that the form up is there can really change what happens with the Samira and this Flare this turn, but actually misses it, doesn't get to see the form up.
Yeah, so I'm really curious how Fansora will end up playing because of that. If he goes, I imagine you just are always going after Teemo in this situation to try and get your 2-1 through, but curious to see what Fansora decides is best.
Fansora also could, you know, throw down the Jagged Butcher and use that to challenge the Teemo instead of the Samira if they are worried about a form up trading off this champion.
Mm-hmm. That is an option as well, but if you want to play around form up, you're actually still not allowed to swing the Samira. So we'll see how far Fansora decides to respect form up in this situation.
And I feel like this is a really cool thing about Samira that a lot of players kind of faltered on in the early sort of stages of this champion being released is like understanding one that like quick attack challenger is not infallible. You are just a 2/2. You can get hit with a combat trick and like sort of preemptively almost sacrificing other units as a response. But if the Samira is able to level up, then that will counter the form up. So Floppy probably just not even gonna fire it off.
Yeah, respecting the all-out, respecting the level up, because that would end up beating it in this situation. So really smart of Fensor to try and take advantage of not only the fact he's representing all-out, but also the fact he can level at burst speed to through in with
Just when you
Samira.
thought you'd seen it all.
We get a little bit of a disjointed Samira level up here, kind of fast in the beginning and smoothed out there in the middle, but that does mean Fansora's in a really good position to rally next turn if they want to. They've got, 5 cards they can play for 4 mana. Though this is not an impactful rally, and Inferna being off the top, a little awkward actually, as Inferna would stop you from playing Champion Strength next turn.
Yeah, I'm really curious how we decide to go about playing this turn, and because how we play this turn really affects how we're playing our future turn and how we plan to deal with our opponent's champion strength. If we want to make them use it defensively, if we want to try and trade down their board aggressively with our champion strength to make it awkward for them to have a good one on 7. So there's, like I said, there's a lot of options here, and this turn will tell us a lot about how both players plan to try and execute their end games.
So at the moment, something that I think is really important is that if both players champion strength next turn, Fansora just wins because they have an elusive and will be able to get scout to their entire board.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I think you still get to go in with Samira twice as well. Nothing... Yeah, all the healths are going to be matching the attack, so you are going to get 2 0-mana flares. Which actually means you might even be able to rally. I'm trying to math it out. If you, Warning Shot, Double Flare, plus Champion Strength, is that a rally? Might be one shy.
Yeah, it's really awkward with the rally, though, because the rally doesn't give you another attack token until you've attacked twice because of how Scout works. So you would need to keep Samira alive through their swing, which would mean you're only able to block 2 units, and you can't drag any. But you force the blocks. So no, I think you can swing it. I think CS will win here.
At the very least, you're getting through 12 elusive damage, and then you'll have, Warning Shot, at least 1 flare, and then the double Stylish Shot. The question is, do you leave yourself in a position to just die to the open attack next turn before you can actually run out the Stylish Shots? And I don't know. That it's big math. It's really big math to try and do quickly, and I think we haven't seen an action from either player because they are both kind of currently sitting down and mathing it out. What happens if we both champion strength? And Fansora not gonna play around with it, instead gonna Stylish Shot immediately. I mean, Pirouette is available if Floppy does decide to champion strength this turn. Although I think that would be a little awkward. Not super awkward, but a little awkward.
Yeah, definitely not the most ideal spot for Floppy, but...
Oh, and I do want to point out here, Floppy has the form up, which will, if he goes for it, Fansora has no way to actually stop this Samira from dying to a form up block, and also has no way to rally in hand. We've only got 2 playable cards.
Yeah. But like you said, Floppy doesn't know if Fansora has this form
Try
up
to
or
keep
not.
up.
So there's a very real chance he decides to respect it like he did.
First priority sequence over to Floppy now. Is it going to be champion strength or just a little bit more rebuild of the board? The board rebuild does make more sense. There's not a lot of reason to get this inefficient champion strength when you can just do it next turn for the scout attack.
Yeah, get the scout attack, and you're also going to be able to play the form up this combat and develop the Bandle Gunner and play form up next. So you are able to play out your entire hand still, essentially, and you don't
Does
get the-
Fansora win here with a rally?
With the rally, he gets to push, so he has
Double Stylish Shot to
two-
knock down to 10.
Yeah.
You could flare for
5.
damage if you want to, or you could flare to Challenger. I don't think it super matters. It might matter, but at the moment, I don't think it super matters.
Isn't it
I
thrilling?
think he does have lethal
Blink
because
into
Floppy will
This should
have
be
to end up
fun.
dying to the monkeys because it isn't quite lethal, but it's like one off, I believe. Because we're going to generate 3 more burn in hand, right? Which puts them
It's a
2.
5.
2.
2. 3?
Because we have 3 in hand, generating
Oh,
3
Pirouette.
more, so they're on
yeah,
2.
Pirouette's 1 as well.
Thrilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I
And-
mean, well played by Fansora to like stare this champion's strength in the face and say, you know what? That's not the answer. There is a nice little way to actually take advantage of my low to the ground Samira and the fact that I'm putting Floppy on no buster shot.
And a really smart play, right? Like, the champion strength was a good play that turn, but like I said, we took the time on turn 4, we thought about all of our potential lines, and we found the line with the high CV, which was this chip line into just a little bit of monkeys for burn.
That does mean we're going to a game number 3 here, Card Gamer. And that very well could be Bilgewater Tristana up against Demacia Tristana.
Yeah, I would
didn't survive
imagine
the
that
desert
is the
only to
case.
die of boredom.
Either way, no matter which matchup Floppy has to play, he should be in a good position. So Fansora will be on the back foot, despite playing a really clean game this time around. However, we can also just rally here and win right now, which is really neat, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, could have rallied there.
I think we win anyways, but yeah, the next set, the next game, it should be Floppy favored, no matter which way it falls. But there's going to be a lot of room for Fansora to wiggle out, I think, especially if he's playing the Tristana Mirror. So depending on how Floppy's ban went will depend on how much agency Fansora has.
So yeah, we just got about I'd say we got about somewhere between 45 and 90 seconds before this game actually ends, even though we know it's all wrapped up. Gamer, you got anything you wanna ramble about for that long?
Oh yeah, so if you guys want, maybe not as competitive, but more fast-paced, high-octane Runeterra gameplay, tomorrow, also casted by Boulevard, come check out the Charity Ultra Rapid Draw Tournament, hosted by Red Pups and Santa and Boulevard, and Aatrox, and some other cool people in the community. The winner chooses the charity, and we're gonna have a fun day playing Ultra Rapid Draw.
What can I say? I get around.
And here's the CS from Floppy. So I think at this point it's just going to be pretty standard from Fansora. You just play out all your burn, and then you play this monkey, and it's pretty much game.
Yeah, as long as hold on, you're not dying to the first attack. No, I think you only take like 12 damage on the full block here. So well outside the range of dying to this 1 mana before you get the monkeys down.
Yeah. The combat cook does have overwhelm, I believe, and there is the 3 impact, but that shouldn't be nearly enough to push through.
That actually might be. You could pirouette the cook if you really wanted to.
Yeah, you can pirouette the cook, although you're probably supposed to take it at first and play monkey, I think.
I guess the
Just a
concern is
full block.
if you take it, do you die to combat cook if they are the first attacker on the scout attack? And I think the answer is yes.
Well, you would play the monkeys here, and then you trade off 2 monkeys, right? On the block because you have 2 board space, so you just fully trade down, right?
That's
And then if they give you an action next time, like before their next attack, you just pirouette the combat cook, and then you play all your burn.
yeah. I don't
This also
think
works
it.
pirouette first.
Yeah, I don't think it super matters. I think Fansora is always winning here. It's just if you like try to get your board cleared and then monkey, I think you actually do die to the combat cook. But you've got, what was it, 5 damage in hand between the warning shot and the flares and the stylish shot. So you only needed 2 monkeys to come through to actually finish off the opponent, assuming that you block with the Samira for the final flare.
Yep. So as long as you
Interesting for me.
stun the cook first or played monkey first, you were winning this game, pretty much.
Yeah. It was hard to screw up, but there was potential there to screw it up, and I think the champion strength hover from Fansora was one way to make that happen. But even then, I think you're actually trading off most of the board. I don't think it actually matters there unless Floppy has like more Bandle Gunners and reserves to drop down, and actually maybe the form up could have been a really big difference maker in a situation like that. So Fansora pulls it back, plays it a little safer, says, hey, you know, I know these monkeys give me lethal.
Yep, and just gonna come through with the monkeys and close up the deal. So, moving on to this last set, this last game in the set, and do you have an opinion on which way you think they banned? Like, what would you be thinking?
It's always so hard for me to try and say what players are going to ban, because usually when I call it, I'll be like, okay, I think this player should ban this and this player should ban this. Then they tend to not agree with me, and then they also tend to get slaughtered. And I'm like, well, I don't know if I was right or wrong, or like if you just so a while ago I kind of just like stopped trying to make ban predictions because it felt a little more irrelevant than it should from a prediction standpoint. But it's always so hard to tell like how deep on the mind game someone wants to go, and it looks like we have just decided to run in the Tristana mirror here. Yeah,
so the Tristana mirror here, it should be, like we've talked about it most of the day, and we saw in our first round of the day, this should be Tristana Demacia favor. That's the general opinion of the community. However, it isn't a guaranteed matchup, and Fansora is running things like the signpost to try and offset the tempo and the power of the CS on turn 6 and turn 7, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
I was going to say, at the end of the day, this is a deck with very little draw power, and there is just the chance that they don't draw the champion strength, but we do see it here in the opening hand for Floppy Mudkip, so that dream is out the window already, but we're going to get the mare trades down here, and then based on the opening hands, this seems like a really cut and dry, easy win for Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah, like, this is why this guy's the 2-time seasonal champ. Like, CS is Grandpa on 2, Mayor on 3, plays the Owlcat, has the CS, Tenor's on for next turn, has the combat cook, he's gonna hit like Overwhelm or something. Like, this is what it takes. Like, look, my good teammate Dr. Chekhov said it best. There's no good players in Runeterra, just simply those who are more lucky than others. Anyways, going into this spot, Floppy just has a massive tempo lead on board. Like we were talking about, the Grandpa Mayor Owlcat curve is a really, really efficient way to get on board. Which is, 1, really good for CS, and 2, just good for applying pressure and being able to swing in general, especially against the hand that Fansora has, which isn't able to get on board yet, and essentially like burning 1 mana on this turn 3 because they didn't use the Mayor discount. And because of that incremental advantage is really going to build up over the course of this game, especially with the fast clock Floppy's going to be presenting, trying to CS on 6 or 7.
Yeah, and for those, if there's anyone in chat that's looking at this and being like, these casters keep talking about this as a wash for the CS player, why is that? It's because both of you are going to get the same board, and then one of you is going to cast Champion Strength, and they're going to demolish your board. They're going to attack with 6, you're going to block with 6, and then you play like a frickin' 2-2, and then they smack you again. And that playing a 2-2 is literally the best play you could have made in that situation. Like, the way that Fansora would be able to navigate this matchup were there no Champion Strength is like, take advantage of the prize fights and the pings, and that is why the Bilgewater version is more popular than the Champion Strength version. Why we talk about this as being like a counter to the other Tristana lineups is because what Bilgewater has is like prize fight plus ping to just destroy any other mid-range matchup they possibly run into, and they have high enough attack units to do that in Tristana, Bandle Gunner, and the ship. I actually think the ship is a really cool addition to this deck, that, you know, it generates a prize fight, makes a prize fight every time you play a unit, and when one of your units survives damage, it gives it Brash. We see 2 of them in the hand here of Fansora, so, like, the King's Court is what you are getting out of the Bilgewater variant, and it's, again, we talked a little bit about earlier, so kind of comparing it to Red Gwen, where, like, you're this aggressive deck with Quietus and Ravenous Flock. That's kind of what you are as the Bilgewater version, is you've got prize fight and pings to take apart your opponent's board, while building up your own so easily and freely and just generating more and more cards because you're a Bandle City deck.
Yeah, and I think you were mentioning that King's Court is such a good addition in this deck, especially in a matchup like this. I feel like that almost has to be your Hail Mary card to bail yourself out of this matchup. It trades with one of their bigger units that get CS. It generates the prize fight, so you're able to set up a smaller unit to trade. And just, if you're able to trade with 2 units on a CS turn, that can really buy you the time to claw back into the game, especially if the rest of your hand was good. So it'll be interesting to see if Fansora can find somehow, some way across these next 2 turns to catch up in tempo so that the King's Court can actually salvage this game.
And even right now, we're going to see a smaller interaction that is Demacia favored, which is like if Fansora decides to go for prize fight ping onto this combat cook, form up will just save it and still float enough mana into the next turn for Floppy to play champion strength if they want to. But 9 times out of 10, you can just play it for the scout attack. You don't need to try and rally on your opponent's turn. The scout attack is really how you're going to push through the lethal, and like Fansora is not putting up enough pressure to force you into this big board rally.
Yeah, right now the only pressure that Fansora is really heavily applying is from this Tristana. The Owlcats with the Grandpa and the Tristana buff is definitely going to be some pressure now, but since Floppy said I'm okay playing this slower, going for the CS on my turn 7, he's going to be more than happy trading away a few units on his board, refilling with Tenor and potentially whatever he top stacks if the mana fits, and then just jamming that CS and trying to close it from there.
The one thing I am kind of curious about, and this is probably incorrect, but I just kind of want to see, is like, if Floppy just jams CS here to try and take total board control before the King's Court has any opportunity to try and get Fansora back into this game. But I think, like, the prize fights are just too slow. Even though this thing has a tune, I think, for some reason.
Yeah,
it looks like
tune.
it attunes. Okay, that's so random. But it has a tune, so, like, you can go down to, 2 spell mana this turn, and then, you play it. You've got 3 mana to go, like, prize fight, ping, which that's the issue, right? Is double prize fight plus 1 ping does nothing. 2 prize fights and 2 pings, maybe you're in business, but that's just not going to be available on turn 7.
Yeah, it's just, especially because we used that pie toss last turn on Teemo, which is like opening up a board space that isn't actually pressuring like the CS turn. It can just be really, really hard to end up answering this CS effectively because, like you said, we're gonna have 2 prize fights and no pings, which we can maybe sometimes manage to set up a way to trade down board, but if our opponent draws like a group shot, we're all of a sudden in a really awkward spot trying to use these prize fights.
Yeah, Fansora's just trying to do what they can with the Tristana. It's gonna have Overwhelm and Impact too, so like this is Floppy's chance to try and trade off as much of the board as possible. The issue is that Floppy can just run out of Tenor of Terror after these trades happen and almost certainly still have at least 5 units for that champion strength turn.
This Overwhelm weapon is a massive hit though, because if Floppy isn't able to end next turn with CS, I don't think he has a way to claw himself out of this game, because he's on a 2-turn clock right now.
Yeah, and this is why you're going to see, who has the attack token on which turns mattering, mostly in the situations where it is not a Demacia mirror. In the Demacia mirror, I don't think it's as important who has the champion strength attack token on 6, because you just kind of trade champion strengths in a perfect world, and like it doesn't really matter if you have scouts if we're just trading off our entire boards against each other anyway. But in a situation like this where your opponent can't counter with it, if Floppy had the attack token here, this would be game over.
Yeah, definitely, right? We saw the advantage that Floppy was able to create based on his turn 2 and 3, and it's just so much, it's so overbearing for this build deck to try and beat off with the opener they had. But because we had 1 more token, we were able to get this Tristana down and be able to attack, we were able to relieve a lot of pressure. I wonder if we were supposed to swing even more aggressively on the side of Fansora.
I think so. I think you understand, you have 2 options, right? You can try and trade down as much as possible to play around the champion strength, or you can just really hope your opponent doesn't have it, and it looks like Fansora has gone for the latter strategy.
And with this latter strategy, unfortunately, he's about to be in for a rude awakening. Thankfully for him, though, Tristana will set up 2 trades with the prize fight, and then the boat can come down and block again, or you can send in like a smaller unit to jump down. So, not the is there a way to live that? We can trade 2 units. We have the ping.
Overwhelm on the cook does make it complicated.
Yeah. With the overwhelm on the cook, I don't think there is an out.
It's like, it's Overwhelm on the Cook. There's 2 Impact on the side of Floppy. Gonna take out the Cook immediately. Prize fight ping.
Yeah, the awkward part when you prize fight ping like this is none of your units are trading now besides Tristana. So I think you're just going to get swarmed too hard on the crackback.
Yeah, and there's no real reason for Floppy to play the Grumble Slug here and give Fansora the opportunity to run out the boat. I think that might actually be a lose condition for Floppy, is if they let Fansora... Oh no. Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
Well, yeah, let's see.
Because now, there's 3 trades available on the side of Fansora.
I think you're supposed to play the boat right now as... it's tricky. Because you set up 3 trades when you play the boat.
Yeah, you get a boat block, a Tristana block, and a prize fight block. You know Floppy's totally... Well, I guess Floppy does still have group shot mana, which I think is the one consideration Fansora is currently trying to make.
Yeah, I don't... So, you play the boat, and then you do your trade down, and you put Mayor on the 2-3, and then you're able to play an Owl, and then you eat the 2-3 and the Mayor, or you block the big guys that are left, I guess. Is like, the line is something like that.
Yeah, and like now Floppy not even able to go in with the Grumble Slug that they played.
Yeah, so Fansora is able to just hold the Mayor back to get his second Owl in.
So like we mentioned previously, there's going to be 3 trades here, maximum, coming out of Fansora. But again, I think they might be a little bit worried about group shot, although I don't think you can really play around that at this point.
Yeah.
Covering fire.
I think we need to prize fight onto something else.
One of the 7 health units.
Yeah, and then put the
4-2
7-5 on the 5-7.
A little bit of a different line from Floppy here, who is going to fall down to 3. Still going to be 3 units on the side of Floppy, and after this Owlcat comes down, 3 units on the side of Fansora. No impact left, so Fansora is able to weather the storm, and only going to lose 1 unit here. I mean, we're going to get a trade of the 6-4 onto the 4-2. Yeah, still not going in with that Grumble Slug, and that means, like, the Bandle City Mare gets to survive, and Floppy's left with 2 Grumble Slugs. But, I mean, Fansora is still at 2. There is still an Overwhelm weapon and a form-up in the hand of Floppy Mudkip. But there's also the ship plus an Overwhelm weapon on the side of Fansora.
And the exact mana to play it next turn.
Yeah, once that Attune comes in, and that'll be 9 attack. Not quite lethal on its own. And no
With
mana
a
to
group
play
shot.
the...
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
but no
exact
mana.
mana to play the Overwhelm weapon, though.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be a tight game.
Mm.
Oh, and then the Mayor top deck. That's one of the better top decks for Floppy.
Yeah, I am going to have to go back later and check if Floppy had lethal guaranteed if they didn't play the Grumble Slug, because I am very curious about whether or not that was a potential punt to let Fansora get back into this one, or if it really didn't matter.
Yeah, I cannot think through it properly right now, but that is an interesting question. Very interesting game. I think, like, what we're seeing is these Tristana mirrors are very close, regardless of which regions.
Yeah, I want everyone to remember that when we say favored, sometimes we just mean like a 55% win rate, although I think this one's closer to 60, but like a 60% win rate isn't that high. You know what I mean? Like, if we play 100 games and you win 60 of them, I don't feel like you dominated me. I feel like that was probably pretty close. And it means that if you're playing, like, only 3 games, there's a good chance that, like, I actually do end up winning 2 of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's hard to necessarily wrap your head around exactly what numbers means. And not you necessarily, Boulevard, but people in general. It can be a hard thing to conceptualize. And this is one of those matchups where, yeah, Demacia Trist does win more times than it loses, but not to that significant of an amount, not to the point where it's a dominating fashion.
Yeah, I don't think everybody necessarily conceptualizes how few truly one-sided matchups we've had in LOR, like 80 to 90% win rate matchups. And when we do have them, it's usually like two very fringe decks playing into each other. It's not like mainstream matchups.
Yeah. My favorite mainstream matchup, Anivia versus Bandle tree.
Yeah, I think the most popular one that we got was Feel the Rush versus Draven Ezreal. Was like 90% Feel the Rush favored.
Yeah. That was one of the most polarized ones. But when Feel the Rush was very good, a lot of times people would just stop playing Draven Ezreal for the most part because of it. Or only play it in a tournament where you could ban Feel the Rush, so.
Yeah.
Just the way Runeterra works. And one of the reasons why that BO3 is so interesting.
Floppy has now weathered the storm and is going to get the attack token back. I mean, we talked about how close and interesting this game got, but if Floppy just ever top decks champion strength, it feels like we're back to just an absolute blowout on one side.
He got this funny purple guy off the mayor that has 4 impact. But it is going to die to
Prize Fight Ping.
Prize Fight Ping.
Even, well, no, yeah, Form Up is just not able to get it out of the range.
Shall we bully off?
We'll only get it to 8 HP, which, actually, we're not even going to do that. We're just going to group shot our
Form
2-1
Up-
to avoid the impact entirely.
Form Up will... double Form Up is lethal here, though.
Yeah, and Fansora doesn't have an answer for that. And that is going to do it. Floppy Mudkip going to take this one very, very narrowly.
Yeah. Really, really tight. These Trist matchups are just so insane. I said it earlier, but like these are games of inches, and like just putting yourself just behind just a little bit can be so meaningful.
And it's so hard to tell in the earlier stages of the game, like how much damage you need to be saving versus the board control that you're giving up, and how much you're actually going to lose by when the lethal comes down to it. And here we see like Floppy Mudkip without that second Form Up, if they had drawn like a unit or something like that, then Fansora would probably be alive at 1 still.
Yeah, he would just have the time to play this Buster Shot, right? And get the value out of it, and would probably live because Floppy wouldn't be wide enough. But Form Up, exactly letting Floppy go over the top.
Yeah, and we also see the importance of the weapon generation. I mean, both players had an overwhelmed weapon, and that's what made it such a close game, was the ability to get that extra damage through over your opponent. But again, like you said, a very close matchup, very exciting to see, but Floppy Mudkip does very narrowly take it out over Fansora and will be moving on with, I believe, a 3-0 record. And considering that there was only 1 minute left on the in-game timer there, that there are no other matches going on, and as soon as I get word from production, I believe we're going to be throwing it to a break before we get you into round 4. Again, we're doing 7 rounds of Swish today, followed by a top 8 cutoff, and I do have word that we have the break ready. So we'll throw you to another short break, and then we will be back with round number 4 of the Master and Terra May Open. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Mastering Your Entire May Open. We have some very unfortunate and disgruntling news to share with you today, and that is that there are 3 Karma set Targon players in the tournament, and our wonderful producer, Ice-T, has decided to go on a psychopathic rampage and has decided to not only show us all 3 of them by the time we are less than halfway done with the Swiss rounds, but has also managed to find a mirror match of 2 of those Karma Targon set players. And so what we will be showing you today will be hard to watch. If you have any children or someone who is pregnant at home, I suggest that you take them away from the camera now, as we are going to be here for approximately 2 hours while we grind through, potentially, a Karma set Targon mirror card. Gamer, how is your mental state going into this matchup?
You know, I'm just thankful that we now actually have a timer in tournaments, because I remember the days of Karma Targon when there was no timer.
Grassroots has come a long way. Thank you to the devs so much for putting a timer into the game. We are going to take a look at the deck lists here very quickly. Again, anybody with small children... Oh, never mind. First, we're going to take a look at the prize pool. You can look at that. That's a fat stack of money, baby. Everybody can look at that one. Look at that. $1,500. $606.40 to first place. Half of that for second place. And down we go. We're getting up there. We're getting a nice little chunk of change here to go to these players. And we can see here a couple of the 3-0s. None of these... Actually, no, Alexander. We are going to be taking a look at Alexander versus Yang Zera for this matchup. And those 2 plus Smooth Swallowist, like we said, all 3 Karma Targon set players. But first, we're taking a look at a deck that we have seen numerous times, and that is a Teemo Tristana Nora Bilgewater.
Yeah, so this is Yang's Teemo Tristana Nora. This is what we were kind of talking about a little bit earlier, when we were talking about, like, you know, the Pantora's list and the 1-1-1 of all of the split to have the better matchup into the field. And I'm curious if Yang as well has decided to play into Demacia Trist, although I don't think we get to see that today.
No, probably not. You know what is really unfortunate is I do not think there is a world where either one of these players is banning the Karma Targon. I'm pretty sure it's going to be, you know, some of the more standardized bans, but we're ready to move on to the next list. We've seen this one 100 times. Slow rolling us through the deck screen even. There's the monstrosity itself. And everybody, if you have small children, please exit the room currently, as this is going to be a little hard to look at, and you're going to be looking at it for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, what is there to say about this deck? I mean, it's Karma set. You have Karma and set. I would say your win conditions, but yeah, about
And then
those.
Pantheon Samira. This one's a little more... I do have a little bit more to say about this one, because like last week people were coming to me and they're like, yeah, Pantheon Samira, and I was like, I don't know about that. It was like rank 89th on ladder by play rate, and now it has come up considerably, but I'm still not convinced that this is like, why are you playing this over a different Samira deck? I have not been able to conceive.
Yeah, so Pantheon Samira has done some impressive things, but also I understand your sentiment of like, why are we playing this over Fizz Samira? I think Pantheon, that guy's pretty good, and like Darken equipments are like pretty good. I think Varus Samira, on top of showing us like a lot of things about how good Varus and Samira are together, it really showed us the power of Naga Kaneka and Samira on like big board-based units, and this is really just trying to take advantage of those things, which can line up pretty well into the meta.
Yeah, I guess I'm not convinced that this is better than even the nerfed version of Samira Varus, is kind of the issue that I'm having, because when we look at some of the other like mid-range decks you expect in the meta, like Aatrox and Deep, like I don't think Pantheon is getting bigger than that. The only saving grace I can see here is like you do have a lot of spell shield if you do find yourself against like the Nora half of the meta, like the Jace Heimers and stuff like that. Maybe that's where you get, but like you can also just play Expanse's Protection in Varus, so yeah, I guess we don't even play Eula here. I thought Eula would be like the big difference maker, but we don't even have that. All right,
a lot
whatever.
of versions play Eula. It'll be interesting to see how this does without Eula.
Yeah.
Going into Alexander's side, though, we have the Jace Heimer, but on a Sentinels build, actually. Not playing the Hextech Cantler, and instead electing to play Buru Sentinels and Burgeoning Sentinels instead to try and get on board faster.
And we've seen something like this out of Maddie. Just Maddie wasn't running the Heimer. They were just going Jace, Mono, Sentinel. I wasn't really a fan when Maddie did it. I just feel like the deck casts out a little bit too hard. But then we also get to see Diana, Nora, Aurelion. So a return to this Targon Bandle City Aurelion Soul that we saw earlier, but now with Nora in here to try and actually take advantage of the Celestials coming out towards the level up of a champion and not just jamming 3 Aurelion Soul.
Mm-hmm. And then lastly, we have Targon Karma set. Well, this one's a little bit less standard. This is a lot more unit dense than most of the other Karmas we've seen, which I don't play this deck. I have respect for myself, but I would imagine playing a more unit dense version is pretty good. Units are pretty good in the Runeterra card game, so seems like a smart decision by Alexander.
The units might actually give a big advantage in the mirror match that this is almost certainly going to come down to at some point as well, because there's no removal here, right? Like, it's just Sunburst and Celestial Impact. You're not going to be using that on, like, a 2-3 that is poking you in the face every single round. And if you decide to use your Falling Stars on it, then you're just limiting the amount of removal that you have for, like, a set later down the line.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Boulevard. This could definitely be a big deal in the mirror, which, hopefully... I'm praying to my fallen stars, but we do not have to see.
Again, that is something that is out of our control. If Ice-T sends us into this game, and the first thing we see is a Karma set Targon versus a Karma set Targon, I am going to go absolutely ballistic. I have been permissioned to use some colorful language, so just be prepared for that. If you have sensitive ears or sensitive children, and you see Karma set, I'm going to give you a 3-second warning. It sounds like we are going into the game, so card gamer, you might want to lower my volume or whatever you need to do, but we are about to find out exactly what we are in for here in game number 1, and it is not a mirror match.
Okay, well, we're partially through.
My blood pressure just dropped about 20 points when I saw it wasn't a mirror, so, like, that's cool. That's good.
Like, okay, Karma could just win here, you know? That is
a Karma could win here,
and
we can avoid the mirror, because if I... Oh, man. Calm down, Boulevard. Calm down.
So looking at this opening hand from Yang, this is a really strong start with being able to go Grandpa on 2, into Mayor on 3, into playing the Owlcat on 3. However, Yang might try and look for something a little bit better or more aggressive, higher value pieces, because we're against a really high value deck. Also elects to keep 1 pig to be able to deal with key threats when he draws into the prize fight, and then kicking the King's Court makes a lot of sense, just a bit clunky right now.
And I have to imagine that the mirror is still on the table, because I would believe that Alexander did ban the Samira Pantheon, probably just looking to ban whatever the Samira deck is in a lineup like this. But, you know, given what they have remaining on the table in this higher unit version of the Karma set that you were mentioning earlier, actually does look like just the Stunhawk does look pretty good into Bandle Gunners.
Yeah, well, Sunhawk is pretty good into Tristana. I don't know about that Bandle Gunner card.
I just meant the deck archetype in general.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. So it will do a lot versus Trist, right? And against the boards that aren't being held down by the cards like Bandle Gunner and Owlcat, when they're using other threats to like be the main threats on their board, this Sunhawk is going to do a lot of work with the Sun. And then, like you were kind of alluding to, the 2/3 it's a good body on these boards most of the time.
Unfortunately, though, Yang does seem to have their foot pretty heavily on the gas. You know, even going to get this Bandle City Mare into quick attack range. And again, just an important interaction to point out for those of you that aren't aware. If you silence something, that does not remove the keyword from the weapon. It's like attached in that way. So not going to be able to like hush this Mare in combat to block it. The quick attack will persist, but a Sunburst will take care of it anyway. Unfortunately, does not kill the weapon, though. That is going to go back to Yang's hand, and I feel like weapons are so important against Karma decks and control decks in general, and just making sure that any and everything you put on the board is a threat.
Yes, weapons are very good at terms at making your units and like increasing your threat density, but I think that we may, even though it is good to like force out removal, it is a little bit awkward when we put weapons on units our opponent wants to remove, like we did there, and then they eat removal and we have to spend more mana re-equipping the weapon. The fact it's an option is really good, but it isn't something we always want to be forced to spend the mana on, especially if we're trying to play a late game that like involves Eye of Nagakaboros and like King's Court that is more expensive. That mana can be really taxing on our overall the amount of mana we have access to across the game.
Set is going to get to take this out here, and I mean, as soon as Yang Zera can get this Tenor of Terror down, then they have an option to try and take out the set with a 2 damage group shot as well as the Perilous Pastry. But outside of that, I mean, like, It's a little awkward to say that, like, there's this control deck and we look at the removal tools available to Alexander and, like, they're kind of few and far between, but I feel like it's actually going to be really difficult for Yang to get Puzzling Signpost value unless Alexander top decks a Celestial Impact and tries to commit it onto a Tristana down the line, because when we look at what's currently available, it's just all burst spells.
Yeah, it's all burst spells, and then, you know, it's... What, are you going to end up denying a set Showstopper later?
I mean, that doesn't even do anything, right? Because it just puts
Yeah,
it back
it
in the
puts-
hand and it's a 0 mana card.
4 mana draw a card? Like, okay, I guess so. Like,
And
definitely a tricky
Hush
spot.
gonna take out the Gnar here, as well as deny the generation of a Pokey Stick. Yang also electing not to use the Group Shot with 4 units in play. Doesn't want to give Alexander the opportunity to, you know, like, Star Shaping or Guiding Touch up this set back out of the range of all the pings. And that's why, like, the removal suite out of Yang is so awkward in a matchup like this, where your opponent is playing Targon instead of Piltover and Zon, and that healing is really the big factor that you're getting over the removal of the Mystic Shots and the High Notes.
Yeah, the removal is a lot dinkier coming out of Bandle City, right? Which can definitely create some issues and make things a lot more awkward. That being said, it is a lot cheaper, right? Which is really nice, and it helps this deck facilitate states it really wants to be in the later games, which is like playing a King's Court and then playing a lot of units the turn after and being able to like spam out or really pressure your opponent's mana when you force them to tap. Which is hopefully what Yang is going to be able to do next turn with like this 1 mana Bandle Gunners and being able to play this Tenor of Terror, which like goes 2 wide in 1 action. Really try and tax the mana of Alexander as much as possible.
And I like Yang holding onto the Tenor until the top deck to see if they can actually find either a King's Court or a Tristana to, you know, give them a sort of reason to hang back these units and wait until that other unit is online to run them out, but doesn't find anything, is still able to play everything that they want to because the Bandle Gunner gets so cheap. But now, this is the really big pressure point. Alexander has Karma and Set available. You cannot let them hit turn 10 with both of these champions. It looks like we're doing a good job of forcing out some blocks here, as Place Your Bets is not what you want to be finding multiple copies of in a matchup like this.
Yeah, having the double draw spell in any of these board-based matchups, having to play any draw spell early, right? And then just having 2 of them in your hand, like either of those situations is really damning against these board-based decks. Karma as a deck is really weak in turns 6 through 9 usually, especially 7 through 9. And if you're playing draw spells, your mana is just taxed so incredibly on those turns against these decks that it's almost impossible to win, as we see right here.
I'm gonna lose it because I think we know what this means.
No. Surely,
I think we know what this means.
surely they wanted to play into Pantheon.
Surely
You
they
have-
wanted to play into Pantheon.
You have all these sunbursts. How do you
Or-
lose to Pantheon?
Like Alexander could switch decks and lose, and then we dodge this, right? Then we're good. But I think that's the only realistic universe, and I gotta say, like, if you have the option to play a Karma Set Targon Mirror, do you even want to do that in game 2, knowing that you lost game 1?
You're probably not supposed to if you're thinking about playing for the clock.
I think that
clock
even
out
if you
works.
win that Karma Set Mirror, you're gonna have like 5-10 minutes to play out game number 3, and you know you're gonna be against a Karma Set Targon again. Oh, they did ban it.
This is someone who values their sanity more than their EV, and I respect that.
One of my favorite casting moments that ever came out of Magic the Gathering was a player conceded in the finals of a Pro Tour, just 1 game, and it was, you know, it's on time top cut, and the commentators were like, just really valuing his time on this earth. And I think about that a lot, because it was one of those situations where, like, he's not losing for another 20 turns, you know, and you really do got to value your time on this earth. You got to look at yourself on a Saturday afternoon and say, do I want to play a Karma Targon Mirror? And Alexander said, no, I do not.
Yeah, that's respect. That's the real winner. Like, that's someone who, like, they have a life to live outside of Runeterra.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander, for doing this for us.
You're our hero.
Oh my god, I can't believe what T tried to bait us into, and Alexander was able to pull us out. Thank you so much. I will donate more LP to you in the future. I promise you deserve all of it. But getting into the matchup at hand, I don't really know what to say about Diana A-Soul Nora.
Yeah.
No more lies.
I,
I shall be
Especially
heard.
its matchup as it relates to Pantheon Samira.
So I guess we're going after this.
your
If we go after the Saga Seeker, I'm imagining, I don't remember Yang's list exactly, but I imagine it means there's no Vigor, and we're okay trading Pails.
Yeah, Yang actually can get this Saga Seeker big enough if they Pale, Flare all out,
There are two types of
but
people.
I don't
could
know if
also-
that's
and
worth
the
it.
dead.
Yeah, they could do that, or they could also use the Sharpened Resolve, right?
True, yeah.
So they have options if they want to fight it.
Yeah. I had to math real quick.
Likes to go for the Pale, so we'll probably see the Pale in response, and then the interesting question is how Yang proceeds from there.
Our light grows
I'd be very
brighter.
surprised if Yang went Flare all out just because, like, if it also leveled Samira, I think it would be worth it, but the fact that you're going to leave her one shy, I think makes it a pretty easy decision to just let the Saga Seeker die.
Yeah, I agree. I think this scenario makes a lot of sense. And then we're able to just get in with the Samira and drag the Diana, remove their interaction on the board, which is really nice, as well as making this 2-1 into like somewhat of an actual threat, which we've talked about earlier today, is really important to do as like these mid-range decks against these control decks.
This should be fun.
If there goes Diana, like, you can mini morph, but you're still losing the Diana. There's really not a lot of reason to there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was a Harazi on the Samira for some reason.
Oh,
What wondrous
Yeah.
discoveries await below?
So, we're going in to do the trigger this turn. This is a bit of an awkward situation for both players right now. Like, there is the Samira on the board, but Samira is like a lot of a board control tool, and she helps like generate a bit of value by like giving triggers through without having to commit spells that don't replace themselves, which is nice for Yang, but neither player is really like advancing their game state.
no, and I gotta say the stall tactics do, at the moment, at the very least, look like they are favoring Alexander, who's going to start getting these Celestials online very soon. Actually can Dragon's Clutch to draw Aurelion Soul and go for the turn 8 Aesol with that Eclipse Dragon. Losing the Samira here, a little
Don't
rough,
ask
but
for
has
permission
copies
or
2 and 3 on backup.
Yeah, and Yang's just gonna be on the same game plan, using the Samira, trying to control the board, so trying to make his other units threats eventually, and just waiting for this Pantheon to come in, and eventually play this Pantheon that has like 9 keywords.
Yeah, I mean, the Pantheon's gonna need, like, it's gonna have to be Challenger, Quick Attack, and then find a way to get a Scout Weapon on it, because there's nothing to stop Alexander from just going Eclipse Dragon, Dragon's Clutch to draw Aesol, Aesol on 8, and Yang, like, a 4-attack Samira is the largest unit they have. At the very least, we're finally getting to deal with these Pegasuses that we're just making it way too efficient for Alexander to make it this stage of the late game. The problem, though, is that now we have arrived at the late game. How do you deal with not just the Aesol, even just the Eclipse Dragon? A 7/7 with Fury is way too big for Yang to handle currently.
Yeah, and this is a really scary situation Yang has found himself in now, where he's used his attack token as this Pantheon Samira deck. He can't realistically level his Samira as well as like apply a lot of threats on the board, so he doesn't have a way to apply a lot of pressure, and has essentially given his opponent all of this time to set up what they need to be doing and what they want to be doing to build a wall, set up this unbeatable attrition late game that can even go through these giant Pantheons.
Yeah, the upcycled Rake option here, I think, is a really important piece of the tool, a really important piece of the puzzle to, like, turn Pantheon into a game-winning tool. Like we mentioned, kind of needs, like, Quick Attack and Challenger and Scout in order to effectively take down these larger units. And Yang might actually, at the very least, is setting up for a Samira level, but again, like, a rally doesn't feel as impactful when you've got a 4-3 and a 2-1, so Yang needs to find a threat, and it's really just gotta be Pantheon. That's like the opposite of Pantheon. That's the weakest unit in your deck.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we take this in Guiding Touch base, because we need to be digging. Electing to just value HP, which is also reasonable, because like this deck doesn't really do anything unless they have their 1 Aesol, but unfortunately they kind of do have their 1 Aesol right now.
Yeah. And again, just absolutely no way for Yang to deal with that. Also taps below Naga NECA mana. Not that that would be a difference maker here. Naga NECA only had 5 attack. Gonna do a little bit of beating before it can take out an Aesol and would probably just get mini-morphed.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Samira ends up beating a mini-morph this turn, unless we decide to go for the Aesol.
It's a question of like how safe is the Aesol play, and considering the main sort of removal tool for Yang is just going to be Furious Wielder, and they only have mana for double Furious Wielder, which just pops the spell shield and then deals 5 damage to it. It looks like this is a really safe Aesol from the side of Alex, who, you know, I gotta say, the Dragon's Clutch, there's only one Aesol and only one Eclipse Dragon. So really, really low on the targets there, so not going to get full value out of it. Only draws an Aesol.
Yeah. And I really like this by Yang, setting up his board so he can try and go after Aesol like this turn or next turn quickly, with the challenger and with the quick attack. Because judging on his hand, and like you were mentioning, the spell shield, it's most likely easiest for Yang to use challenger quick attack and a bunch of combat tricks to actually interact with these big threats, as opposed to Furious Wielder and the like.
The one issue that I have with like Samira trying to take out the Aesol is like the reason you need Pantheon to do the double attack scout is because he has barriers. So like if Samira went at the Aesol, Samira would just die. I don't think you could possibly get her to 10 attack on the previous turn. But Alex like reasonably could have lost the Eclipse Dragon and just wasn't down for that, willing to take this a little bit slower. Although I am concerned at how much mana Alex is going to be constantly floating to try and threaten this Aesol
We were
drop.
peaceful once.
Yeah, that is the big concern, especially because Yang actually managed to get this level 2 Samira and has these gems to pump it up pretty large, which can apply quite a bit of
I
pressure.
was always mortal.
Yeah, and now just going to hang out one card away from the rally, which I think is a position that Alex is kind of okay with. Thinks that they're going to be able to, like, once that rally is gone and Samira's back down to the D rank, I think that's when Alex is going to feel a lot more comfortable playing out the Aesol. But like you mentioned, Mini-Morph might just have to come out on Samira, and that is exactly what happens.
Oh dear.
But here comes Samira number 3.
Yep, Samira number 3. But this Samira, notably, is going to be much, much weaker. And
Weaponless.
Yep, exactly. Because of the no weapons, they can't access the weapons, they can't keep cycling it to try and rally as easily, and to threaten Aesol. And this can potentially be the opening that Alexander needs to convert the game and get this Aesol
I
down.
excel at making heads turn and roll.
Yeah, I mean, like, even though, like, drop Aesol next turn, if your opponent rallies, you're really not looking at much, but it's really gonna, this is what I hate about Pantheon Card Gamer, is like, in a situation like this, it feels like, yeah, Pantheon could still win the game, but as always, it's gonna be very dependent on the keywords that he rolls, and you know, in aggro matchups, it's like, okay, yeah, Pantheon's a wash if I can roll Lifesteal, and here it's going to probably have to be like Elusive and Spell Shield to try and eat all of the tools out of Alexander's hand and then still push through lethal.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the deal with Pantheon, and as much as you can say that's a reason why, like, Pantheon feels bad to play, which I totally agree, it is something that feels bad to play, there's something worth noting of, like, he does just win those games sometimes.
Yeah.
And then there's also all of the games that just work out how they're supposed to and he wins. And because of that, Pantheon, a lot of the times ends up being quite a strong card. I'm not so sold right now, just like you are, that this is the time for Pantheon, but he is very good at stealing games he should not. Because
Yeah.
he will have like 9 or 10 keywords when he comes down next turn, if that's the case. It's
And on top of that,
is that enough?
You know, sometimes Pantheon just does what he's supposed to do, which is like, you just take advantage of the Fated and the Overwhelm, and the rest of the keywords don't super matter. But then, like, you run into those matchups where it's like completely dependent on rolling one keyword, and that's where things get a little bit dicey. And again, I'm just not necessarily convinced that this is better than the Varus version, even through the nerfs.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well, because the Cultist Toolbox is just very powerful, and it's a lot less clunky than the Noxus and Targon Toolbox. It's just a question of those Pantheon hit the meta that well, and
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he does, but he's nowhere to be found right now, so we can't answer that question.
Yeah, you do still have to draw your champions, which Alexander has finally found the situation where they are comfortable throwing down this Aurelion Soul because they have the stun spell on backup. So if they want to, could preserve the life of the Nora here and deny the second challenger, which I don't think is a bad play. I don't know if it's the best use. Maybe you feel like you can wait for a second here, but a couple options on the side of Alexander.
Yeah, I think, like you were saying, it makes a lot of sense, especially if you want to try and make sure no funny business happens this turn, but there's a very real chance you get a higher value stun later. I do think I like this overall, though, because you protect your units, you make it hard for your opponent to have challenger, and because of that, your opponent is going to have to spend a lot more resources to try and actually stop your Aurelion Soul Flip, which will do a very good job of actually finally buying back all of the tempo to start closing the game.
Because the one way that Yang actually has to remove this Aurelion Soul currently is like run a unit into it, whirling death to remove the spell shield, and then Furious Wielder after the fact. But Alexander does have Puzzling Signpost, which can kill weapons and deny the Furious Wielder, but it doesn't matter because it is going to be used now in order to take that Eclipse Dragon off the field, get a Flare, but no high impact challenger from here on out unless you just care about taking out the Nora, which there's no reason not to.
I don't know if I like using this challenger this turn as opposed to, because we might need to use this challenger on Samira next turn to try and remove the Aurelion Soul, since we can buff Samira up really high, or any other big celestial that they end up slamming, like a Scourge. We do have the double gem plus the sharpen resolve, so we can put Samira all the way up to 11 if necessary to remove key threats. And then she can attack twice and like remove a celestial and a soul. So I really think Yang is supposed to hold on to this challenger.
I think what Yang is considering here is because the Samira has Scout and you're gonna have to play multiple cards to get her into a soul killing range, he wants to just send in the Samira, pump her up enough that, like, you know, if A-Soul declares a block, then, like, you can put her into A-Soul killing range while still being able to actually take advantage of the rally because you've already sent in your first attack for the turn. Like, I think the Scout keyword is what makes it a defensible line to use the Challenger here, because you should get another one next turn right before the rally.
Mm-hmm. I understand the thought process. I'm just a little bit worried against hits like the Scourge, because we might just, like, explode to that guy next turn.
I think the really awkward part for Yang is that I don't think you can get Challenger on Samira and get her big enough to kill a threat without accidentally using your rally before you send her into combat.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be probably one of the last rallies that you get out of her, at least until one of your units dies and you can start weapon cycling again.
I do love an audience.
Oh, this Furious Wielder might bait Yang Zera really hard. That Puzzling Signpost has chances to get insane value.
A futile struggle.
Yeah, and starting with the open attack, I think it makes a lot of sense with how we're planning to set up the rally this turn and how we can abuse the Scout keyword, which Yang has been doing a very good job of abusing this game. The open attack, or the attack rallies with Samira, as well as abusing the Scout. But like you were saying, Boulevard, he can get very, very punished this turn for the ability, for the Furious Wielder.
I think Alexander's just dead. I think the Noxian Telstone is just, like, looking at Alexander's hand, there's like, there's just nothing.
Oh yeah.
You leave me no recourse.
Sometimes it just be like that. The question is, does Yang go for it? Hold on, let me check the number of copies of, like, Star Shapings and Fast Speed Interaction, because I don't think there's a lot. I think that Stun Spell might have been the only copy. And that's already out of the way. We don't have deck list anywhere in the Discord, so I can't actually check it on the fly, but I assume this is a relatively safe lethal for Yang. I don't think there's a lot of punishes
one
here.
other copy of Celestial Wonder, it looks like.
That is a little risky. It's pretty like, you lose if that Celestial Wonder comes out, I think.
Yeah, you have
And those Moon Dreamers have been in hand
I
for
know it's
forever.
hard, but
If
try not to
you-
stare.
You have to play one spell if your opponent says okay to this. Or no, you don't, I'm sorry. Because they have one star shaping and they played it, I believe. So this is lethal right now because of Flare.
I don't think they played it right because they never got a 7 mana Celestial other than the 2
Oh, yeah,
Ace.
yeah. So this doesn't beat star shaping.
Puzzling Signpost comes out preemptively, but that doesn't take Alex off of anything they weren't already off previously. The question here is, like, does Yang go for the Ace-ul kill or do they go for lethal? Is the Ace-ul kill safer? That doesn't
Well,
matter. We'll never
Doesn't
know.
have to decide.
We'll never know. But the important thing, card gamer, is that you were not
For them, the last thing they
maliciously
saw
thrown
was
into
me.
a Karma Set Targon mirror. And that's a
No.
W. That's a W for me, for you, for chat, for everybody in the world except Ice-T, who apparently just really wants to watch us suffer as you take his place today.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I thought he'd be nice about this. I didn't think he'd be so vindictive, but here he is. But that does mean we've got plenty of time to find another matchup, as that actually was a relatively quick 2-0. There's about 20-30 minutes left on the clock, so I'm sure Ice-T can find us another match that involves 0 Karma Set Targon players to throw us into. Until then, I'm just going to keep talking and staring into the camera so that everybody knows that this is a big W for everyone, that we didn't have to see that, because we got a long way to go today. Which unfortunately means there is more opportunities for some of these players to run into each other, especially if they make it to Top Cut, because, you know, Yang is moving on 4-0, Alex is still 3-1, and I think Smooth is also still up there. Has a chance to make Top Cut for sure. Definitely not eliminated just yet.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of very good players in the 3-0 bracket. We saw at the start of this round, as well as a lot of new faces that people probably don't recognize. So it'll be exciting to see who actually sticks up there and who falls to the wayside as we go into Top Cut.
All right, we do get Lunaya, who I don't think is European, but I do see them in a lot of European Twitch chats. So, but I'm pretty sure they're American.
They're EMEA.
They're European, of course. Yeah. There's 6, there's 3 Karma Targons in the tournament. We saw all 3 of them. There's 5 Europeans in the tournament. We've seen all 5 of them. I see what you're playing at here, Ice-T. But we do have a Kaiser Demacia up against the Bilgewater Tristana Bandle Gunners, and that is 2 Bandle Gunners in the hand for OMG, who is currently staring
There's
down
nowhere to
a
hide.
very threatening scout attack from a Kaiser, although that will actually be the final attack for the turn. Gonna trade off their ship here, as well as their entire board, because they need to survive the overwhelm.
I thought we were taking 7 from not blocking. I wonder if
didn't see.
we are supposed to block. Yeah, because we hit face once, so we were dealing 7. So yeah, giving up the unit. We probably don't need it for lethal, but we may need it for lethal, which is the scary part.
Yeah, especially like, if you're throwing down Bandle Gunners, we talked earlier about the prize fight impact interaction, where like it feels a lot safer to go for lethal off of impact if you're getting prize fights for every unit you throw down.
Yeah, because we're not beating
Oh, I wonder if
Cataclysm.
I was gonna ask if it was a play around to Cataclysm, because now all of your units have Spell Shield, but I'm pretty sure Cataclysm just sends you into combat, or does it just
Yeah.
pop the Spell Shield?
It pops the spell shield and the opponent starts a free attack.
That's
So
what I
it doesn't
thought.
do the challenge.
Okay, that's
so
what I thought.
it actually would have been better to oh well, they have a tough, so I guess it doesn't really matter. You don't really get to play around Cataclysm.
Is
The void
Lunaya
doesn't
trying to
wait.
just big brain it
Neither
here
should
by
we.
doing a fake Cataclysm hover with the right of negation?
Probably. Considering they didn't scoop, I would imagine it's fake Cataclysm as opposed to like sad deny scoop.
Yeah, I will say I have very little. What's the word? I want to say respect, but that's not exactly the right word, but I'll just say it. I have very little respect for mind games of that
Anyone
level.
seen any
Like, I
sheep
think
around
it
here?
doesn't
Yeah,
matter pretty much at all.
It can get very small edges, but yeah, a lot of times it's more cute than it is beneficial.
Yeah. Although I do say, I will say rather, I think this is Lunaya losing here because they're going to be forced to use the right to try and dodge an Impact 3, and then they just die to prize fight.
Yeah.
I think that's the interaction here. On top of the fact that they might just, I mean, they're basically dead if they're losing Kaiser to the overwhelm Bandle Gunner anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right,
So-
yeah, little owl cat.
He's getting in there.
They've breached.
Yeah, this is actually even a safer lethal because this is going to push enough damage onto the Kaiser that the overwhelm Bandle Gunner on Kaiser is going to be lethal. On top of the fact that if you trade one of these other blockers for it, then you actually don't have enough blockers to save the board. So OMG Elite Hacks is going to make a really, really good play here.
Yeah. The Kaiser has vulnerable too, right? So you can just drag it to the side, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's true too.
So I would imagine the 2-1 just ends up grabbing this Kaiser.
Yep.
I'm armed. Am I armed?
Or not.
I guess not.
I wonder if
We
they
might
forgot.
be able to steal...
I think Prize Fight hard secures this
Yeah.
every time. On top of the fact that like the
We're just
overwhelm
dead.
Bandle Gunner can just prize fight the Kaiser for maximum overwhelm damage.
And we're also just dead here. If we
Yeah.
had quicksand, we could have had fall slip. And I wonder if that is the set or not.
Hard to say. Hard to
Yeah.
say. You know, I do want to ask, how are you feeling about Demacia Shurima decks? Be it, well, I guess Evelyn's not actually Shurima, but I was going to ask about, like, the Kaiser decks that we see popping up, as well as, like, Lucian Evelyn. I know is, like, I've heard a lot more whisperings about that recently than I have in a long time.
Yeah, so it seems like people want a... Well, like, there's two types of this Shurima Demacia that's coming up. There's, like, the Kaiser without CS and the Kaiser with CS. And I think the Kaiser with CS and the Evelyn Lucian are more along the same lines, where it's, like, these bigger CS decks that also have some other tools that are really, really nice against the Tristana Demacia. And then also, by, like, being a CS deck, it gives you pretty good tools against, like, the Bandle City stuff. Which... I mean, I like the idea. It's a cool idea. Like, my team has tried to do some of that in Aegis before, but I don't actually know how good it is. It didn't work that well for me in the money match, but maybe I messed up somewhere in the execution, so...
Well, you've
see.
still got an entire week to figure it out, but in the meantime, you all have about 10 minutes to figure out, you know, run to the bathroom, get lunch or anything, because we are throwing it to a quick break before we return with round number 5 of the Master of Runeterra May Open. Hello everyone, my name is Boulevard, and I was looking at my camera instead of what the stream was seeing, so it took me a second there, but I am back with Card Gamer. We are heading into round number 5 of the Mastering Runeterra May Open, and first we're going to take a look at the prize pool and the Swiss standings and remind everybody exactly what we are doing here today, which is playing for, last time we saw it, about $1,516, and I imagine that number has changed. Maybe it's gone up. Maybe it hasn't. I think those are really only the two directions it can go. It'd be weird if the prize pool went down, but I heard that I don't know. It'd be weird. Nope, it's exactly the same. It is $1,516, but the important part is here over on the right. You can see the 4 O's that we still have available, which include Calf, Salty Simon, Sebastian Sarah, and Eric. What is all these first and last names? What happened to gamer tags? Man.
Where are the gamer names?
Yeah, where are the gamer names, Card Gamer?
I don't know. How are these guys 4-0 without gamer names?
Without gamer names. And Yang Zera, you could actually tell me that's his name, or at least his name is Yang something, but, whatever. And then down in the 3-1s, we have, like, By Attack. Floppy Mudkip actually lost a round as well, so down to 3-1. But we are going to be looking at Ferretto versus, again, Salty Simon, because, Simon, if you're watching this back on the VOD, Ice-T will not, he just will not shut up about you, dude. So the next time you guys are in Discord and talking or whatever, just, know that Ice-T's kind of, twirling his finger through his hair and, kicking his feet, I'm hanging out with Simon. That's exactly what he's doing in the production call right now, so just be aware the next time you're in Discord, that's what's going on. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the lists of Ferretto first, because that is the player that we are choosing to pretend we're highlighting, and we're starting off with Frostbite midrange, and the first thing that jumps out to me here is the return of Avaros and Trapper.
Yeah, so this list is pretty interesting. It's very old school. We're still on the Trapper, we're still playing Reckoning even though it's 7 mana. The one really interesting thing, besides that is Revna, which people are pretty split on. We're also a little bit lighter in the trick department with only one here to help, but besides the Reckoning and the Trapper, which are standard from an older time, it's not too far off your normal Ash LeBlanc list.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the Trapper plays out. I would imagine that, with Bandle Gunners being the highlight of the meta currently, Avaros and Trapper does help you fight for board in the early game, and one of the issues that we'd constantly see with Frostbite midrange is not having a playable card until you play a naked Trifarian Assessor, because you just load it up on Reckonings, Bloody Business, Elixir, all that kind of stuff. Going on to the next deck, we have one of the most disappointing things to ever cross your screen. Never mind, it's Jarvan Shen. This is not what I was alluding to. We will get to that in a minute. But this is sort of just the other Jarvan deck. Players are bringing Jarvan Alawi back into the forefront. Now Shen Jarvan has been making a bit of a comeback as well. And I think Jarvan's just a solid, straightforward enough deck that people enjoy playing it through a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvan Shen, Barrier in particular, can line up pretty well into the meta. Deny as well can line up really well into the meta, which would put this deck in a very good position. The one issue this deck kind of has is, and you can see it looking at the list, it's just a bit clunky sometimes. You draw some hands that just don't line up, and you don't really get the plays you want. Kind of similarly to what we were talking about with Ashe.
And then finally, the last deck, the most disappointing thing that you're going to see today. For some reason, people think this is acceptable to bring into a tournament sphere, and that is Lurk. Historically, just one of the poster children for high-performing ladder deck, low-performing tournament deck.
Yeah, well, I think you're just a bit of a Lurk hater.
I absolutely am. It's so incredibly straightforward, and ever since I have made the tournament tier list, I have kept Lurk off of it, because the tier list is reserved for decks that can win a tournament. And I constantly have people, especially Zay dude recently, coming in saying, oh, well, I top forward with Lurk, and it's cool. Did you win? Is it capable of winning the tournament? No, it's not. So Ferretto is immediately disqualified from getting first place in this tournament, which is a shame to do in your deck building structure.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Lurk enjoyer. Back in Aga Season 0, I was on the Lee Sims. We got a nickname, the Lurk Sims, back in the day, okay? And
oh god.
You have to understand that you need a very high IQ to understand Lurk. There's a lot of intricacies and nuances. I'm only half joking. There is actually a lot you can do with Lurk that a lot of people don't recognize, and they don't realize how powerful this deck can be. I think Conch put a pretty good tweet out about it, but also a lot of the issues people have with Lurk is true. It is very linear in a lot of regards. It is like locked into attacking most turns.
My mama would love you.
You know, you are like very board based. Your reach is like super limited, so it does have these issues.
And we're going to get to see it here on the tournament screen for, honestly, the first time in a long time. It's really not often that people bring Lurk to a tournament, even if it is performing well on ladder. That one I haven't quite been able to puzzle out, because I would imagine that more of, like, not necessarily high-level tournament players would bring Lurk in if they're just coming off of ladder, but you just really don't see that often. And now it's going to be, 10 damage shoved into Paretto's Nexus.
Yeah.
It's turn 3, by the way. We're going into turn 4. Paretto's down to 5.
So this Lurk deck is pretty bad against Samira. That is the case, as you can see.
Yeah.
Pyke will surely carry this game. Right, guys?
My personal philosophy when playing ladder is 9 times out of 10 I'm not going to play a deck if it like hard loses to Lurk, because I don't respect Lurk, and so I really don't want to play a deck that just like folds to it, because then I feel extra shitty because I lose to the deck I don't want to lose to. Even then, I can't think of a time in the last 6 months when I have lost to Lurk to anything other than double Pyke. I feel like double Pyke is the only time I ever lose to this deck. And it doesn't happen that often, and we're definitely not seeing it here.
Do you just like not play like board decks where like their 1-drops just trade with your 6-drops and you just like cry about it?
Not really,
and,
no.
Like
I said, if it has a losing win rate to Lurk, I will not play it on ladder.
Okay, I understand now. It all makes sense. I get
yeah,
it.
there we
Yeah. All right.
I'm like, this is just not the deck for me. And now, actually, we are going to have lethal, I assume, off of this Powder Pandemonium.
Listen to me.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way that we are surviving.
Because, there is one Rite of Negation. So, like, maybe you can convince Simon not to play the Powder Pandemonium. At least for the time being. But eventually, it is going to come out. And I actually can't see... Oh, no.
I think
I've never had this problem
the Powder
before.
Pandemonium.
I don't know what this Samira is at letter-wise. It's cut off by the top of the hand and not shown at the bottom of the hand, so I will actually never know how close this is to rallying. But yeah, the unit comes down, you tap below right, here comes Powder Pandemonium, and a turn 5 lethal, setting the record on stream for the day from Salty Simon.
It really is aggro Simon, huh?
Yeah. I think my biggest problem with Lurk is I like to see players make good, high-agency choices in the deck-building process, and one of the hardest times I've ever gotten flamed for my tournament tier list was going into last year's World Championship qualifier, where I put the Ephemeral deck in tier 2, because we were expecting a lot of, like, Field Rush and, like, hard control decks, and it was like, okay, well, like, Ephemerals does beat this. It's very low agency, but, like, you do beat this. And then people were flaming me for it, and then 0 people across any shard brought Ephemerals to the World Championship qualifier. So I don't even know if I was right or wrong, man. People brought Lurk. There were 3 Lurk players. 0 Ephemerals. So I'm still salty about that one, but
it's okay. Ephemerals hit. They just didn't believe.
Nobody believed me. But again, like, it's just a low agency deck. Lurk is really straightforward compared to some of the other, even mid-range decks that you have in Legends of Runeterra, and it's just like, there are still impactful decisions to be made, there are just less of them than other decks, and I don't think there's as much skill expression as there are in a lot of the other decks that you can make, and I like to see people being rewarded for being a good player.
I think that's definitely a fair argument, but I also think people tend to look for skill expression in the wrong places sometimes.
That
and
is
decks
fair.
Like Lurk
That is
get
very
the short
fair.
end of the stick for that.
I was really expecting you to say something like Unga Bunga Lurk good and just drop it.
No. Going into this game, though, I think this is a really interesting matchup to see play out, because I do think Echo wins this, but the Echo card is kind of not that effective against that Brittle Steel card.
Yeah, the fact that you just never get outside of the range of that, especially with, Absolver rotating, you can't even, like, preemptively Absolver the Echo to try and play around the Brittle Steel. So, that said, Jinx tends to be very good and difficult to deal with against Frostbite mid-range, but nowadays they do play Bloody Business, which we see 2 copies of that in the hand of Paretto as well. The question is going to be, can you stick a unit? Avarice and Trapper actually comes down over the LeBlanc, and there is a Mystic Shot in Simon's hand, so good read there.
Yeah, on top of just wanting to protect from the Mystic Shot, I think we really are valuing correctly the Yetis coming out from our deck,
All the
and being able to like
world
get
on
those as
one
soon as
arrow.
possible. And on Simon's side, it seems like we're having a lot of the pieces we want. We have the Jinx, we have a Voices to apply pressure. The only thing that is a little bit awkward, and hitting a drop border is great with the Voices, is our hand is just a bit expensive to really get this Jinx going as fast as we would really want her online.
My main concern for Simon as well is that, you know, Ashe can attack, Frostbite the Jinx, Reckoning comes out, Simon has no answer for that. And, actually, we see an Echo off the top, and it comes down and levels up before we even get to see it come off the top of the deck. That was a rather confusing time for me. I don't know about you, Card Gamer, if you caught that quickly, but Echo is up, and like you mentioned, Brittle Steel is a really important card for dealing with this.
Yeah. So, I wonder if Simon just calls it and decides to check for it, or if he waits. I think there's a lot of merit both ways. I think it makes a lot of sense to say, you just have to have it, this Echo's never getting value, that's fine. And I think it also makes a lot of sense to try and hold Echo back and get the Chrono Break, so when Echo does get frostbitten and dies, you can try and Chrono Break him. And it looks like Simon does elect to go with the latter.
So the question here is, how does Freddo want to... Okay, question's been answered. We want to bloody business the Voices. What I was going to say is that you are not safe to Reckoning next turn, because Quicksand can actually knock you down to having no 5 attack units to activate the Reckoning.
Yeah, that along with what would have been really good right there, Scrying Sand as well can be problematic. Oh, and this is going to be brutal.
That is a bit of a bummer, but Simon does still have the Jinx on backup, but unfortunately now Reputation is active, so that is a very cheap to keep up bloody business. An Elixir of Iron to keep LeBlanc safe from Mystic Shot. This could be a huge turning point for Feretto.
Yeah, the Scrying Sand is very good for Simon, though, being able to keep the Jinx alive through the bloody business. That last turn would have been a huge blowout.
My concern now is the Reckoning. Like, Jinx might be able to live through bloody business, but you don't have... Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Chrono Break was the predict and draw, so that we actually do have a board after the fact, but... Looks like we're going to have to trade away that entire board here to survive, and I wonder if this means that the Chrono Break will come out just to preserve the board and die to the Reckoning. It's a difficult position from Simon either way. But I don't think you're ever going to get Chrono Break value if you don't use it now to get this board back.
Into lies.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Simon may elect to use it just as a way to keep Jinx alive and try and burn out, but I wonder if we can survive if we don't, and Simon decides we cannot.
I was going to say, it's going to take 6 rockets to bury Feretto's Nexus.
Yeah. It's just like you need this Jinx to live.
Yeah. It's looking like this one is going to be going the way of Feretto. Simon, of course, does still have potential top deck answers, but Feretto, I mean, with the Reckoning and the bloody business, this feels pretty on lockdown.
Yeah, it's going to be quite hard.
Although we do revive the only summon predict effect in the game, so we are still going to draw a card here, get the Voices. You know what that pairs really nicely with? A Chrono Break. If we could find another one of those, we might actually just be in business here for Simon. But outside of that very specific top deck, and there's only 2 left in the deck, things are looking a little bit doomed here.
Yeah, and just like you said, without the Chrono Break top deck, it's going to be just so hard to be able to actually get there. We are not even safe from the Reckoning, and when they do the bloody business on this, the entire board is gone.
Yeah, and Simon can't develop Jinx this turn. I mean, like you could after the fact, and then I'm pretty sure you just die to the open attack anyway.
Yeah. I wonder if there was a sequencing we could have done where we like didn't block as much and just went really low and just tried to like block out later, or like be better into Reckoning with the Chrono Break. And we went for the Jinx level, but just a tough spot from Simon. The fact that they had the bloody business on that key turn and you didn't have a Quicksand or a Scrying Sand to stop it just really hurt.
Now we get to see what the predict was from Simon, unless it was skipped. I'm going to assume it was a skip. I don't think Simon would predict into a Chronomancer.
Yeah, I would assume so. And it looks like with no Mystic Shot here, it's a kill Ashe. We are just going to get combo lethal by this Ashe.
Yeah, I wonder if the Reckoning even gets played, or if
When
you
we
just
look
like
ahead,
throw out
we
all your
know how to
Frostbites
prepare.
and, you know, make 4 units unable to
Stand
block.
together.
Yeah, I would imagine they just end up playing Frostbite here. But we'll see.
Freddo's mathing it out,
Hot on the trail.
rearranging
Surprised to see
attackers.
me. Swiftly now.
Actually, not committing any Frostbite spells prematurely.
Avarosa,
So this is
guide me!
not gonna be lethal.
Yeah, because this only pushes 8 now.
Real good to see you.
I would think it is worth to commit 1 spell, but I am not an Ashe player. I'm sorry, I'm actually an Ashe expert, so I would have committed 1 spell. I forgot about our situation.
Yeah, you are the expert on everything. You have to be.
Without me.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed opportunity there from Ferretto, you have to think.
Because
But,
we
I
give
mean,
up a freeze anyways, letting the Ashe die, so it's like...
it doesn't matter. Ferretto, if Ferretto wants to, they can even like brittle steal the Jinx to play around the level up and then Reckoning.
Yeah. It makes
But
sense. It's really cute.
It's kind of this awkward thing where like you'd have to do it preemptively, but of course you want to wait for your opponent to actually level the Jinx, because if you Reckoning now and that last card is Chrono Break, you have suddenly given yourself an opportunity to lose where there should never have been one.
And you can just wait until they flip the Jinx, and then you can try and Crystal Arrow into Chrono Break, and life should be good. Going to Lurk versus Echo Zillion, which is a pretty exciting match, actually.
Oh, find the Chrono Break.
Oh,
See
we
what
maybe
I
have
learned?
ourselves a game.
Tread carefully.
Maybe. I think the issue is like you're probably losing
you
this
certain?
Jinx to the Brittle Steel, so there is still a Reckoning after the fact with the Crystal Arrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is it's always kind of agonizing to watch these late stage scenarios where one player keeps like feeling like they have the opportunity to claw their way back into it, but with you know, an objective look at both hands, you're like, no, it's done. I really wish there was a show you my hand button, but such a thing does not exist.
Yeah, speaking of show you my hand buttons, that
Faster
would
than
solve
my
the
arrow? I think
the other issue we talked about earlier today, the karma and the Akshan Infinites of the world just
Yeah.
taking forever. Just like, hey man, I got like 2 place your bets in this bad boy, you wanna scoop?
So because Ferretto played Ashe, they actually can't clear the Jinx with the Reckoning. Not that I think it matters. You can probably... Well, actually, no, they are losing 2 units to the Rocket here. Card Gamer, is there a universe where we actually don't get Echo Jinx versus Lurk? Where Ferretto actually pulls this one back and wins it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, he has to end up hitting, like, predict into drop border. Like, time trick into, like, drop border into, like, Chrono Break.
What is this mirror image?
I don't know.
Getting any younger.
I've run through a lot of possible scenarios. I have come up with nothing. I do not know. It's not even like you're baiting anything, because they can see that it's the mirror image you're putting on the stack.
Oh, actually, here's something interesting, right? If Simon put the minus effect on LeBlanc, then Ferretto couldn't play Reckoning. Because it would die to Reckoning.
Oh. Oh boy, this is...
Oh boy.
If there is a comeback, this is what it looks like. If Ferretto goes in for an open attack, it's not lethal. Get Excited can take out one of the units. Mirror image going to be used, and I have to imagine that Get Excited is going to take out the Ashe in response.
Yeah, because we used a combat trick last turn, and Ash was
Yep.
supposed to remove a blocker.
That said, no, this is still lethal because Reckoning clears out all the blockers.
Yeah, they have mana for Reckoning, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so Ferretto, it looked like If there was a way to screw it up, it looked like they might have found it, but it doesn't matter. Simon was just a little bit too far behind anyway, and we are going to a game number 3 of Echo Jinx versus Lurk.
So this matchup is kind of interesting. Like Pyke is really, really good at stopping their threats, and Echo Jinx doesn't have good ways to deal with your overwhelmed threats. Outside of just like they can stop Rek'Sai from flipping with scrying sands and the like. But Echo like has a lot of chump blockers for Lurk small stuff, and Chrono Break is like insane. So it tends to be a really fun matchup. So I'm excited to see how it plays out in this set.
Yeah, I think one of the big points is going to be obviously number 1, who has the attack token on 1, because that is a huge difference maker for Lurk. On top of that, how many Xerxai Hatchling can Feretto find in the opening hand? Because Echo does not deal with Fearsome very well in the early game, and I think that is one of those units that you can really start to snowball an advantage with.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Boulevard, because when you get in like 2, or sometimes if you draw 2 and you like attack on odds and you get in like 6 on 3 2 on 8 chip with like Xerxai Hatchlings, then your overwhelms are just like killing in 1 or 2 attacks, which is putting Echo on a very, very tight clock, especially when you're asking them to block you down instead of setting up really powerful Chrono Breaks.
Yeah, I also believe that I think there's only one Rite of Negation in the list for Simon, and not only is there a Rite on backup in Feretto's Lurk list, but I was going to say, like, Pyke Spell is not the only major threat here. There's also 2 copies of Blood in the Water. So, rallies are going to be flying back and forth here, Card Gamer.
Yeah, it's a chaotic matchup. It's a lot of fun, and I'm just really excited to see how it goes. Hopefully it's not like that first game of Lurk we saw where someone just exploded on turn 5.
Down to 5 life on turn 3. That was oh, actually we're already into the game, and there was one Xerxai Hatchling in the opening, and it looks like it actually is odds on the side of Salty Simon, so unfortunately just like 1 turn.
I hate it here. I'm sorry. Why did we play the snap draw?
In this timeline, we're sure to save Icathia.
Lurk is definitely not a deck that attracts people to find those instances where you have skill expression, I would say.
Yeah.
Things aren't gonna improve themselves.
So in this spot right now, we're in a little bit of an awkward position because we're burning some mana, but we are curving out kind of nicely into the future turns. I imagine we took Call of the Pack, so we can get this Pyke flipped as well for the Echo on a key turn. We got a little bit punished for swinging this 4-1. I don't think we were actually allowed to do that.
The future is whatever I'm making.
Yeah, this is going to be... I mean, Chrono Breaks in the deck on turn 4 is a huge difference maker, on top of the fact that Simon gets the draw. Even though it wasn't their attack turn, going to make it that much easier for them to, throw it in on the following and just get more and more draws.
Yeah. Maybe Feretto will look for, like, a rally on turn 6 or turn 5 to kill this Echo. But I'm curious as how he plans to, like, clean this up and deal with it.
What's up, show me? Like in the new board?
Little front heavy,
It's just
but yeah.
continuing to
I
look
guess
better
it's
and better
alright.
for Simon. But like you mentioned, I mean, there is that one Pyke play that you've got going for you where you get to, put it back on top. And if you want to, like, send in a Snapjaw Swarm this turn to get the Pyke spell immediately available for the following turn. But it looks like that might have been a Rek'Sai predict here.
Yeah, it looks like a Rek'Sai. I imagine what we're kind of put ourselves into is we're going to, like, ping off the Echo, and then we're going to try and trade with the voices, and then we're going to swing this turn, and then we're gonna have to try and like flip Pyke or something like that. We're in a very awkward position right now. Oh, we're going for the Pyke flip here.
No Blood in the Water from Feretto does mean this Echo is gonna persist for
These are my
at
streets.
least another turn. Get another draw off, and that might be Feretto's undoing.
It can be undone.
Yeah, it's just scary. The longer and longer this game goes with Echo on the board, the more and more likely it is for them to get Chrono Break. But I think I understand the logic that Feretto's going for with this line. What Feretto's saying is, I'm going to go low, I'm not going to respect burn, I'm going to play Pyke next turn, which I've made huge, and then I'm going to attack with Pyke, and then whenever Pyke goes into combat in the future, he board wipes you. And that's how I'm going to deal with everything.
Get a draw into a predict, and then a predict again with no snap take, so I have to imagine Simon will not have a chrono break on the next turn unless that was a skip predict into the chrono break. So the pike play, nice chance for success, especially since Ferretto can get down 2 units alongside the pike spell.
Yeah, really powerful. This clockling is very scary though, right? Potentially getting the chrono break.
Jinx is also very scary. You are at 3 Nexus health.
Yeah, and the deny for 3 mana. Getting extremely punished for not ripping the pike.
That feels like a win for Simon.
Yeah, I think without the pike, there's nothing that you can do on the side of Ferretto to actually crawl back into this game.
Yeah,
Maybe.
especially because, like, well, so next turn, Simon gets to open attack with an elusive and then Mystic Shot you. So your top deck has to be Rite of Negation. Well, no, because your pike... Well, yeah, I guess if you send in your attackers, then it can be pike, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, instead it's just going to be a surrender from Ferretto. And an 0-2 for Lurk. Just, you know, validates all the shit I've been talking on the tier list on the tournament side of things. So anybody who was ever wondering why is Boulevard so down on Lurk? I mean, it wasn't the best showing, but, like, hey, there's not a lot of showings of Lurk, so, like, this is all we got.
That's fair, that's fair. Yeah. Well, some well-played games from Simon, you know, giving us the aggro special. How that was, like... That was no time compared to the previous sets. That's all I can say.
Simon is here to save us from the Karma set Targon players in the tournament. And you know what? I'm here for it. I hope he makes top cut. I hope he has to play a Karma set Targon player. And I hope he absolutely blitzes them.
They deserve it.
They do deserve it, just like Lurk players deserve it. Anyway, we are going to be jumping into another game here just in a minute. Chances that it's a European are really high. Never mind. Ice-T grew a conscious. He's understanding the American way of life. He's probably eating a cheeseburger and hot dog right now and just, you know, singing Yankee Doodle Dandy because we've got Grandpa Roji up against Romeo Malibu. And this looks like a Shadow Isle set, which makes me worried that it's Karma. Up against Roji on, I believe this is going to be some sort of Pantheon variant, though I do not know the second champion for the Demacia version. It's Vayne. Yeah, I saw the tumble for a second there.
Yeah,
Please tell me this isn't Karma set again.
It could be Viego. I don't know if that makes it much better, but it could be Viego.
At least that deck plays a win condition, but I did forget that, like, Viego's set was, like, the day 1 set deck.
Yeah, that was the Cameron Hanzo propaganda. the set Viego. I don't know about that one.
It didn't last long.
Yeah, I wonder why. So, okay, it is set Karma. So, since this is set Karma, you're in a pretty interesting position as Roji right now because you need to put pressure on, but the question is, how is the best way to apply pressure with this hand state? Since you only really have access to like 1 more card this turn, unless you decide to play Cataclysm plus Spell Shield.
T, is Romeo Malibu European? Is that why you said it like that? I swear to God, kid, after I called you American, you do this to me? You trick me with a European? I can't tell us. He's not answering me, but like you mentioned, I mean, Cataclysm now looks really good in terms of taking out the set. You could heal the camp for it to make sure that it's gonna survive the interaction, but I don't know how much, like, I don't know how worried about the set you are. I have to imagine you are pretty worried, especially given that Roji doesn't have any other threats in hand.
Yeah, it looks like Roji is going for that. I wonder if we have the ability to flip set in response to trade anyways. On the side of Romeo Malibu.
I don't... Ice-T told me Romeo Malibu is the most American name ever, but I'm pretty sure, you know, Romeo and Juliet was from Shakespeare. 90% sure Shakespeare's European, so Romeo is actually a European name. Pretty sure it's Italian. Malibu? I don't think we came up with that one either. This is sounding... Your argument's falling apart here, T. You just keep putting Europeans on stream, eh? Eh? But a tag out comes out to save the set. Now set gets to come down leveled up. Don't think we're gonna see a face breaker. I thought you were flashing the hand there to show me that he's European. Give me confirmation on it.
So yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for set to generate the showstopper this turn, considering that he only has 2 coin in hand, and he had exactly 9 mana this turn. So it's going that combined with the fact we are just going to try and kill set again makes it pretty unlikely. I wonder if this deck does play any protection at all, like the Wuju, to do anything about this, or no, they're just going to trade.
With the way that Roji just sent that Camphor in, it feels like there's probably not any Wuju styles in here, right? Or at the very most, there's like one, and Roji's like, yeah, you know, whatever. I don't need to worry about it.
And another Camphor. Well, we're in Pantheon waiting room. We have Pantheon at home, so...
That is a very apt description of Camphor the Doubt. You know, this is a card that I still have mixed feelings on. Like, it got buffed and people were really about it, and then we played it in Demacia Pantheon for a bit, and like it was like okay. I think a lot of people went down to like 1 of, sometimes 2 of. So like I know Roji just really likes this card.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really reasonable threat, and it like fits really nicely with like your Pantheon game, playing Pantheon curve a lot of the time. But yeah, like you were kind of saying, it is kind of just like another threat, a bit clunky. It has its issues. But we are really seeing when it shines in this game. Not only is this one of the matchups where it's really effective, but it's also really going to help us bail ourselves out of this hand that just isn't finding the Pantheon we want.
You know, I gotta say, folks at home, what you saw was correct there. That was a Piercing Darkness thrown out onto a unit as Spell Shield in response, and with 7 mana on the side of Romeo Malibu, no way to pop that Spell Shield. Now Eula is going to get to reapply it, and the pressure just keeps mounting. But, like, Roji has so few threats. If he loses a single one of these units, his position just back spirals so hard.
Yeah, we're in a really, really tight spot as Roji, especially considering that if there's a Karma Bets in the hand, which, considering they didn't have anything to pop the Spell Shield, you know, can maybe give you an idea that there's a higher chance of that, you're in a really scary position, as this game is going to snowball so quickly.
Roji's still debating on the Eula, though. Not sure if they actually care to give Spell Shield over to their Geralt instead of holding up Cataclysm mana. Thinking about the potential, like you mentioned, Karma Place Your Bets does mean, like, you know, if you play out Eula, then there is a chance for Karma to come down post-combat, and then you won't have the Cataclysm for the punish.
Yeah, so being respectful of that, deciding not to play the Eula, need to keep pressure, and one thing to note is that they can still play Karma right now. That is a 3 coin.
So Roji gonna take the pass again, but also, like, getting the Spell Shield down onto the Geralt is not really a high priority when you know your opponent doesn't have a second spell in hand because they didn't pop the Spell Shield for the Piercing Darkness.
Mm-hmm. Just again, sending this
Camphor into set.
Thank you.
No problem.
And just Roji's...
Like, that's the end of Camphor the Doubt, and then we look at Roji's hand in board state, and while things were looking pretty good before, it looks like the Rekindlers have just put up way too much of a presence, and Roji's really starting to spiral now. Pantheon might not even be enough at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and so it's going to generate this Showstopper, it's going to remove this Geralt, and you have some 3/3s with nothing to buff, really, and a 1/1 with no buffs to receive, really, and it's going to be a really rough spot.
2 Conk Pomp. This is actually even more terrifying for Roji because the double Conk Pomp coming out there means that Romeo had an answer for the Spell Shield, chose not to use it, and wanted to keep the Karma mana open. So there's definitely a Karma, probably a Place Your Bets, and this is probably going to be Roji losing this match.
Yeah, I think he's just dead here, especially if I think Romeo Malibu didn't realize how the Spell Shield Cataclysm Palm interaction worked. But it doesn't quite matter. Get there anyways, and looks like Romeo Malibu taking round 5 of Swiss.
Yeah, that is going to be yet another flavor of Karma's set, moving on deeper into the tournament with an impressive enough record to put on stream later. Isn't that fun, card gamer? Isn't that just fun for us?
Oh boy, I love it here.
Yeah.
Yay.
And we are cresting, might I remind everyone, the halfway point of the tournament. If you're starting to feel tired now, catch your second wind. We've got plenty more coming. And I think we might even have yet another game to jump into before we toss it to a break, but I will get confirmation for you on that as soon as Ice-T feels like whispering into my ear with a sultry voice. He's not even going to say anything. He's just going to throw us into Karma Set Targon!
Oh boy, I can never escape from it. It's everywhere. So, we do have 2 place your bets in hand in a matchup where we can actually afford to play it, and we're kind of just in a karma waiting room. We're just seeing if the opponent can apply enough pressure before we get our karma to close the game.
And
Better take cover.
Talpinator thinking about doing something in response to the death of the Heimerdinger, but ultimately deciding against it. So Alexander's got an okay looking attack here. It's very early in the game. Like, I know that the hands and board state almost make it look like we're on turn 10, but no, this is turn 6. It was like Jace into Heimer on curve.
Yeah, like this, Jace has 1 level progress, right? So it's a very fresh Jace. It's super early in the game, and they still have a lot of room to try and maneuver and apply pressure. But on the other hand, Karma also has a lot of time to hit Karma, especially considering they're allowed to run out 1 bet very freely and still have plenty of room to gas out and do their Karma thing on turn 10.
We don't know if Talpinator is on the turret build or not. The standard seems to be not, despite Sari taking 2nd place last weekend at the Saturday Scramble with the turret build, but players just, I don't really have a good reason as to why they're still off the turret build. It looks better into Bandle Gunners in my opinion, but again, I haven't really delved into that much, but Talpinator with 10 mana available, really thinking through their play here.
Yeah, it's just, you have to, like, Heimer Jace, since you only make 1 major decision every turn, it's often just really important to take your time and actually figure out which decision that's going to be. Because you are almost always playing a 5 or 6 mana card to advance your game plan, and on most turns you only get access to 1 of those. So Talpinator just taking a really long time to decide if he was supposed to play Heimer this turn or a 6-cost spell, and he decided on Heimer.
And there's no answer out of Alexander. Again, the one thing that you are definitely lacking in the Targon variant of Karma set is that removal. We were able to take it out with a Meteor Shower previously off of the Moondreamer, but now no such thing exists. We saw Place Your Bets probably trying to find a Sunburst and just not able to get it down. Does mean Talpinator is now going to get a full 11 mana untap with the Heimerdinger in play, and Sunburst comes out immediately, but this could be a huge response.
Yeah, and you have to imagine, this is something like Formula Hexblade, Formula Vengeance, like, even just 6-cost spells and like a slew of 2-cost spells, that's a lot of tempo going to the side of Talpinator. And then they don't have removal for Jace, so they can come through with an A-Gate, and okay, I guess we're not doing any of that.
Don't you love it when that happens?
Oh, there's another Heimerdinger. Cool.
Okay,
Love
yeah,
that guy.
So that is the 3rd Heimerdinger for Talpinator. Like, there's really not a lot of removal left for Alexander for this, but honestly, Set plus Deny might be able to take out Heimer number 3.
The thing about Set plus Deny is, I don't think you actually get access to both of those cards until...
I always do.
Oh, this is a 5th set.
Yeah, we're just gonna run it out straight into a potential Vengeance.
Even if he eats the Vengeance, we do have the Showstopper for the Heimer.
This game is sort of hyper-accelerated. It looks like something is on the stack from Talpinator. Have to assume it's a Vengeance.
Could be a Hex Split, but yeah, almost definitely one of those two.
And then, yep, there's going to be the Vengeance. So the unfortunate part is almost certainly this MK6 will not be hit by the Showstopper. You know, Alexander is definitely the one that is forced to use the Showstopper on the Heimer more than Talpinator is forced to develop the MK1, but it is going to clear out quite a bit of the board, and that's it. There's no more Heimerdingers. That was all 3 of them in the first, turns 5, 7, and 8.
Yeah, and now that we're out of Heimers, I'm really curious on how Talpinator is going to be able to push through. Granted, we are out of gas on the side of Alexander, so he's going to be dirtling for quite a while, but it might be pretty difficult for Talpinator to actually rebuild his board properly, especially if he doesn't have access to a card like Production Surge in his hand. If he has access to removal spells along the lines of like Hexblitz and Vengeance and Piercing Darkness, this is in for a long game, and Talpinator is probably actually in a losing position, despite how sad Alexander's hand looks at the moment.
Yeah, without production surge and no Heimerdingers, you really don't have much other than just trying to double up impactful spells on Jace turn in and turn out, but even that is going to require the assistance of something like a Reggie to get you something that makes units, because these decks for the most part aren't playing Assembly line anymore. And Jace is not a champion that can like solo a game like this, especially as you're taking 5 damage here, going down to 11 already, and you're just sort of inching closer and closer to Karma coming down, and I'm like looking at the cards in hand for Alexander, and like Karma doesn't actually do much with these cards other than Conch Bomb summoning another 3/2. So while this does look very dominant for Alexander, it might still be a while before the game. Okay, never mind. We are playing the turret package for Talpinator, so suddenly the bevy of threats become much more widely available, assuming that there is also production surge to go with this Hextech Antler.
Yeah, if a production surge comes out now, we're in a really good spot. Even something like Formula is going to be really powerful.
Harrowing. Okay, that's interesting. And the full pass. Still a deny in the hand of Alexander for, you know, some... I mean, the issue is, like, Jace doubles up the spell, so deny actually doesn't do anything here.
Yeah, double harrowing, like, isn't even good. We could have probably just ripped it. But I understand what he's thinking. He wants to really charge up these turrets. I'm just a little bit worried about not applying enough pressure onto this Karma.
Yeah, Talpinator's like in this awkward position where they really want to hang on to the Jace double up to kill a Karma, but also need to rip a Jace doubled up production surge to try and put enough pressure on Alexander to start winning the game.
Yeah, it's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. I imagine Alexander is actually in this position trying to wait to find a way to kill this Jace so his Karma doesn't get doubled up on. But also with that logic, I'm surprised he stunned the Jace.
I think Talpinator needs to just rip it, because 2 place your bets have already been used by Alexander. On top of that, there is no slow speed spell that I can conceive that Alexander cares about using with the Karma. It would all be burst speed anyway. The most impactful one, I think, being Targon Tellstone into the Invoke spell, which, like, even if you're holding up removal for the Karma, that still happens to you.
Yeah. I think it's just a case of being a little bit too scared of what the threat represents and not actually sitting down and thinking through what can actually happen with the threat based on like the hand ranges, you know. And that's something that's really hard to step back and recognize, especially in the moment. Even like with caster vision, it's very easy for us to say, and even without caster vision backseating, it's a lot easier to see. But when you are these players, when you're sitting there and you have the pressure on you, especially if you're an EU player and the time zone's really awkward right now, those things are really, really hard, especially after, like we've mentioned, you know, slogging through for 5 hours of games already.
I'm trying to think, even with the deck list laid out in front of you, what is the most threatening hand Alexander could possibly have to punish your production surge? And everything that I conceive is just not that bad.
Oh, you're talking about, like, from that, like, tapping out production surge to win the game?
Yeah.
It's because, well, we don't want to win the game because we're playing Shadow Isles.
Oh, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Yeah.
I forgot. My bad.
Yeah, Gwen is the only card in Shadow Isles that's allowed to win the game.
Because I'm thinking, like, if they play out Karma, like, what are you scared of them doing with 3 mana and a Karma that you aren't scared of them doing to you at burst speed if you are holding up the removal anyway? Place your bets is the big baddie. They go play Karma, you go Shock Blast. Guess what? They still frickin' place their bets.
Yeah, I mean, like, cards like Place Your Bets and, like, Double Karmas get more awkward the more cards they have in hand, I guess, which is, like, kind of some way to fight back. But when you have the hand you have as, like, Talpinator, I feel like it is more correct to try and pick your battle at some point because you do have somewhat of a lead. And as the game goes longer and longer, it's just more likely that lead neutralizes.
I'm worried that what Talpinator was waiting for
Heart and
was this
mind as
Adaptatron,
one.
and now might run the production surge
We'll
into
bring
Deny
peace to
because we no
Ionia,
longer have the Jace double.
Whatever the cost.
That is a really big concern for me as a spectator right now.
Yeah. Well, you still have the Jace double here, right? If
No,
you're
you
allowed
used
to
it on
use
Formula.
Oh, yeah. That's true. It just, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this
So-
like I don't know what Talpinator was waiting for, and like the karma's down now. What? And you used formula instead of production surge?
And then this is a real SI player moment. Holy. I don't know what happened. This is like karma brain break, but like I don't know who it's like whose brain is broken. Maybe it's all four of us.
Maybe. Oh man, so many times I had to sit back with caster vision and watch people just like not punish their opponent's hands, and it's like even with the deck list open in front of you, I don't know what you're scared of. The only thing I can think of is you're really worried about them going like karma into karma spell into something scary, but in an Ionia Targon Regen combination to randomly generate 4 spells from. Even then, I'm having a difficult time conceptualizing what you are so afraid of, and like. You need to play that production surge to win this game. That is not happening if you do not play that production surge at some point. And just waiting to do it gives your opponent so much more time in a deck that has the better long game
Hey, Rosa,
and has
got
the
some
life
new tweaks
advantage.
to the power circuitry.
Great, we're running into heat issues.
Yeah,
What you got?
I do think when you think through it, and this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier, when you think through it, it really doesn't make sense, but like there's this like fear or like this sort of emotion there that isn't always necessarily logical, but this feeling that makes it hard to do things, especially in like these higher pressure environments like these players are feeling. Like you're saying, like there isn't actually anything to be scared of, but it's really easy to psych yourself out when you're doing everything to try and make sure you're not losing.
And I feel like that's sort of like the next step into becoming a better player, right? Is like
Yeah.
understanding when you are in those situations of fear and going, oh yeah, like if I sit down and objectively think about what my opponent could possibly have here, I realize that the answer is not much, and that is why people are not en masse playing Karma Targon, right? This region combination does not have significant threats in it that would be different
Never
than
gets
me
old.
like trying like anything that they could do, they can do in response to me killing Karma.
Yep. And we gave them so much time that, like, now what Alexander was able to do is they hushed this Jace and threatened it with another unit, and they can only throw one spell at Karma, and they have Deny.
Yeah. I mean, like, they can Piercing Darkness and then Vengeance when that gets denied, but guess what? That leaves Alexander with 2 mana, which is the perfect amount for tag out.
Yep. So, Talpinator just really ended up giving up the advantage he had, and he's behind on clock as well, so it's just really on the back foot in all fronts, playing a smaller deck. Not much you can do at this point.
No, it's really just going to come down to, like, as soon as Alexander can find some kind of invoke spell to find something to actually end the game, then we're in business. But until then, like, again, just doesn't really have the tools to try and even counteract the board presence of Talpinator. There's no Mystic Shots. Like, this 4-1 is perfectly safe as a 4-1, as it is as a 4-3. You know, and that's why, like, even the 6-1 turret that came down and was traded for a Moondreamer, like, actually relatively safe at 1 HP. There's no way for Alexander to deal that 1 damage.
Yeah. And just Talpinator tried to play the control deck in a matchup he wasn't able to play the control deck in. It really seems like.
Which is weird because he came in with a more proactive build than you'll see out of some of the other Shadow Isle, Piltover, and Zon players. So, like, came in with the deck list for proactivity and then just countered it with his playstyle.
Hey, back to work if you don't want to be the lady of
Yeah,
yesterday.
not using the Heimer dingers for like more tempo plays and backed up with like spells to combo out, and then trying to use like 6-cost spells potentially like more liberally in the mid game to like have this Jace pop off or like force things on Jace and then have Heimer pop off. So
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I hate the way he played the Heimerdingers, just given that, like, there is exactly 3 removal spells in Alexander's deck. It was kind of unfortunate with the way it lined up. I don't necessarily hate that part, but, like, I don't know what he was doing just sitting on the Jace for so long and passing 11, 12 mana every single turn.
yeah, well, I mean, my thinking is like you wanted to play like that because you didn't have a way to like guarantee enough value out of it. So what I would have preferred him do is like find places in the mid game to dump those spells and then play Heimer in a later turn when they remove Heimer, double 6-cost spell and try and combo out like that. Because I think like we've kind of been saying, you have to try and figure out ways to go under. Because even though you're in this position where like both players are doubling in this side of the game, you have these big control decks and Jace can try and hold down the fort versus Karma. We see it right here. Jace got his 1 double, Karma got 2 doubles, and it's just so hard to compete with that now.
Oh no.
And what's really funny to me at this stage of the game is that it feels like Karma is actually completely irrelevant. Doubling all of these spells doesn't do anything for Alexander, and it's probably only gonna take 1 invoke to actually end the game. But you get to fight over the Karma because it feels like Talpinator is severely overvaluing it. And there is still a chance for, like, the randomly generated spell at the end of the turn feels like the most important part of the Karma right now.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Like, this Karma is our draw engine.
Let's go, people!
What's really interesting, though, is depending on how this game goes, we might actually end up randomly losing to, like, a Harrowing at some point. Just because, like, Karma Targon doesn't win the game and we use Deny.
You do need to, like, get the Karma back on... Thank you, T. Maybe not directly in the center so that the stack doesn't get covered, but you could, like, put it over the eye.
When has the Karma
Not
deck
the
ever used
Poro!
the stack?
No, T, not the Poro! No! Yay. No, T, no! What are you doing? No, you're cruel. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, there you go, perfect. So... at this point, like, yeah, I guess you play that. That makes sense. And then, like, do you trade down your board, hopefully, if they swing at you or something, and then you try and Harrowing and get there, like, make them trade? What?
Yes. What's coming out of Harrowing? Is it, like, 2 Jace and a 6 attack turret? Which I guess is actually an 8 attack turret. Oh, actually, the 8 attack turret coming out is really big because of the double Adaptatron. That's going to give everything elusive.
Like...
But Talpinator's got to play quickly. They're at negative 6 minutes on the clock to the 1 minute of Alexander. We get the Aurelian Soul spell, but unfortunately I don't think there's any way for Alexander to actually get a Celestial and not also win the game. So it's always going to be 15 mana and therefore unplayable.
Well, don't doubt the ability of a Karma player, okay?
You got me on that one. Yeah, you're right.
I'm sure they can find a way to cast that.
We get down the Destroyer to hold board presence, and then we just use it to cast our Sky's Descent.
I have to turn on my Sky's Descent to double cast to kill their Pursuit of Perfection, or else I can't win the game.
Jeez.
I make it my business to know the odds.
Oh, I saw something lined up somewhere. I saw a blue line, which I didn't expect to see anytime soon.
Yeah. So, I get, like, this is such, like, a weird part of the game as, like, Karma, where you were just, like, you're just trying to empty your hand so you can, like, find your ways to win the game and actually win the game, but, like, you just have so much garbage in your hand, and, like, if you play too much garbage, then you might randomly lose. So,
yeah.
You're just, like...
Honestly,
just existing.
The Dragonling spell is not awful here. It can sneak through a little bit of damage, and with some stuns, like if you pair it with the Concussive Palm, maybe you actually do find through. Like, no, I don't think you're ever fighting more than 4 damage with it. And again, because you're not running Mystic Shot, like, your opponent being at 6 versus 2 doesn't really feel like it matters at this stage of the game. You're probably either killing them with an elusive with Spell Shield, or you are not killing them at all. Oh, look, a Spell Shield.
Yeah. You just need
a set. There we go.
Okay.
Set's gonna force you to win the game, right?
Wait,
Surely you can't.
Set was our burn Boulevard. That was
there
our 2 burns.
Set's the burn. The question, like, Talpinator does resolve this Harrowing, and then...
Oh, our Sky's Descent is on. Oh, God. This is why we needed Sky's Descent Boulevard.
Oh, God. So you can actually tag out and Unworthy Soul the Adaptatrons so that the elusive keyword does not get spread. But then you're also giving 3 more reanimations to your opponent, and I think at some point Heimer... Actually, there might even be like a Hextech Handler that's coming out. I think you can just let this go though, and then like stun out
We'll
the
look
higher
at the
impact
board and
elusives.
decide
Yeah.
what's the correct line.
I didn't even realize there were 2 elusives in the pool.
So I think this is just fine. Because you can, like you were saying, you can stun out. Karma's allowed to die, and then you can just play set. I mean, Karma doesn't even have to die. You can like place your bets this turn. I'm pretty sure.
So something I'm not fully understanding. Number 1, why does this Hextech handler not have quick attack, but also does not have like a silence effect on it?
Powering
Oh,
up.
he got nerfed. Remember when 6 mana Sunburst? type deal? Yeah. He
so
lost
I
quick
did-
attack.
I thought so, and then I went to Mobilytics, the premier website for checking Legends of Runeterra cards, and he still has quick attack on Mobilytics.
Mobilytics is lying to you.
Oh man, they do that a lot.
Sunburst is actually 6 mana on Mobilytics, guys. You
Is
can
it
definitely
still?
check that. No, I don't know. I'm
Alright.
just I'm
I
making up
remember-
an excuse for myself.
I remember for the longest time, the one issue I had is they would correctly update the cost of a nerfed card, but they would still pair it in the wrong section. Like when Will of Ionia went back to 4 mana from 5, it was still in the 5 mana section. It said
Yeah,
4
yeah.
mana, but it was still paired with the 5 mana cards. So I like looked at this and I was like, oh, maybe it lost quick attack, and I didn't know. And then I looked it up and got baited. Either way, though, that is not 19 damage. It is only gonna knock Alexander down to 5, and while they don't have any immediately available healing, as I don't know how many coins they have, but I think it's only like 1 or 2, so they can't play the Dragonling spell. Talpinator does have a shot at lethal then with Mystic Shot and Shock Blast on the following turn.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Yeah. But I think they're also dead to the open attack. How many of these units are ephemeral? 2. And if you Mystic Shot to survive, then you are not Mystic Shotting to win the
Guiding
game.
Touch.
Oh, Guiding Touch,
Okay.
never mind. Yeah, Karma
Karma
player is always
moment.
rewarded for
Yeah.
for just sitting there.
For suffering and smooth. Okay. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
Alright.
awesome. Love that.
Yeah.
Coin buys
That's
drink
cool, man.
Yeah.
I didn't want to win anyway. It's got to be heartbreaking for Talpinator, who thought they finally found a way back into this game, and then first action out of your opponent is to heal the Nexus for 3.
Yeah, and then heal Nexus for 4 and draw 2. And then I'm sure they have like a star shaping they could play. Alright, now we play it.
All right. And we're going to get enough things that Alex has to win the game this turn.
Something
Which
for your nerve spots.
I'm
Wouldn't want to
not
miss a
actually
second of the
sure if
action.
they can do.
So we coin for. Okay, we're at 7. And I guess we're drawing.
Oh god, and we can place our
fighting
bets
or
to
what?
coin again. Gonna go for the Dragonling spell. It's gonna be 8 life given back to Alexander. And some Chump Block's gonna have to come out. I think this does actually let Alexander live because you can just set spell the 10/10 and then some of these other units are gonna get cleaned up here.
Because it deals.
Oh, actually, wait a minute.
Do you
Why is this
realize what you're up against?
why is this Sky's Descent down to 7 mana?
Because those
Oh, because
are
you have
dragons.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. I figured it was something with the Dragonlings, but I couldn't remember. I forgot this spell gets discounted for dragons.
So it's cool that we played the funny dragon spell, but
Yeah.
I guess
Luck,
we're not
I mean,
drawing now.
well,
it's
Alexander
fine.
does still have the attack token, so this is going to be
Call this
lethal.
Getting your bell rung.
Yeah.
Finally. One
Big
turn away from
losers
winning on the side of
get paid.
Talpinator.
Shaken
You know,
and
funny that they
stirred.
were
We
one
will
turn
not
away from
stand
winning
by.
once they finally paid the production
I
surge.
saw
Maybe
you
if they had
looking
done
at
that
me.
15 turns in the past, they could have
Yeah.
been 1 turn away from winning 15 turns ago. But with 1 and 45 left on the clock and a 7-minute advantage for Alexander, this is going to be not just the end of the game, but the end of round number 5. Alexander continuing to pilot Karmaset Targon through the XO or X1 bracket or wherever they're at right now, and we'll be seeing more of them in the future, Card Gamer. That we
Oh
will.
boy. I can't wait to see them again in the future on the very cool Karma deck.
On the
I love
awesome Karma set Targon deck. Yeah, we love that here. You know what else I love? The idea that, like, let's say I was wrong, right? Like, halfway through the game when I'm sitting here, like, flaming Talpinator, which I don't want to sound like I was flaming Talpinator. It probably sounded a lot like I was. I don't really mean it as harshly as it might have come across. But the point is, when I was saying all this stuff about, like, yeah, just run this out, being too afraid of the Karma, I love the idea that Twitch chat is just sitting there, mauling at me, and I will never know, because I will never look at that Twitch chat. Not now, not in the future, not ever. Your words are falling on deaf ears, my friends. I hope I was wrong. I hope I was wrong and you're flaming me. Oh, I wish for it. But that should be the end of the round. I cannot imagine that anybody went on wronger since there was only 90 seconds left on the clock. So hopefully we will be throwing it to a quick break, and then we will be back for round number 6 of the Master and Terra May Open. Did you miss us, everybody? Welcome back to the Mastering Runeterra May Open. I am Boulevard, still joining me as Card Gamer, and we've just crested the halfway point of the day, which, I don't know, it's feeling kind of fast, but it's also feeling kind of slow. We've been seeing a lot of Karma set Targon, despite there only being 3 people on that deck in an 80-person tournament, and yet they keep showing it to us. And speaking of things they are going to keep showing to us, we are going to see yet another EMEA player on camera, one that we have already seen before, because Ice-T has no depth and range of players scouting. But first, we're going to go over the prize pool and some of the standings. So, prize pool still sitting at $1,516. That's a fat $606.40 to first place, and you can read the rest of those. But over on the right side of the screen, we get to see our X and O and some of the X and 1 players. Salty Simon at X and O. Somebody's real name at X and O as well. I don't know their screen name. We'll probably see it a little bit later on. And then you can see a number of the 4 and 1s here, one of which we will be seeing, but not the player that we are highlighting, as we are going to be looking at Cannon, who is going to be up against By Attack here in the 4 and 1 bracket. And as soon as we get Cannon's decks, they will be up on the screen for you. But Cannon, one of the few APAC players in this scene. Card Gamer, do you have any insight into how their meta might be differing from ours? If there's some strategy that they might be bringing out of the APAC scene to upset what we've got here?
I'm not an expert on APAC meta, but what I do know is they do tend to brew a lot, and they try and like play some wacky things. And the other thing I can say about APAC is more so about like their player strength in general, is I think they're a very underrated region, because their good players are just so densely concentrated at the top. But I really think if you take like the top APAC players or the top any players, like top AM players or EMEA players, they're all really close. And I think Kanan is one of those players who will show it. So speaking of that, let's hop into his decks and see what he can show us about the APAC meta.
It's Jace Heimer. Okay, that's the same as our meta Cannon, which, like, Cannon does play with a lot more Americans than I think a lot of other APAC players do. You know, he's previously on, I believe he was a Wobbly Wombat, which was primarily an America's team, a little bit of European splashed in, and just a little bit of APAC as well. But we're looking at a no-turret build here.
Yeah, so Kanan has been like a big Heimer Jace player. This looks similar to the build Kever's playing, which is like no turrets, better into like mirrors and control decks, with like playing with the Forge of Tomorrow to really enable these like double 6-cost spell turns, or smooth out these turns where you would normally only be able to play one spell.
And looking at Cannon's second deck, surely it's not Karma set. It's Samira Pantheon, which again, not totally sure of the decision making in the deck building process. It's not one that like I'm super critical of. I'm always willing to say that, like, yeah, I don't fully understand the full context here in any call that I make. And here, when players bring in Samira Pantheon, I feel like I just don't fully understand the context. I'm not seeing the strengths of these decks as clearly as some of the players are.
Yeah, and like we talked a bit about Samira Pantheon earlier today, I think the most interesting thing about this list is the fact that Kanan elected for not a full set of Furious Wielder and instead going 2 Skirmish, 2 Wielder, valuing the bit of mana a lot more than the one-sided nature of the strike, as well as like not having to be equipped to activate it.
And then for the third deck from Cannon, it's actually going to be something we haven't seen yet today, and that is Nora Vygar, going for sort of the more long-standing Nora control deck, I want to say. Like, Nora Broadmane pops up meta to meta, but Nora Vygar has kind of been the one that has been around since Nora came out.
Yeah, Nora SI has always been like a staple since Nora has came out, really. Popping off first as like Nora Heimer and making several different evolutions, playing with so many different champs over times. But I think right now it's definitely been in its most awkward phase with losing a lot of the SI tools in rotation. It has a pretty different look and is running some new interesting cards. It has Soul Harvest, which is just a phenomenal new SI tool, but it's missing things like the Vile Feast, and it also has some more niche cards in here from the new expansion, like the Eradication.
Yeah, Eradication was one of those cards where it felt like people were really big on it as soon as the expansion dropped, and then once we kind of digested rotation and actually figured out what our meta looked like Eradication just disappeared. Because I remember, I think day 1 of the expansion, like, people were really big on, like, set Viego Eradication, and, like, man, we hopped off that one real quick. But the archetype has persisted, and I'm interested to see if this board wipe can do its due diligence. But moving on to the decks from By Attack, who we have seen a couple of times this tournament, we get a little bit more of a return to what we kind of expected to see here, as it's been a while since one of our highlighted players has actually brought Bandle Gunners. We're actually not going to take a look at By Attack's decks. I hope you can reach into your memory bank and remember them from the last time we flew them on screen, because I can't, other than I believe he's playing Bilgewater Bandle Gunners. That's like the only deck I remember.
Yeah, I believe so. But we will see them soon enough, and it'll be really interesting to see how this matchup ends up playing out, because these players are coming into this matchup with very different strategies, right? Kanon's trying to approach like the meta from like a more rogue angle, playing these SI decks, whereas Baj Attack is playing more standard, playing with the Trist and hopping in game. Let's see how that goes down.
I am very interested to see how this one plays out, if we can get the matchup a little bit later on, because I believe every time we have seen Tristana play, it has been against a lineup with Demacia Tristana in it as well. So I really want to see how Kanon can handle this Bandle Gunner deck without having a Bandle Gunner Demacia of his own to try and bully it out, because I don't think we've seen that yet today.
Mama's got a gun.
And starting off, it seems to be a pretty strong hand from Kanon. The Eradication isn't the most useful, but having the Nora early starting to get going, as well as having the Vigard that can come down on 4, and your opponent probably won't have the most pressure to apply to it, and then it'll just be really effective at answering a Trist, is really strong.
You know, now that I'm looking at it, this actually does seem like kind of a weird deck to have the Eradication in, where you've got 2 champions that will never survive it, and you're playing a portal strategy. Like, it made sense in Viego because eventually your mists would outscale it, and like you're dropping like champion, Viego, Hydrovine. Here it seems a little bit dicier, but I mean, obviously can still get high value against these go wide Bandle City decks, but like looking at the hand of By Attack, we're seeing a lot of things that are going to be outside the range of it.
Yeah, especially with the Owl Cats, it makes it really hard to get the Eradication you want.
Oh, spittle spat.
And then that, along with the rest of the hand Baj Attack has, it's going to be really tricky to get good Eradication value, but that might be something you don't even need with the hand that Kanon has, where he's just going to play this portal game plan to chump out everything, and I'll have these darknesses to throw in any threat that matters.
Windows to where, I wonder.
It's so hard to look at these Owlcats against the Shadow Isle deck and like remember Withering Wail, Vile Feast, Pokestick, and just know that like none of those exist anymore, and these Owlcats get to get away with murder against this region combination.
Yeah, it's really sad now, but even before, like, those cards were really taxing to play because of the spell shield. Like, Owlcats are just... People forget because it's been so long since Owlcats really saw play, but Owlcats are really, really annoying for so many types of decks.
Oh man, like this is exactly what I was thinking of. Like, this Eradication is going to get a huge board wipe on the By Attack side, but it's also killing both of Kanon's champions. And then we look at the hand of By Attack, and while the refill is slow, it is certainly there. Meanwhile, Kanon is going to have to throw down... It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's really tough. You're really relying on the portals coming out of the top of your deck, and like you were saying, it's a slow refill from Baj Attack, but he's really okay with that, considering he has this King's Court to help him and refill units like after that. Unfortunately, though, no ping to protect the King's Court if it were to come down, but Kanon actually electing to open attack and just get chip in instead of using his 5/1 as a threat.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird because so far today we've been criticizing control players for not being proactive enough, and now I'm not sure that I like that proactive attack from Kanon, understanding that, like, your opponent has to refill the board. You've got a 5/1 challenger, and, you know, I could understand just going like, hey, you know, they've probably got a ping for this thing. The chance that I actually get to hold back my attack and then go in with it and kill something is, like, very, very minimal. So, like, I don't necessarily hate the decision, but it is, like, seeing the hand of By Attack, you know how punished it actually was.
Bye
I understand what you're saying too, Boulevard, but I also just think that you're going to be pressured generally on blockers, and because of that, you want to try and get as much value out of your camp block as possible, and that is most likely through trading it with units or cards. And when you just open attack, your opponent isn't really pressured to trade cards with it.
Oh, we get a couple of portals here. Nora still not quite leveled up, but Ishtali Sentinel, definitely one of the more important cards to draw in a situation like this. Unfortunately, not able to get it down this turn as we won't have enough mana for the darkness, but Baya still not throwing down King's Court does mean there's a little bit of pressure alleviated.
And I mean, Bajatak's played a lot more of this deck than I have, and he's been singing his praises, playing it a lot, so I believe he has some sort of reason, but I really don't understand why we didn't try and get these King's Courts down earlier to try and start giving our boards brash and start comboing, forcing out cards to actually go over all of these portals that we knew Kanan was piling up in his deck.
Yeah, King's Court feels like something that like borderline solos this matchup, right? You get brash down onto a couple of your impactful units, you're constantly actually going over your opponent's board and sort of ignoring the fact that Nora is getting these units out of the portals by just going over them with these keywords anyway. And like Vengeance comes out, Ruination is still sitting on the back foot, but like you feel like you kind of want to get this King's Court down before you start throwing down all of your other units.
Yeah, especially when they used the eradication, they gave us the board space, they gave us the tempo to try and get it down and build that opening, especially if they wanted to try and remove the King's Court right away after they open attack and their only real answer was Vengeance. I feel like that was our timing, but again, like I said, Bajatak may be seeing something I'm not.
It's possible. It's also possible he didn't. Well, sometimes it just be like that, but you know, the darkness damage is kind of up there. I think it's at 4. It might even be at like 5 now. So King's Court, if it comes down, will get blasted by darkness.
Yeah, I believe it's at 5 because we killed a level 2 Tristana with it.
Yeah, and then we struck with a catalyzer.
So I would imagine we end up holding this darkness for a threat this turn. And then that combined with Ruination and the Signpost, we should be in a pretty solid spot.
I guess the question is, are you going in for the attack here? Because you, at 10 life, you do feel pretty vulnerable against what Buy Attack is presenting. So maybe you just want to try and rush in with the lifesteal, darkness post-combat, and kind of figure it out from there. And I kind of like this line of going after the King's Court with your 5-1. So, like, if Pokestick is used to protect that, then your opponent is going to actually have to give you, like, double lifesteal off of your Ishtali Sentinel with the prize fight.
Yeah.
Never mind, we're going to ignore all of that, and first we're going to kill the 7-5. And this is what I was worried about, is, like, now prize fight and Pokestick could take out the 4-5 if you want, or you could just, take out the 5-1 so you have the option to block with your Bandle Gunner on to, say, the Fey Blade Twirler.
The one thing I was curious about this combat and like this interaction with how we're playing it out is like if we were ever supposed to try and set this up in a way where we got Spell Shield off or forced their Bandle Gunner to block, because one of the scary ways, like only scary things in this spot is like Overwhelm on this Bandle Gunner with like prize fights. And when we remove the Spell Shield somehow, we are able to use the Destroy Equipment on the Overwhelm to make sure we're never losing almost.
And it is certainly a little awkward that, you know, not banking the full spell mana into the next turn, you don't have the option to, like, put Ruination on the stack and Puzzling Signpost in response to, like, pop the Spell Shield to try and remove the weapon and then Ruination the entire board. So it's just another one of those plays that is, like, no longer an option for Cannon. And at 10 life, you can't be feeling too confident.
Yeah, it's a really scary spot. And I wonder if you have to just play Vygar here. Because I feel like your other cards aren't actually impacting the board in a meaningful way.
No. And if you throw down Vygar, like, even if your Vygar goes down to, like, prize fight group shot, that means your Ishtali Sentinel is not going down to prize fight group shot, which I think is a little more important at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and I think just getting this darkness is really big.
Yeah.
Getting an action to do what you need when they play anything and, like, be able to interact with the equipment how you want or just punishing them and making them attack, I think are both really important.
Cannon doesn't quite have lethal. Like we mentioned, this darkness still only at 5 damage, so sending it to the next is not quite going to do it, but the prize fights are stacking up for Baya. This might just be lethal anyway. Darkness potentially getting lined up here, and this means the option to make a couple of units brash is now available to buy attack.
Aren't we just dead?
Who's Cannon?
Yeah, Canon.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if we're dead when we do this, but
Yeah, that.
I think when we play Overwhelm on Bandle Gunner, we just have lethal.
Yeah, I was
with,
gonna
like,
say.
the prize fight combo on the stack.
Oh, I'm a little surprised that we're not just like attacking with everything and like double prize fighting the Bandle Gunner to do 9 impact damage, and then like throw the Overwhelm on. Well, I guess you don't have the mana for the Overwhelm plus double prize fight, but
Yeah. Which is why I'm not sure about playing the 4-1.
Yeah, I think that might have been a little bit of a hasty decision on the side of Baya.
Yeah, giving Kanan the room to squeeze out of this game.
Where are we going?
See how it plays out now.
Mm-hmm.
But with not... I don't think Baya can sneak through lethal even with the double prize fight, which means you have to kill the Vygar. But you're also now trading away a good amount of your board. And I don't think you can take out Vygar and Ishtali Sentinel. So it does feel like Kanan's going to be able to swing this one back.
Yeah, you can threaten to take them both out, but you can't
think
actually take them both out if they use the deny, the signpost.
Yeah, not just the signpost, but also even if you do take them both out, Baya's left with no units after that. And Kanan will have the Hallowed unit. I'm still kind of processing everything that has happened over the course of this turn. The wheels are churning, but oh, we're actually not even attempting to kill the Vygar? No, we are, and the Vygar is going to be the one that is saved?
Yeah, we're saving the Vygar.
Okay. The blue lines really got dizzying for me there. Thank you for holding it down, Card Gamer.
No worries, I got you, King. And with this, we are 1 damage off of lethal, which I think we should be able to get with having this Overwhelm weapon access.
Yeah, we've got the Hallowed unit to throw down.
And a Walla.
Throw the Overwhelm on it. Yeah, the only thing Baya could top deck was, I was going to say,
It was
I think
ping
would be...
when we didn't play Darkness first.
Yeah, this is a little dicey. Well, I guess no, I was going to say, like, the entire hand is revealed, but the Grandfather Fae was not revealed just yet. No reason not to Darkness first, and now it's going to be a surrender out of Baya attack in game number 1.
Going to Kanan.
APAC supremacy, baby!
Yeah, like I was saying, those number 1 APAC players are just like the top players in every other region. They're good over there. There's just not that many of them compared to everywhere else.
I haven't said anything about APAC yet because if any of you watch the World Championship, you'll remember me for screaming Korea number 1 every 5 minutes. That was me. I was there.
Reroll is my goat. That guy.
Chenya is my goat.
I love that guy.
Reroll trolled the hell out of me at 3 a.m. when I woke up to cast the WCQ and he decided to rope Chenya for the entire match. I still haven't forgiven him for that.
No, that's completely fair. I just remember him like roping out turn 2 or 3 on Aatrox and then playing like a perfect game from there on out. That's my gut. Alright, moving on to this game. We have Heimer Jace versus the Bilgewater Tristana again, and looks to be a pretty solid opening hand from Heimer Jace. You have a lot of the tools you want. The main thing you're missing is just like the 6 cost spells to get yourself going, but you have the reg to get that delayed. You have the you're able to take out the Bandle Commando on 2. You have the Jace to hold down the board on 5. So overall, a pretty good position it seems to be for Kanan.
And this is kind of what I was excited to see coming into this matchup was how do these control decks actually fare against the Bandle Gunners? Is it something that you can reasonably bring to the WCQ and have success with? And so far, Kanan is saying the answer is absolutely yes. I remember looking at the stats earlier this week. This matchup was like 52% favored for Bandle Gunners, which is such a narrow window that I'm willing to flip it with player skill. And hopefully Kanan can show off that, yeah, Heimer Jace can go toe-to-toe with these Bandle Gunners. You don't have to fear it. You don't have to ban it.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. Jace is a huge punish to Nora. Well, not a huge punish, but the fact you can block Nora is really nice. The fact that on top of the double Jace hand is also really nice, since this Jace is dead to this Pokey Stick if Bajatak chooses so.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if Kanan actually wants to use the Jace as a shock blast to clear out the board first, or maybe just like, I don't know, you could take a pass here, see what Baya does, throw down Heimer after the fact.
I actually really like this pass because I feel like Heimer makes a lot of sense as well.
Unfortunately, are gonna lose it to Buster Shot plus the ping, and now the board is in shambles for Cannon, but the hand is in shambles for Baya, so who's the real winner here?
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm fine with it, right? Because when they do this, they're not progressing their game state this turn, and when they develop and decide to do things next turn, they get really punished by this True Shot Barrage. Unfortunately for Kanan,
oh, they're greeting it out. They're going impact over barrier, so this True Shot might
they have the signpost, and the signpost will be a lot of tempo, or probably correct for Bajatak to play.
Oh, yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see.
Even then, even if the signpost comes out, it's like, what, 5 damage? That's not that.
It's 6.
I guess 6 damage, because I think there's impact, which, like, not the biggest punish I think you could possibly see out of the signpost, but I agree with you. I think it is absolutely correct for Baya to fire that off should they get the opportunity.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. Kanan might be saying he's okay taking it, or wants to get the Jace. I'm respecting the signpost. But the issue with this Jace is he just doesn't have good blocks.
No, I mean, you know that the Perilous Pastry is there for your opponent. Kanan definitely not expecting the triple Blast Cone Seedling. Still going to take 7 damage, which is actually more than they would have if they had tried for the True Shot Barrage, but you know, they're getting more resources out of their opponent's hand. They're actually clearing a unit off, but the fact that there are 15 shrooms in the deck of Cannon is definitely going to be an issue, as they are, you know, playing the turretless version. They have a lot less proactivity they can take, and it's going to be a while before they actually end the game.
Yeah, it's a really scary spot, and you're forced to open attack with this J, since your opponent can just clean it up with the ping.
Oh no.
Oh, and what a beautiful top deck for Bajatak, getting this King's Court, being able to play it down, actually electing to go with the Bandle Gunners instead, so he can have the deny backup for the King's Court. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, keeping this puzzling signpost alive is insane for Bajatak. The amount of pressure that's being put on Cannon here, and we very well could see the scoreline tied up 1-1 in just a matter of minutes here. Spell is fired off. Is this the trigger pull? And it is. Puzzling Signpost going to bounce that back to the top, and now Cannon going into 10 mana on the following turn. Currently no way to pop the spell shield to get Vengeance online, but does have a chump blocker to run out.
I help when I can. Shut up when I can't.
I mean, Vengeance is kind of cool, but you know.
Yeah. Vengeance is alright, but unfortunately, we're just so far behind in tempo, and it's really going to be hard to find a 6-cost spell that can adequately buy us back that tempo at this stage in the game.
Definitely looking like this one is about to be wrapped up. I can't figure out a way for Cannon to try and get back into this one, knowing that there is a ping that can come out onto the Reggie should Cannon try for anything here. Formula, I don't even know what you'd be looking for off the formula. You'd be left with 5 mana, and it's not 5 unit mana, so actually we're just going to get a pass out of Cannon, who I assume is going to line up a block on the Bandle Gunner, go for the Vengeance onto the Brass Ship, and then died a prize fight. Died a prize fight, died a Perilous Pastry.
That surrender. Respectable.
Yeah. Save a couple of seconds that Floppy Mudkip stole from us earlier in the day. I haven't forgotten Floppy. I said I wouldn't forget, you bastard. That's 25 seconds I'll never get back. Cannon gave me back about 10 of them, so you still owe me 15 seconds, Floppy. 15 seconds, and I'm coming to collect. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. Like, I'm getting really committed to the bit here, but I don't know what my end game is. No clue. Hopefully we get into game 3 so I can get off camera. I'm starting to feel very awkward right now. T, if you could make them start the game and then throw us in there, that'd be awesome,
game 3,
buddy.
Please. We don't
Game
even
3,
know
please,
what
T.
matchup we're playing, so like we can't even talk about it.
Game
We're
3?
Just hanging out
Oh,
here.
there we go. I still don't know what the matchup is. Show me by attacks mulligan. There we go. Oh, it's Kaiser.
Okay, Kaiser. Okay, so this, I think Vajratak is not on the CS version, although I'm not sure. This matchup is actually a very close matchup. It can go either way, really. Kaiser has the denies, and when they have the fast evolve hands, they really can put the pressure on that Heimer can't deal with, but there's Heimer hands that have the vengeances. They have the tools to go through spell shielded Kaisers because they get to establish Jaces on the board, and they have the ways to clock with turrets. So it's a very close matchup, and it'll be really interesting to see how it goes, especially as both of these decks have evolved into new lists from how they used to play in the past in this matchup.
So there are no champion strength in the list for by attack. One Rite of Negation. That's like all that really feels worth highlighting. There's like a couple of Chain Vest, which is like, you know, more than one. That's something. That's a little spicy, but yeah, for the most part, it does just look a lot like old Sivir Demacia, or like Kaiser Demacia in terms of like follower lineup, other than like the triple Genevieve Elmhart. And the champion split is 2 Garen, 3 Kaiser, 1 Jarvan.
And just a really awkward hand on the side of Vaj.
I'm here to help.
Unfortunately, not evolved on 5. I don't even think the Chain Vest is evolving. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I don't think the Chain Vest is evolving. I believe we're 2 off.
I'm sure Ice-T will hover it for us, and then we'll be able to find out. Not that it really matters since she's going down here. 4 out of 6, yeah, so
yeah,
2 off.
Father.
But Vengeance going to clear her out, and now all future copies of Kaiser
I think
will
you're
have
supposed
spell
to
shield.
Mystic Shot this. Yeah, and Kanan recognizes it, that you need to get rid of this spell shield on every future instance of Kaiser. It's just going to be too problematic.
On top of the fact that, you know, it's a lot easier to deal with that unit if you do Mystic Shot it now. I mean, you could Mystic Shot it here. I don't really see a point in that. I think it's better for Kanan to try and progress their own strategy at this point. But what does that really look like, knowing that there's triple Cataclysm coming out of Buy Attack? And honestly, now we have the option for a Cataclysm rally if Cannon doesn't immediately remove this scout, which they might feel incentivized to do, just knowing that Kai's going to want to come down and try and steal those keywords next turn anyway.
Yeah, it will be interesting what Kanan decides to do, what he decides the best course of action is. I actually think this Jace can make a lot of sense, just trying to usually get on the board. We have the tools next turn to like punish the Kai'Sa potentially, as long as they don't have the one of deny. And then Jace is good at cleaning up the board right now, which is really important. And Genevieve doesn't get a value trade on him.
Yeah, I am worried that Kanan might be in a bit of trouble, though, if a Cataclysm comes out here for a rally. Although, Cataclysm does open up
powering up
Genevieve to be taken out by Mystic Shot. Actually, just willing to trade the Jace for the Genevieve, and this is going to get punished by Chain Vest. Mystic Shot for the follow-up, though. And does Kanan pull the trigger now, or do they potentially want to wait for the Kai'Sa spell on the following turn? Would be a lot more mana to play with on Buy Attack side. Not able to play around form up does send the Mystic Shot, going to be rewarded.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. If you're like, that's probably something your opponent would be willing to deny over on like a reasonable amount of hand ranges. So I think sending the Mystic Shot makes a lot of sense there. And if they're on cards like form up as well, just giving them top deck outs to that can be quite awkward.
Can't. Okay, it's impact on the Voidling, so not the best Kai'Sa grab.
Yeah. Kind of just a card to get on the board, trying to establish some board pressure and apply presence, because, yeah, I was about to say, it looks like we're going into Jenny this turn. We want to get better keywords on Kai'Sa.
And now the question becomes, do you use Piercing Darkness, or do you try to stave off the aggression with the Piercing Shadow? Because Piercing Darkness is not going to kill Kai'Sa as a 6/6, so I do like this play more, even if you are not taking full advantage of the healing and even potentially, you know, diminishing the amount of trade value that you're going to get this turn.
They need time.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to go ahead and shoot the Piercing Darkness this turn. On top of that, you're also putting yourself on 10 mana next turn, which can be really nice as well for just like future Jace top decks, keeping yourself alive to double spells.
Unfortunately, it does leave you one shy of Heimer formula starting to pop off, and there is still a Cataclysm in by his hand if Cannon tries to run it out now, but honestly, I don't think I hate a pass from Cannon, which is what we saw. Now Kaiser going to come down vulnerable to
I know
the,
how to destroy them.
It's not actually called Piercing Shadow, but I keep calling it that.
Dawning
it's
Shadow.
Yeah, something Shadow.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
Vengeance
Hexbliterator's going to
Santa.
get punished, though.
Yeah, this Chain Vest is really annoying. The one nice thing about forcing out a trick like Chain Vest like this against the Kaiser is future Kaisers won't be tough, but having to spend another resource, especially when we use the Mystic earlier, is going to be really problematic on this Kaiser, especially if it ends up being a 6-cost spell. Or if Baja decides to lead next turn with like a supercharge on the Kaiser.
Yeah, I think Kanan might be dead here.
In the open, yeah.
Yeah, especially with the supercharge to protect the Kai'Sa, a second Xerxai Hatchling coming down. There are top deck options from Kanan that I think save them, but honestly, I think even just the double keyword onto the Kai'Sa and Kanan doesn't draw. It's still a formula available, but based on this damage, Vengeance will not be enough once the spell shield comes through, and that is going to be by attack, taking it over Kanan.
Yeah, Bajasak just playing a patient game with the Kai'Sa, with the second Kai'Sa especially, and just waiting for Bajasak or Kanan to not play around second Chain Vest and finding his out.
An absolutely massive punish with that second Chain Vest, and Cannon going to fall down here into the X and 2 bracket. Baya moving on 5-1. I gotta say, not the greatest showing for players that are hoping to target Bandle Gunners in the future. You know, it wasn't necessarily the best performance from this Heimer Jace, and it's definitely one of the more popular answers for a matchup like this, so people got some testing to do this week, Card Gamer.
Yeah, definitely. This Tristana deck, like, we've seen a lot of people beat it, but we've also seen it be very resilient. It's really hard to say, and it's going to be really hard to call on what is the correct thing. Do you want to ban this deck you're going to see all the time, or do you want to play into it?
That's the question every time we get into an event like this, and as always, I don't have the answer just yet, but hopefully later this week we will have a better idea. So now we are getting into YR Rebellion on the Aatrox Vayne up against Donut on the Bandle City Bilgewater Bandle Gunners.
Oh, and that's a really good top deck for Donut if Rebellion was like any low at all, under any pressure at all. In this spot, it's pretty scary for Donut, I feel like. Even though he has the bigger hand, as soon as Rebellion draws a unit, Donut is pretty much dead. Or a weapon.
Yeah, I mean, the weapon is on the Vayne. We do have Fish Fight to get it off, but I think you want this regen to trigger at least once.
Yeah. Well, what this game just comes down to, Boulevard, is we are going to play a unit next turn, and we're gonna like World Ender Aatrox, and then we're gonna like tumble him. Or we're gonna like draw like a Darken and like go through like that. And I think if we don't hit that, the game is really sketchy because we're just gonna get smorked way too hard across these next 2 turns.
Yeah, oh. Donut passes with the attack token. That makes it a lot harder to smork them over the next 2 turns.
And that's a unit.
Yeah, blocking Badger Bear. We can now unequip the Aatrox weapon with the Fish Fight, throw it onto the Badger Bear, turn it into an Aatrox, and just attack for victory.
And it looks like Y Rebellion. I'm not exactly sure how you say your name. I'm sorry.
I always say Y Rebellion.
Yeah, but one of those. It looks like he knows exactly the line and is just gonna do a nice, clean little lethal.
You love a nice, clean little lethal, but based on the score that Ice-T has now provided, this does mean we are going to take it to a game number 3, as Y Rebellion going to take the win over Donut with the Aatrox Vayne. And I believe you were saying earlier that this is a pretty bad matchup for the Aatrox Vayne. Usually does not like running into the Bandle Gunners.
The Demacia version. The champion strength is really problematic.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, you could kind of envision this matchup kind of like how Aatrox, Kayn, Lulu, Jinx used to play out almost.
Ah, yes.
It's
Aatrox, Kayn, Lulu, Jinx. I was an expert on that one. I'd seen it a million times.
I was playing a bunch of Aegis back then, alright?
Lulu Jinx got banned at Worlds so often that I never actually got to see that one play out. It was like 2 people brought it and everyone just banned it every single time. So I was like, I'd never get to see Lulu Jinx to play into these Aatrox decks. But also, no one knew how to play Aatrox decks back then. They were bringing all kinds of shit.
Yeah, Aatrox at Worlds was interesting. Anyways, going into this game, it looks like we have Swain Alawi versus the Bandle Gunners. So this is a pretty close matchup from my understanding. The Swain 2 guy is pretty good against these Bandle decks, right? But also, Bandle decks are really wide and they can push a lot of damage, and Bilge Nox control, it's definitely known for getting a clunker or two in the draw phase.
Bilge Nox control is, from an analyst perspective, so hard to quantify because over the years it has consistently been the biggest bait region combination in the history of competitive Legends of Runeterra. From TF Swain to the first iterations of like Annie Katarina. I don't think they were playing Katarina back then. What was the first Annie?
I think it was Annie TF.
Yeah, Annie TF. It was a lot of TF decks with Noxes. Pirates has baited people a time or two and then like been really high performing the other times, but then also you have metas where they just come out swinging and it actually turns out to be really, really good. And I have not yet really formed an opinion on whether Swain Alawi is one of those huge bait decks or if this is the second coming of OGTF Swain. But I'm leaning more towards the bait.
It's hard to say. I think both of these champions are doing something appealing for what is happening in the meta right now, but it's just the clunk factor. I feel almost similarly to how we were talking about J4 Shen when we talk about this deck, where it like has these tools you want to play, but sometimes you just look at your hand and you're like, man, I actually don't want to play this anymore. And this is almost one of those hands for Rebellion. Like, what are you really doing here? How are you actually effectively stabilizing against this Bandle deck?
Yeah, like Make It Rain plus Scorched Earth is a huge commitment to take out one unleveled Tristana. And from here on out, that is every piece of interaction you had in your hand. You can throw down Swain here, but Swain's not leveled, and based on your hand, Swain's not leveling anytime soon. And so, you know, as long as he doesn't have Overwhelm, his threat is significantly lower.
Yeah, if he's not board wiping, he's not really a problem for your opponent. And like you were saying, we're pretty much out of interaction. We have this Rex that's going to be dead in our hand for a long, long time. We have a Tentacle Smash from second Alawi, which we don't really have a Tentacle buffed up to do much with, or really good targets right now. And it's just not the position we want to be in. We're going to need some really good draws over the next few turns to bail ourselves out of this one.
Fear, against doubt.
Yeah, and the top deck being a Sea's Voice is, again, just not something that facilitates the Swain, which feels like it has to be the star of the show here. And now, Prize Fight plus Group Shot going to take out the Alawi before this Tentacle can grow into ranges of even threatening to trade with just a little hungry Owlcat. And now Donut free to get down either a second Tristana or the Bandle City Mare.
Yeah, Alex for the Mayor wants to try and get this Tristana a little bit bigger before he plays her, as well as potentially take advantage of a discount this turn and next turn, depending on what hits he gets. And
well, that's not going to do it.
That's not a this turn or next turn, but that I think is a really good threat in these types of matchups, especially because you have plenty of plays.
I was about to say, actually, could it be this turn? You know, you attune to turn on the ability to get a Longtooth out, and if you are worried that your opponent has a clunkier hand, you know, like next turn is the Leviathan turn, so you kind of want to jam as much damage in as possible before that starts to happen. So I don't necessarily hate the read that Donut has here going for the Longtooth, but I think like Mare into Tristana was also a very potent line.
I think after thinking about it a second longer, this Longtooth makes a lot more sense because you want to apply pressure this turn, and then when your opponent is like more incentivized to be on Leviathan or advancing their game state on their next turn, that's when you want to try and sneak the Tristana down to get as much value as possible from playing those multi-region followers afterwards before your opponent gets the mana to interact.
So the question is now, what is White Rebellion's answer here? I think it's just like play a champion and block, but it's really not the situation that you want to be in. And again, there is no actual Leviathan, so we're still 2 turns off Rex.
Yeah, I mean,
Life
every
is too
play is
short
just
to
so,
fear.
like, it not impactful as you, not as impactful as you need it to be right here. It's just really tricky to figure out a way to come back from the state.
I'm curious about throwing out the 5-1 because Donut is not going to have prize fight mana. That spell mana is going to get eaten by the Longtooth.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he remembers that or if he's just going for maximum pressure. And I think both lines can make a reasonable amount of sense.
Yeah, because what do you block here with the Ilawi, right? If you block the 5-1, like, that's not an ephemeral 4-2. That's sticking around. That's going to be here next turn.
Good. Fine.
You could probably do... Yeah, I was going to say, you could block a little bit more damage than a 4-2 with Overwhelm with that 1-1. I understand potentially trying to set up the Make It Rain, but that's not the best course of action when that is, 1, your Rex activator, and 2, Y Rebellion is getting a tough weapon back to hand.
Yeah, and the fact that there's a tough weapon on top of the hand that Y Rebellion was already dealt just made things so brutal. It's just so hard for these ping decks to play into.
I mean, it's so silly to think that, like, these ping decks are still struggling against tough when, like, Ranger's Resolve already rotated, guys. I don't know if you know that, but, like, it's out of here. And that's why you see people like Biotech playing, like, double Chain Vest in their Kaiser. Oh, how the times have changed.
Okay, but like if Ranger's Resolve wasn't rotated, that would be like one of the best cards this meta.
Oh,
Dude,
absolutely.
Ranger's Resolve is like not okay. That card is like 7 mana value sometimes for 1. Like
Yeah.
what?
Demacia Bandle Gunner suddenly, like, hoses the mirror, not, like, has staying power in the mirror, not is favored in the mirror. It suddenly becomes, like, an 80-20 matchup against, you know, one of these Bilgewater variants. But looks like Donut going to be able to pick up the win with the Bilgewater variant after not too long, as Y Rebellion doesn't have a lot of options. An unleveled Swain could come down, which means really jack diddly from this position like this. And if you do throw out Swain, then there's no way for you to make it rain Rex next turn. So it almost feels like it has to be either Seize Voice or Prize Fight Heavy Metal, but you really want to bank that 2 spell mana into the next turn and then pray that your opponent gives you a couple of priority sequences, and also this Make It Rain touches the Nexus.
Yeah, and I just think that none of those situations are actually realistic. If Donut recognizes how he loses this game and how he wins this game, I don't see a way that he isn't getting there with his combination of cards in hand.
We'll see. We get a pass out of Y Rebellion. Donut has the opportunity to end the turn, but I would like to see him pressure his advantage for a much, much stronger open attack on the following turn. Starting off with a Mare. That's a good start. And another Shark Trainer is up for grabs, but can't get that one down this turn.
Yeah, we would be just 1 mana shy of playing it this turn. So I wonder if we elect to go for the Grumble Slug or the Tenor. The Tenor goes max wide in 1 action, which is really nice, but the Grumble Slug fits with the Tristana. Electing to go with the Tenor, just trying to go as wide as possible instead, though.
And the Tenor, I guess, no matter how Donut plays the remainder of this turn, unless they equip the weapon, I'm not going to lie, I do not want to see the weapon equipped because you need spell mana to summon the 4-2.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd really like to see that 4-2 coming.
That's part of the reason why I was also kind of liking the Grumble Slug, so you could have tried to go like Trist Grumble Slug, and the Grumble Slug would give you that mana you needed.
I think I did like Trist Grumble Slug a lot, but I don't think Trist can't be too far off leveling if she's not already leveled, right?
She's already leveled.
Okay, then I definitely think I like the Grumble Slug a little bit more, but I don't think it's really going to come up here. It depends on where we can tag with this Make It Rain, line it up with a prize fight high roll, but even then, I think Donut is still just going to be taking this one.
Yeah, I have a really hard time seeing the way that Donut isn't winning this. Even if he isn't winning this turn, it's probably going to be pretty hard for Rebellion to figure out a way to turn the corner. And yes,
comes down to a Make It Rain. Can it hit the 3-1?
This is where the real bilge players are made.
Yeah, I mean, prize fight has to go down onto either the Tenor or the unblocked Mare as well. And it looks like Y Rebellion going to maximize their chances, but it still comes down to this Make It Rain. 7 targets. I haven't run the numbers, but it's not great odds to survive here.
Okay.
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 Okay. And
Okay.
That's actually maximum damage saved, kind of. Not quite, because you hit the tender
Okay,
instead of the mare, so
alright.
you're still taking a little bit of impact damage, but then we just go ahead and impact away, and that's still going to be lethal.
That was insanely impressive to hit the Make It Rain like that, though.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's crazy.
A good attempt, but at the end of the day, Donut does still take the win and will be moving on with, I believe, a 4-2 record,
Yeah, I think that sounds correct.
which is top cut worthy because currently we only have 5 players that are 5-1 or better, and we still have 2 rounds to go. So we're probably gonna get like 5 or even more 4-2s. Anyway, we are gonna throw it to a quick break, and then we will be back for round number 6, our second to last Swiss round before we get into the top 8. Don't go anywhere. So we are getting to the good stuff now. Hello, everybody. I miscounted the rounds at the end of the last round because now we are in the last round. It is round 7 of Swiss before we get into the top cut. And we are going to be taking a look at Calf, someone that we haven't really had a chance to take a look at earlier in the day. I believe they're at a 4-2 record, which is still alive for top cut. So we might or might not get into their deck list. I'm not totally sure. But Card Gamer, so far, 6 rounds of Swiss have gone by. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling. I've seen some like mixed Runeterra. Like when it hasn't been Karma Targon, it's been pretty good. If we're just being honest. And things have been shaking up more or less with how I kind of expected. Bilgewater Trist has done some more impressive things and some less impressive things than I've thought at certain spots. But I think otherwise things have been lining up more or less as I've expected, and I'm excited to see where the day heads out.
And we're going to take a look at the standings here just to remind you all that the prize pool has not shifted in a minute, but we're taking a look at our top 8 standings there. All of these players not quite locked for top cut just yet. They're close. They're close, but they're not quite there. But Salty Simon remains the only 6-0 in the tournament. Let me tell you, Ice-T was foaming at the mouth to get Salty Simon back on camera for his 3rd or maybe even 4th Swiss round out of 7, and we said, no, we're doing someone else. So we're going to get Calf. We might not get the deck list in. I just noticed that like AJ's name is like AJ underscore and then like in parentheses, oh, it's AJ, in case you couldn't tell based on this confusing underscore, like it's a CAPTCHA and I'm a robot. But we're taking a look at cast decks, and to start things off, we have Vayne Aatrox Quinn. Pretty standard looking build here.
Yeah, the really standard build. It has the ratioing that like me and my team popularized, just trying to make it so it's very consistent at drawing the Aatrox, despite the nerf that Aatrox had, where you actually need to play different Darkins to draw him.
Going straight into deck number 2, we're going to have more of the same Bandle Gunners. Oh my god, I got it right. And it's the Demacia variant. And again, we're not seeing anything crazy here. It's all looking pretty standard.
Yep, very standard. We're on the 3 form up instead of 2 form up 1 chain that some people have been playing, but outside of that, looks the same as about everything else.
And straight into deck number 3, blitzing through this round, we have Samira Pantheon. So yeah, I mean, Samira, Aatrox Vayne, and a Demacia Bandle Gunner. This seems like it's made for the Bandle Gunner mirror. I don't know that Samira Pantheon is doing as well as Samira Fizz does in those matchups, but maybe just feeling better about the spread.
Yeah, it's probably just a comfort thing, I would imagine, because if you look at the type of decks that CAF has brought, they're playing a lot more of these mid-range board-based decks, which is what this Pantheon is doing. And like you were saying, I do think that we are trying to beat up on the Bandle Gunner, specifically non-Demacia versions, and let's see if we hit one.
And for the first game of the last round, we hit, it looks like Nora Alawi.
Yeah, so Nora Alawi, I think we should be pretty okay into this deck, especially considering we're playing Pantheon into it. Nora Alawi can definitely give a hard time to decks like Aatrox, but I think the rest of CAF's lineup should be pretty alright.
It's so strange to me that, like, Nora, Alawi, and Swain are 3 champions that do not have a lot of overlap in their sort of packages and their general level up strategies, and yet, you know, we've seen Nora Swain in the past, and then last round we got to see Alawi Swain, and now we are seeing Alawi Nora, and like I get the overlap here. It's kind of minor, but I am worried about like the threat composition of a deck like this.
Yeah, a deck like this is really weak on threats. I think it's like very reminiscent, less so than like Alawi Swain, more so of like Nora Nar. The main difference I would say is that it's threats that also help produce value in Alawi and King's Court, which you could compare it to like Nara and Broadmane respectively, are actually much better at pushing through and ending the game. However, they're a bit worse at stalling on the conversely.
And CAF, foot on the gas, going for the gem on turn 2 to try and aggressively level up this Pantheon. And Fluxion, not much to do here. You're just going to fire off a Portal Palooza on turn number 3 rather, and out of the portal we get something that generates a Husk. That's actually a good amount of level up for the Nora progression.
Yeah, getting this Vor is huge. The Nora progression is really nice, as well as just being able to make this Alawi have 7 HP is really nice. And we see CAF just being really diligent about his game plan, saying this Pantheon is most likely how I'm gonna win. I triggered on 2 because I'm attacking on 6, and I would like him flipped for that token.
Either that or, you know, could even play Camp 4 on 16. It looks like we're actually just going to aggressively slam the Pantheon. This is something that, you know, when Pantheon came out, everyone was like, oh yeah, you wait till he's leveled. And then as we started to play with more Pantheon, we were like, actually, it's kind of fine to throw him down unleveled and, like, you know, start to get the faded procs on him. And now it feels like we've gone back to, okay, yeah, no, like, you got to wait till he's leveled. Maybe you can throw him down on 3 or 4. But Calf just pedal to the metal, throwing down the Pantheon. No challenger, no nothing. Can gem it up for the faded proc plus the just extra damage on the overwhelm. But that tentacle is starting to get a little unthreatened and a little bit bigger every day, as Fluxion now totally free to throw down Lowy or C's voice and then follow up with the other one next turn.
Yeah, definitely getting aggressive on the side of Cap. Potentially looking to attack this turn, and I think as long as we don't attack, this Pantheon play can make a lot of sense this turn. Like you were saying, there's been a lot of evolution on how players want to treat Pantheon over time. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgot that this guy was going to 4 HP this turn, so it's fine to attack. There's been a lot of evolution on how players play with Pantheon over time, and I think the really good Pantheon players, and definitely the best Pantheon players, do a very good job of recognizing which matchups Pantheon is supposed to be coming down on these 4 or 5 turns and grow really huge and become this threat because your opponent has a hard time dealing with them, or the matchups where he's supposed to come down in the late game as some keyword abomination.
Oh, this is dicey here. Fluxion touches the Pantheon down to 1 HP, but now if they attempt to kill the Pantheon, which is extremely unlikely to work out because of the faded mechanic, they have very, very poor follow-ups and actually just going to immediately go for Eye of Nagakoboros. This is going to be a 6/6 tentacle with Overwhelm.
Fallen Feline.
Leading me
Insane
to wonder
attack.
why we bothered to push damage onto the Pantheon.
Stand with me.
I guess just so it can't block, which is, you know, that's reasonable. But yeah, I guess just Pantheon can't block is a reasonable reason to go ahead and use that pie toss there.
Yeah. Like, it just makes everything awkward for your opponent. It makes a lot of things line up well. The main downside of using this pie toss is, much like it was a barrier popper that turn, it could be a spell shield popper in the future.
Feel it too.
Yeah, which I guess is going to be the role of the Perilous Pastry.
Stand
Good,
with me.
sort of just... I want to say good on Fluxion for not trying to Perilous Pastry the Pantheon, but what I really want to say is, like, that would have been so uncomprehendibly awful that, like, you know, good job not falling through the floor and unplugging your PC, I guess, is the best way to put it. But we are going to be rewarded for just pushing damage onto it so it can't block the C's voice. And Calf thinking of trying to push damage back onto the tentacle and actually take it out with the Furious Wielder. They are going to eat a lot of damage for this, though.
Yeah. I understand the thought process behind this line of wanting to keep the tentacle small, but I feel like we're allowed to leave the tentacle this turn, and it's probably better to just equip the Pantheon this turn and have the Wielder and Spell Shield for Pantheon to protect himself going into the future. But we do elect to just make sure we get rid of the tentacle, make sure things like Tentacle Smash aren't that scary, and this turn we can flip our Pantheon and try to close out the game with him.
I stand this day.
We'll see what keywords are rolled here. Lifesteal, Quick Attack, Challenger, Elusive. These are all good ones. Elusive, probably not so much. Actually, this Pantheon might be able to end the game with Elusive. I don't know what I'm talking about. It looks like we got Lifesteal, Tough, Fury,
Augment,
Spell Shield. Kind of not the worst. You know, this is actually a lot of doubled up protection for not necessarily Pantheon, but for the Darkened Lodestone, as there were 2 heavy metals in Fluxion's hand.
Yeah, the fact we're going to be able to keep these Darken alive is really, really nice. The fact we have this Camphor, we have 2 Darkens available, we have another Pantheon. Even if this Pantheon gets dealt with, it's going to be really difficult for our opponent to deal with all of our threats. So our opponent is almost in a position where they need to be trying to race with us at this point. And if we get one hit with this Lifesteal Pantheon, which it looks likely we can, we're going to be not in a position where they're very comfortable racing with us with no tentacle on the board anymore.
What is certainly awkward here is, I want to say, the suite of keywords that this Pantheon has rolled. No Quick Attack, no Elusive, no Challenger, means that sending him into combat is sort of a lot more at the mercy of how your opponent wants to block than you might be used to. And you're not going to be able to take out this C's voice. You're down to 5 HP. You've got Lifesteal, so you do kind of have to send him in. And now Heavy Metal plus Prize Fight going to come out all in the same interaction in order to play around the Expanse's protection.
Yeah, so this is a bit annoying. Getting rid of the lodestone, you're never happy about, but ultimately, it's not the end of the world. This Pantheon is still able to attack, especially if you put another spell on him and trigger this Faded, which it looks like we're going to do, and we're trying to do it through the blade, which I think makes a lot of sense, so we can keep these weapons available to use as Dark in the future on turn 8, since there's a very real chance, and with how we want this game to go, Pantheon isn't dying over the next 2 turns before we would play a Darkin.
At the tip of my spear.
This is... Yeah, Overwhelm Weapon means again, like, if you want to send in Pantheon here, Pantheon's dead unless you use second... Oh, no, we hadn't Faded yet this turn? I don't know why I thought we had.
The Faded resets on Pamphlet.
Oh. Doesn't come up that often. I forgot about that. Good call.
Yeah. It's like the Aphelios and like the Kindred mark and all that. Yeah.
I always remember Aphelios and Kindred, but I never remember Pantheon for some reason. But this does mean that we
Because
actually are able to
Pantheon's
get the big lifesteal
cringe.
swing.
I understand. Yeah, so the lifesteal going through, and this just makes it really hard to race. And like I was talking about, we have the really high threat density. The opponent does have the other heavy metal, but if they elect to use heavy metal and they don't have a backup popper that they draw into, I think Calf is really happy to just jam the spell shield and preserve this Darkin, as well as Pantheon.
Yeah, even if the heavy metal does come out, it doesn't kill Pantheon. Pantheon still has 10 attack. You're at 7 life. You would pretty much have to play Alawi, in which case Calf just has enough mana to play out Camphor and pull the Alawi to the side, and like Pantheon is probably just lethal at your Nexus next turn with Spell Shield backup. And being that you are Bandle City Bilgewater, you don't have a lot of fast speed interaction for a tough unit.
Yeah, the fact that they rolled this tough is really problematic, just because, like you were saying, Bandle City Bilgewater, like, what you need group shot, and that's your only way at speed that's appropriate to actually deal 2 damage. But even then, it's so hard because they have Faded and Spell Shields to just keep pressuring all of these tools that would normally let you get there against most other decks.
Yeah, you also need 4 units in play, which Fluxion is not going to be able to get done unless they can draw a portal that summons something that summons something, or if they
Another
run out of Nora this
Bora,
turn as well.
please.
Yeah, another Bora would be
No
great, but the
retreat.
Spell Shield onto the
I
Pantheon
will
feels
stand
like a
for us all.
solidification of Calf's victory here in game number 1. And I gotta say, we've been very critical of Pantheon over the course of the day. I'm constantly talking shit about this guy, about how he needs to hit the gym. He can't keep up with Nautilus. And I know, like, this one doesn't even kill a Nautilus. He's getting close, but he's still not in Nautilus killing range. Nautilus is tough, but I do want to point out, it took a couple Darken weapons to get here in a matchup where, like, one tentacle got dealt with, and that was sort of the end of Fluxion's control of the game. It was like the 6/6 tentacle goes down, and from there, never really able to rebuild their economy.
Yeah, and that's just kind of how this matchup works, and why I was kind of talking about before this game started, why it's in a good spot for Pantheon, because Alawi, the tools that they have, like the prize fight combo they want to use, isn't that reliable against Pantheon, and they don't have the best removal to go really long with all of these Darkins, so you really need to convert with the board in the mid game, which as soon as the tentacle fell, Fluxion no longer had the capability to do that.
No, and it is unfortunate, but now we are going to be moving on to game number 2, and the next deck coming out of CAF, which again, pretty standard lineup. So it's either going to be Aatrox, Vayne, Quinn. I was going to say Kayn, because I'm always about to say Kayn when I say Aatrox for some reason, even though they suck together. Or it's going to be the Demacia Bandle Gunners.
Yeah, so I would imagine it's the Aatrox here, as Alawi Nora actually has a pretty solid matchup into that. And they're generally pretty upset into Demacia Trist on the other hand, unless they come with the deny. And yeah, it looks like we are playing into that Aatrox.
Sorry, I had to yawn real quick. Opening hands, taking stock real quick.
This is a very good hand on the Aatrox. This is a very good hand for both players.
Yeah, it's kind of where I was leaning. You know, both players seem to have a similar suite of everything that they want. The double heavy metal never going to complain about that. And 5-Punch Pablo going to do a lot in terms of keeping Cap's board from snowballing in the early game. But just a couple of passes to start the game off.
Yeah, I really like how this is going. I hope we, on the Aatrox side, play the Vayne here, and we don't equip. So we have like a lot of options and ways to pressure. Okay, I like the Badger Bear into the 3-3. Eliminate the good swing. We can hold Vayne and not use the tumble until a later turn. It's actually probably better to play 4-4 here to prevent the swing.
The other problem with like playing Vayne is Fluxion can swing and then tentacle smash the Vayne if they really wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah, with this token, the blocking Badger Bear is better.
What is Fluxion bluffing here? Is it just like, hey, I'm willing to trade a Seize Voice and a ping for the blocking Badger Bear?
Yeah, I think you tell them okay, though, because you need these cards to come out at some point anyways, and you don't actually want to be equipping this guy. So...
No, and I mean, even like if if Fluxion doesn't ping this right now, you can throw the spear on it next turn if you really want to get it outside of the range of a ping.
Yeah, it is an option. I just think that as the Aatrox player, you need to recognize how valuable this spell meta is, and you don't actually have any to afford spending on this Badger Bear. And it looks like Calf has made that decision, and is recognized it and is like actively making that decision.
Yeah, we do have to throw a weapon down onto something this turn, though, if we want to get the Scout online. But, I mean, Quick Attack plus Scout, it's a match made in heaven, and that's been Ranger Knight Defector's motto since day one. Since before Aatrox, when we had to run P and Z Demacia in order to get this combination to work out, and by God, did people do that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but it's going to be the Spear, actually. Which is a little weird, because... is Calf just not attacking this turn?
I think the idea of the spear is you're trying to devalue the heavy metal. Because you're saying that the harp is the more important equipment in this matchup.
That makes sense. It's just, if you spear, even if you attack, like 5-Punch Pablo can just trade with that, with the prize fight.
Yeah, I don't think you need to attack that turn, though, necessarily, because you have a Vayne. If they burn the prize fight.
I can't imagine Calf is going to attack now.
Yeah.
And probably just, I mean, Fluxion might as well use the prize fight to knock this down to 1 mana, or 1 damage, rather.
I think Fluxion is going to get majorly punished because Calf is being very smart about this spot for not actually stacking prize fight with the heavy metal. He does have the second heavy metal, though, which will be very annoying for Calf. He will most likely need to naturally draw into the Aatrox or draw another weapon this game to be in a really good spot to eventually close this game out.
It is always pretty interesting to me that, like, Aatrox Vayne remains one of the best decks in the format, despite the fact that a lot of decks just kind of accidentally have access to weapon removal.
Yeah, it's just a testament to, like, how good the deck is, really. Like, you're doing a powerful game plan, and then part of the cards you were using for your powerful game plan are late game bombs. And just that is very, very powerful, especially whenever the meta goes into a power trough, which it kind of has lately with rotation and then nerfs, so...
Here, we actually can see prize fight plus heavy metal to take out the Ranger Knight Defector as well as the weapon, and from there, Calf is going to be... doesn't matter, we're actually just full-on attacking. Alright, still taking 10 damage is Calf, though, so down to half life already in Fluxion. I would imagine you want to get all of this squared away before the turn ends. I like doing it all in one interaction in order to try and play around, like, Cataclysm.
Yeah. You have to do it all in one. Avoid that. Avoid any funny business.
Those who kill innocents are no more than fiends.
As on Calf's side, you're under a lot of pressure from these units. You really want a way to get on the board in a meaningful way, which was probably drawing, like, a Giral there to tutor into Aatrox, as well as... playing something to get on board and remove units.
Instead, none of those things gonna happen, and
we're forming up.
Yeah, form up. I mean, these 5-punch Pablos just look so good in these matchups where there aren't any pings available to your opponent, and it's so weird when, like, you come into a tournament like this, and it's a very ping-heavy meta, not just between, you know, the Bandle Gunners decks, but also, like, the Bandle City Control, like, Nora decks, and then you find the matchup where these cards get to do what they're supposed to do. The 5-punch Pablos coming in as 4/1s and just, like, doing an insane amount of work, and it just feels so good in some matchups and so incredibly awful in others, but hey, you find what you find, and it's gotten Fluxion this far in the tournament, and if they can squeak out a win here, might still be alive for top 8.
Yeah, it is definitely a really tight game. Fluxion seems to be in the driver's seat, but as soon as we can get an Aatrox, things get a lot closer.
Hey, chat, I'm putting in a Taco Bell order. Does anybody want anything? Crunch wrap, anyone, like a chalupa? Can I see hands, like a show of hands, who wants a taco? All right, that's... All right, yeah, I got you guys. Don't worry.
And on the side of Fluxion, the Alawi top deck is big. I imagine we just go Alawi into I, and we just try and apply pressure as best as possible. Since we don't have actual efficient interaction, we need to use pressure as our form of interaction.
So, this game feels like it gets blown wide open the second Calf draws a weapon. And if that just doesn't happen for the remainder of this game, then this Alawi should just completely take over.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is, and I'm a little bit worried that at this point it's just too late. Because if we go I open, it might just be too much pressure, and we're not able to actually have the units on board to draw into Aatrox with these weapons and actually win the game. Because yeah, here we have to trade down like everything.
Oof.
And then when that happens, it's just
Yeah.
we draw a weapon, we have to play a Darken unless the weapon is Aatrox. And we're just really behind on tempo, our hand is bricked up, it's really hard.
I guess the best top deck here is probably the remaining Darkened Spear, assuming you can high roll off of your Darken as well, but instead we're actually just going to draw Aatrox, and
This
honestly,
might be the best hit, actually.
yeah, this allows you to get down the Aatrox, not have to play a Darken, Cataclysm available, Fish Fight available.
This Aatrox might be just enough to solo the game with the top deck from our opponent, especially since they don't have big things to fight off of, and we can use Fish Fights for one-sided fights. This might be exactly what Calf needed to close it out.
Trying to think, like, Fluxion can kill this Aatrox if they want to. It would have to be like block with Alawi, prize fight with Alawi, and then finish it off with a Tentacle Smash, which is an insane amount of resources to pump into your opponent's Aatrox, and something you would probably only do if you also thought they had no units in hand. But instead, Fish Fight is going to come out to start things off, and once Aatrox re-equips this weapon, you will actually tutor another Aatrox.
Yes, that is true, as long as we equip it naturally and not with Tumble. And if we do that and we have the second Aatrox, we should be in a very, very winning position.
And because this is a one-sided fight, Fluxion's not able to sort of settle the score with prize fight plus ping.
Yeah,
and
because
just,
of that.
Yeah, it's just continuing to get away from Fluxion from here. I don't know if they can get back into this. I think the stabilization has happened, Card Gamer.
I think as Calf Mason, you're supposed to just equip this.
Oh, never mind. We found something.
Okay.
I mean, that'll do it.
You feel her presence.
This does heal too, though, on the side of Aatrox. So as long as you draw, like, any unit on the side of Calf, then you're in a really good position.
Whoa, actually, hold on. This is not true because the Fleet Feather Tracker can get killed immediately to the Perilous Pastry.
Deck.
Oh man, things are still coming up. Fluxion, they found a way.
And they can push 8 damage this turn? Okay, that's not lethal.
No, it is not. But, I mean, Calf's top deck is just pretty much invalidated by this Perilous Pastry.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. Just any unit that isn't an X1, we can put this Aatrox blade on, and then we're able to just survive.
As long as Fluxion kills it on sight, which they absolutely need to do. Just recognize that this is your loss condition, Fluxion, and you can take this to a game number 3.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Even playing around form up, which you're pretty sure, actually, you know for a fact your opponent doesn't have, because they would have formed up the Aatrox last turn, and that was their top deck. But
yeah.
Oh, that is
so
unfortunate, but also exactly what Demacia players deserve. And that is going to be Fluxion taking us to a game number 3.
Yeah. And now, to see what Fluxion's last deck is.
I remember that. Do you feel her presence?
Forgot I'm about to be on camera. Let me stand up. Brush my shirt off. Hi, everybody. It's me, Boulevard. I'm on camera again. We are about to get into a game number 3. This is Card Gamer, by the way. I don't know if y'all have met him. He is a Runeterra Open champion.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, right?
I won that.
He did win that. That was pretty cool, right? That was pretty awesome of you.
Yeah, thanks, man. I tried. Oh, it wasn't as cool as when you won that world championship. Even though it was in a different game, but
Yeah, it was a different game. Funny enough, that's only like my second coolest win. I'm just cracked, man. But
yeah,
someone's gonna win this tournament today, and I'm really hoping it's not Ferretto, because I did talk a bunch of shit on how Lurk can't win a tournament, and Ferretto is 5-1 going into this round, so someone's got to take him out, or I'm gonna look like a dumbass.
Oh, so it looks like we have Aatrox Kane versus Aatrox Vayne.
Who brought in 2023? You're still playing Aatrox Kane?
Fluxion is.
Come on.
So this matchup is really cool a lot of the time, because the Aatrox Vayne generally has a bit less value, but they have a lot more tempo. Whereas Aatrox Kane is on the other end. Also, one thing that's changed is with the Momentous Choice nerf and the printing of form up, Aatrox Vayne has the better combat tricks now as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this matchup plays out. I really like this by Fluxion, by the way, holding the Bakai until turn 3 to like predict correctly, know exactly what you want, and then you also have these weapons that you can equip on this unit on 3 to make sure you get good use of the unit, the spell mana.
I gotta say, I felt like Aatrox Kane was pretty unplayable last patch, and then they nerfed Momentous Choice and the Cultist, and people are still just jamming it. And I don't get it. I don't get it. But Fluxion's playing well so far, and they are at a 4-2 record, so there's got to be something to it at least.
That's how I felt as well, but Aatrox he does a powerful thing, weapons are good, and I mean, hey, if it's working, it's working. There's definitely some powerful things you have access to in the Cultist region right now, and Aatrox has always been like this, Aatrox Kane at least, has always been this board-based control type of deck, so playing it with Alawi Nora kind of makes sense from a lineup, like, targeting strategic perspective.
We actually don't see an attack from Fluxion with the 5-2 quick attack playing continuously respectfully of this form up. Deciding that the upside was not worth potentially losing their 1 drop. That actually is going to make it a little awkward to get down an impactful Ranger Knight Defector. But
oh, and electing to Wielder.
No answer from Calf outside of that previously mentioned form up to let this live at 1, but that is going to preserve the unit for Fluxion, and then from there, you know, Kane starts to try and get to do Kane things, I guess.
This form up is a little bit interesting because, like, when you form up and you equip with like a harp, it forces the block. But
yeah,
this unit isn't the most valuable, like, overall. With the bloodletters here, I really like equipping this Badger Bear with the harp, and then if they don't play anything, swinging with both of my units, if they're also not playing like Violent Discord, and just pressuring and saying, like, take this 8 or you can have my Vayne. and then when they take that 8, then the Zolani is just crashing through for lethal. So we're kind of doing a similar thing, but we're being a bit exploitative, and I imagine we're using catch on whatever they block.
Yeah. And that is going to be a much harder board preservation, and because the block did come down onto Vayne, this also means that Kayn does not have a solid target for the next turn, and Fluxion might have to try and pivot into Ranger Knight Defector plus Darkenharp.
Yeah.
Or just trade Kayn for a Vayne.
Yeah. No matter what you
catch.
do, you're in a pretty awkward position as Fluxion. You might just, like you were saying, play this Ranger Knight, even though it's so scary to play it into a potential fish fight. You just might not have that luxury to play around that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, any unit that you play here, you're playing into a fish fight. And I think Ranger Knight has the highest upside and is the least likely to get punished by another combat trick. Like, if we saw the Kayn come down here, even if it tried to trade with the Vayne, we know that Catch would make that an impossible situation, and even just Condemn.
Yeah, even just putting a Bloodletter on this 4-1 is so sad for Kayn. Like, it's not where you want to be.
No, and just way too many weapons in the hand of Fluxion does likely mean that Calf should be the one securing this in a couple of turns, but I mean, Aatrox is still, a drawable card for either one of these players, although Fluxion is... Actually, I don't think Fluxion has the easier time tutoring it, because I don't think Aatrox differentiates between different copies of the same weapon.
No, but he will have an easier time because Kayn will draw Aatrox.
I don't think it's an easier time if, like, Kayn comes down, dies, and then we equip 2 weapons.
No, but Kayn is a Darken, and it's just Darken count.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Kayn is the 3rd, and they have Bloodletter and Heart.
I always forget that Kayn's a Darken because it's, this is, like, the only time it comes up.
Yeah. No, that's totally fair.
Meanwhile, Darken Thralls are neither Darken nor Thralls. Actually, I think they are Darken.
Yeah. Okay, so we're doing this. We're blocking to get the
oh, no, they're a
Zolani
cultist.
back.
Right.
Yeah.
They're a cultist.
And I think we're going to go into Zolani next turn, and we're going to have a Trick backup, we're going to have Tumble backup, and we're going to have Condemn that we can do after the Tumble.
It looks like Zolani is actually going to be the first line of offense from Calf.
Really well played by Calf here.
Just moments away.
And I
Life is
don't
precious.
know
It
if
must
there's a
be
really
protected.
great response on the side of
I
Fluxion.
am ascended.
I think you send your Vayne too. I think you're fine if your Vayne dies.
I am freed. You needn't.
Just
think
gonna
you're
be the
supposed to full
Zolani to
send.
start. It's gonna be the Catch to push through the 1 damage. But with the quick attack weapon kind of stuck on the Vayne, it doesn't actually feel like that was an insane amount of value. Maybe I'm just underestimating the impact of killing the Zolani here.
Yeah, we were supposed to full swing to apply max pressure because of the situation it ends up setting up if they don't block the Zolani onto our Zolani. I'm pretty sure we push enough damage that with Condemn it's lethal.
Yeah,
But regardless,
instead-
we should be in a pretty good spot.
Because it's next turn, what is Fluxion doing? You've got 7 mana, which means you can, like, play Kayn and Keeper, which does not pull you back into this. That just gets you condemned, and not going to trade the Ranger Knight for the Zolani does mean Tumble is going to come through, and
Tumble will present lethal.
yeah, Fish Fight also to take out the Kayn or whatever blocker is high enough health. I'm pretty sure if you, like, block with Vayne and then tumble the quick attack weapon onto Zolani, you have lethal, but I do understand the one thing that Aatrox Kayn will always have over Aatrox Vayne is the Unforgiving Cold.
Yes, the freeze is a huge blowout in this matchup sometimes. And it looks like Cap is doing his best to play around it. We just have to make sure and be careful we don't overly play around it. It looks like we're just trying to be nice and respectful, tell our opponent they're not actually allowed to spend mana if they want to beat our Tumble, which is really smart because we're both on 7 mana, and we're going to start creating more and more mana advantage despite passing the same mana because Vayne is discounting Tumble. Vayne is acting as like an engine on our board for creating mana.
Yeah, and like as soon as Fluxion puts a card on the table, it kind of opens the floodgates for Cap here. There we go. Now that they are below the mana threshold for the Unforgiving Cold, we can see how Cap wants to play this, and it might even just be like get some condemn value, go for the open attack.
We elected to pass. I'm surprised we passed instead of like Fish Fight Kane. I'm assuming it's because we're respecting Momentous choice.
Yeah. But even if Momentous choice comes out, Kane still has to like, okay, now the floodgates are open.
Yeah.
Now it's, I mean, it's what? It's just Fish Fight and then Tumble Zolani?
Yep.
That's looking like lethal.
Yep. And it's 9 on Zolani. It's exact. Pretty well played game by Cap Mason. I think it was a very well played set overall by Cap. Could have played a little bit cleaner in a couple regards, but I think he really understood how he wanted to be playing these matchups and did his best to execute them. And, you know, it worked out. So
I have nothing to add because, you know, we're like 7 hours in, and honestly, seeing two Aatrox decks play against each other has really made me just see static for a majority of this game.
No, I love this. This was one of my favorite matches today.
This is so boring, dude.
What do you mean? This is one of the coolest matches we had today.
So boring, dude. Oh man, Demacia mirrors and Demacia-esque mirrors, which is what I kind of classify Kane Aatrox as.
We won the strike war on that one turn, and we used like quick attack to get ahead on board, push damage, Zolani lethal. I love that. So cool.
Oh man. You know, we talked about sort of forging you in the fire here, card game. The real fire that you needed to be forged in was watching Shen Fiora mirrors for 9 months straight. That was some trial by fire.
I think like the real like trial by fire was doing the Fight Night casts back in Temple meta, where the EU tournament would run so long it would delay the AM tournament.
I filled in for one of those. That was something. But we're getting ready to go to our top 8. We're going to throw it to a quick break and then figure out who the top 8 is, and then when we come back, we will have all of that action for you. So go tell your friends. Top 8 starts now, or soon after this break ends. Get everyone in here. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, to the Mastering Runeterra May Open. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Card Gamer, and we are about to get into the top 8. It has been 7 rounds of Swiss. We have whittled it down from 80 competitors to 8, so the top 10% will be flying on the screen in just a second here as we get a look at the top 8 players from the Swiss rounds. I thought it was going to be ready to... Okay, yep, here we go. Salty Simon, Buy Attack, Christmas Time, AJ in parentheses, AJ, Ninja Master, Ferretto, God Draw, and Talpinator.
Yeah. So this is a pretty stacked top 8, I think you could say. I'm pretty sure these are names that most people will recognize. Some of these are more known names than other, more prolific names than others, like Salty Simon and Bajatak. Salty Simon, and both seasonal winners. Salty Simon like goes on tears in grassroots, Bajatak multiple worlds. And then there's some lesser known players who are still very good and are constantly popping up if you're familiar in the scene, like Ninja Master and AJ, who we're going to be going into, and even other players who we looked at today, like Ferretto and Talpinator, and even the players we didn't look at today, like God Draw and Christmas Time.
Yep, and we're going to be taking a look at something else. I'm pretty sure it's AJ's deck lists, if I remember correctly. Speaking of, I'm assuming T. Yeah, he deafened me. He made my job easy for me. Get shit on T. That's what you get for your half EMEA top cut. I think half the EMEA is top cut. I think God Draw's European. Not 100% on that. Anyway. Canadian. I just knew he wasn't from the United States. Getting Annie Jin.
Yeah.
Who had Annie Jin top?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know AJ did it. I meant like the opponents.
AJ's cooking. This is the new Leona.
The old Leona felt like everything this deck wanted to be and just never was.
Yeah.
So
we had to go back.
Go back to Monkey. Wow, okay. Didn't expect Annie Jin in my top cut. It's more likely than you think. Let's take a look at the next list here. At least it means we're going to get a quick one, because I imagine you don't tend to run Annie Jin and then not pair it with other aggressive decks, but Shen Jarvan is a lot more lackadaisical than I was expecting out of the second list here.
My favorite aggro deck, Shen Jarvan. You know it's an aggro deck because we play champion strength.
We play 3 place your bets too. That's something. This is neither the follower nor spell lineup. It's not even the champion lineup I was expecting, since Set's randomly thrown in there. But man, AJ cooking.
Yeah, bro cooked.
Let's take a look at the third list here. That's more in line. Well, no. That's not a Fizz. That's a Misfortune. That's a Jagged Taskmaster, and that's a lot of monkeys. I mean, AJ really did say, go back, I want to be Monkey.
Yeah, return to Monkey.
And return to Monkey we shall, as, wow. Okay, yeah, that is a lineup. Samira Misfortune is... It's been around. It's, I think it top 64 the last open as a one-of, and that kind of feels like its position is it always top 64s as a one-of.
Has good ladder stats.
I mean, Samira Fizz is a little bit better in the stats than Samira Misfortune is for being the same region combination and the Fizz not being allocated elsewhere in the lineup. But hey, you know, I mean, it is a different style, right? Because that is like Jagged Taskmaster style of stuff. It's not like the plunder heavy version that we're seeing out of Fizz. You're not really as interested in running as many plunder cards in order to keep your Fizz alive and really get full value out of that champion. So yeah, actually just going for a completely different lineup than I was expecting coming into this top 8, to be honest.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't what I was expecting going into the top 8, but it kind of makes sense that something like this could pop up. These are definitely all decks that have like a pretty high fail rate, I think, comparatively to some of the other stuff we're seeing in the field. But I mean, we talked about it with Ferretto, with like how barrier can hit the field, and I think with these aggro decks as well. They're just attacking the field in a pretty powerful way, and there's a lot of decks and a lot of lineups that don't want to face these decks. And that's a pretty powerful thing to have, even if your fail rate isn't exactly where you want it to be compared to like a Tristana deck.
And with 2 Shen Jarvan in top cut, I have to wonder about Alawi Jarvan. Is it just, have we totally moved on to the barrier style of gameplay? Is the tentacles no longer cool? Have we just found better homes for Alawi? I don't think these are answers that we're necessarily going to get out of this top cut, but it's definitely something for players to think about as we head into the World Championship qualifier this upcoming weekend.
Mm-hmm. Definitely a lot of questions, and honestly, maybe just more questions with some of the decks we're seeing in top cut. But let's hop into game and see how it plays out for AJ with these very interesting list or lineup.
Oh, I got a DM here from one of my friends. It says, "Hey, top 8 is starting. I'm telling all my friends. Thank you, Tommy, and everyone else at home watching who's telling all of their friends."
Yo, shout out Tommy. You're a real one.
All right, looking at the opening hand here for AJ, their name being in a different language really threw me off here. I mean, you've got the Annie. You don't have the Jin quite yet, but that's totally fine. You know, you can take kind of slow. And we're up against Ninja Duelist on Demacia Shurima, so I have to assume this is like a Garen Jarvan Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I would imagine it's that. There has been an Action Kai'Sa Champion Strength version running around, which is doing like a similar thing, but Champion Strength and Action's helping you like draw into that cheaper unit, blah blah blah. But I imagine it's one of those. This hand
is Kai'Sa Akshan.
Yeah.
With triple champion strength, right on the money.
People don't look the other way.
Alrighty.
So this is actually a pretty reasonable spot for AJ right now. Opening an Annie versus Demacia is always scary, but when they don't have the challengers like this, you're in a pretty happy spot. Now, I think the most interesting thing is if you decide to develop or open attack this turn. I think the develop got a lot more enticing, yeah, with the Crimson Pigeon, because it opens up this pirouette for any card that is a development punish, which there were quite a few. Things like the 3-1 with Spell Shield were annoying, the 3-2 that gives Tough can be annoying, and this Bright Steel Protector as well. But especially this opener is really, really oppressive into Bright Steel, so let's see if Ninja Duelist plays it, and how hard the punish is, / if he elects to end up using the form up on it to try and block.
You're covered.
I mean, the Bright Steel feels like it has to be the play on the side of Ninja Duelist, right? You're kind of looking at how this Petrocyte Broadwing is going to fare into what your opponent puts down, and it's not actually, like, it could potentially trade with a Crimson Pigeon, but I think the Bright Steel just looks really safe on paper and actually has, like you mentioned, a pretty decently big punish. You're getting the form up out of your opponent's hand, still feeling like you're allowed to full send here, as Annie is protected from this Bright Steel down to 2 HP, and yeah, might as well just full send.
Yeah, and I really like damaging this Annie as well, just putting on the max pressure. And this Annie she's getting up there. She's seen quite a bit of triggers now, and your opponent has to remove this Annie. I think when Annie flips against these Demacia decks, it's really problematic.
Oh, and what could be a concern here is if AJ is waiting for Petrocyte Broadwing. Okay, let me see what the second thing is, then Fervor the Broadwing. That second thing is probably, I mean, there's a chance it's a Bright Steel Protector, which would make the Noxian Fervor not a valid line here. There is a second Annie to just get down, though, so maybe if you see that Bright Steel come in, you say, okay, yeah, I'm losing the Annie here, whatever. You play your second Annie, you play your Mana Soul Student, you figure out what your turn 5 is based on the top deck, you full send your Augmented Experimenter, and you're back in business, baby.
And it's looking like that's likely the line Boulevard, just because this Annie's on 4. When this Annie's on 5, the Fervor this turn ends up looking a lot more appealing because this next Annie's coming down leveled. You have the Tibbers to play on 6 for your opponent's attack, and then you can use the Augmented on 7 to like punish on the development and go develop one as well as remove a unit. But because this Annie's on 4, we kind of just have to let her die, and then, you know, like you were saying, play this next Annie, go into Experimenter on 6, and just keep on chugging along with our game plan.
And we'll kind of come down to, I mean, I don't think there's like a bad top deck out of AJ outside of very specifically like a second Augmented Experimenter would be really, really awkward, but
Jhin and Augmented are awkward. That's probably your best top deck.
yeah, this still opens up the Fervor for a future turn. It's still pushing damage with the Mana Soul Student, and a rather weak top deck coming out of Ninja Duelist, who has a defensive Bright Steel Protector, but
yeah,
well,
not the best top deck. You probably play, it's probably better than Bright Steel this turn because of how it can get positive trades on the board, as well as like allowing you to go into CS next turn, which you might end up doing as Ninja Duelist, as the CS isn't actually ending the game, but it's applying a lot of pressure to non-stun hands, and even against stun hands, it's kind of fine to get the stun out, because as we saw on turn 3, the stuns are really problematic when attacking.
absolutely, and looks like we are going to...
I'm not sure about this block. I feel like we need to block 2-3 with Broadwing and Annie with 3-1.
It is punishable, but there's no answer in the hand unless we really feel like using this Noxian Fervor, but... I mean, Annie's just getting damage pushed back onto her. It's not like she's dying here.
She will die to the Broadwing next turn, but... I don't know if we were allowed to give away this much of our board. Like, granted, we do have Caster Vision, we see there is an Augmented, but this Augmented is just going to be so punishing.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely that Fervor just kind of gets fired off. I'm not sure if it's on... It's probably onto Nexus when the Annie gets challenged. Maybe you try to take out the Akshan, but I feel like you should probably be throwing it at Nexus when your opponent is this low on life.
Yeah,
And
the
then
only way they wouldn't throw it
Augmented
at the
just gets
Nexus is if they decide to use it in response to a CS right here.
And I gotta say, if like Champion Strength does get played here, that's absolutely backbreaking for Ninja Duelist.
Yeah, like if they play Champion Strength here, I'm pretty sure you just Fervor Annie onto Akshan, and then if they swing, then you just go like, alright, cool, and then you play Experimenter on the Broadwing, and like that's their turn, and you drew a new hand.
Alright, this is where things do get a little interesting, I think, where do you try to Fervor something first, or do you Augmented Experimenter the Akshan, and if they go to save it, then you get your window to play Fervor, but if not, you just sack it to the winds.
It looks like we're electing to save Fervor to push damage, which I think makes a lot of sense. We're in a pretty commanding position, and we're not that scared of what our opponent is doing with this 4 mana. Their best play is a Void Blaster, but even then, a Void Blaster, we're still on a 2-turn clock.
You get the draw, whatever it was. It was a Blinding Assault. And that is not the most threatening thing in the world. It is a little bit more of a pain point because I think you were really waiting for your opponent to go to combat to use this Fervor, and now having to do it in response to a scout attack as opposed to the full-on attack is not your ideal situation, but I don't think it changes too much of AJ's game plan.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal, really. It's maybe even better this way, because now we get to play this Experimenter before they attack.
And I guess the question now is, do you want to Experimenter the Akshan or the Bird? How worried are you about form up? And it's just going to go to the Akshan, which I think is the more obvious choice.
Yeah, we are obviously biased by Caster Vision, but I think you are most likely supposed to hit the Bird. Just thinking about your lose con is probably like some form up CS hand, right?
What science without a little risk?
See what the draws are. Corsair, Stagehand, Jin. That's pretty good.
Yeah, if this Jin is leveled, I think we can threaten lethal next turn if our opponent doesn't draw interaction.
Like you mentioned, though, the lose con was form up Champion Strength, and Ninja Duelist Champion Strength is still looking mighty impactful given that they have a Scout. How much time will AJ actually have to develop all of these cards before they're just obliterated by the Champion Strength? But that will be the only playable card for Ninja Duelist on the following turn, if that is the route they decide to go. A second Jin is not great, but what's really not great is that Ninja Duelist has 2 challengers. The Stagehand is not going to be enough to protect the Jin, and I don't think you get to push through damage.
Let's get him, crew.
Oh, this is such a weird spot.
Oof. This actually, I think, feels pretty good for AJ, who now just probably doesn't commit the, like, gets the Jin down post-combat.
If we seek forgiveness,
The issue with getting the Jin down post-combat is you're not actually threatening lethal.
Bigger than us both.
This is justice.
Because this Corsair died, you can't threaten lethal.
You can threaten a Fervor top deck, right? That's still on the table. This Jin's about to clock the Nexus for a Decimate level of damage.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're not down and out just
As-
yet, but
As AJ, you had to start Stagehand, and then you had to pass into them until they attacked. And then when you develop out, your Jin pushes 4 from the flip, plus it pushes 1 from the trigger from
1 from the Corsair, 1 from
one
the
from the
Jhin
Jhin
ability,
trigger.
and then 4 from the Jhin attack ability, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's getting late in the day, and a second Jhin top deck is not what you want to see as AJ, and it looks like this is going to be lethal, as these are slow speed spells, and Ninja Duelist 429 going to take us into game number 2 with a quick victory on Akshan Kaiser.
And I think it was a pretty well played game by Ninja Duelist, recognizing his out, realizing he had to wait a turn to CS, and like what his hand could do to be able to play for that. And it was a really tricky game to actually pilot 100% properly from AJ. Seeing caster vision, it's really clear to obviously see where he lost his small edges, but it's a really tricky spot to pilot without knowing their hand. Like a lot of Kaiser hands, the way he's playing is just better. Unfortunately, that wasn't the hand they were on.
And we are going to get into game number 2 here in just a second. Kaiser Akshan off the table. Again, not a deck that I really expected to see this weekend, but it looks like we kind of started a pipeline where Bandle Gunners got buffed, and we were like, wow, this deck's really cool. And then we were like, oh, you can put Champion Strength in that. And then we were like, holy shit, you can put Champion Strength in other stuff too. And now we have Akshan Kaiser again, somehow.
Yep, back where we started, but this time with CS, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it's quite different. Now we're going to get something that's also a little bit different, and that is Misfortune with Samira up against Fizz Samira. I had to make sure that Ninja Duelist wasn't on like a full mirror match. We weren't going to have Misfortune Samira mirror in the top 8.
Yeah. Not today. And it looks like, I have not seen this matchup play out. I would imagine it's a little bit favored towards the MF side. But
If this changes anything, Ninja Duelist is on the Fleet Admiral Shelly Burblefish build.
that probably
But-
makes me think it's a bit more favored,
They
even.
still have triple powder pandemonium.
Yeah.
They're actually
they
just
not-
full heavy.
Are they playing Inferno too?
1 Inferno, 1 Dandy, 1 Jagged Butcher is how we've made room for all of this.
I see. It's definitely an interesting take on the list. A bit expensive, but like a lot of high value cards, which can be really good for not these matchups, but definitely some matchups.
Yeah, when game number 3 rolls around, you're going to regret talking shit about all these heavy cards, but for this matchup, like you mentioned, I mean, honestly, the hand is so light from AJ that I am a little worried about this matchup as well.
And because we swindled so early, we're probably supposed to take Stylish Shot to keep our chains going and our plunders going. But it's really interesting because a lot of times, at least like in the old list, you would pick Swindle here to like make sure you get your plunders high enough and you can chain off Infinite Flip Samira, but I just don't think we care about that.
Oh, it's so weird to like see people really talk up these Samira decks, and then like we get into a mirror match like this where both players essentially have a hand of nothing and just kind of have to wet noodle fight through the early game.
Yep.
And it's a
So I
wet noodle
wonder-
fight that's gonna favor Ninja Duelist, who has the elusive to pair with all these stylish shots.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I wonder if you rip the Stylish Shot this turn, and if you do, how you go about trying to pressure to connect for it. And I think playing this Monkey makes a lot of sense as the way to do that. Oh, and sending both since they didn't play anything. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be the stylish shot back for AJ, but again, the hand just looks so incredibly mediocre. Ninja Duelist, you know, just kind of saving it all for a big pop-off turn.
And it's just a little bit scary because this is a really fast matchup. Like, it might be really tricky for Ninja Duelist to have the time that he wants to find. Especially if a Pandemonium gets drawn by either player, since there is the Swindle in hand for both players.
We've got potentially full information here. If Ninja Duelist doesn't see the stylish shot off of the Swindle, then they know AJ's entire hand. Otherwise, they're just one card in the dark.
Yeah, so either way, they're going to have a whole lot of information on the side of as far as what AJ is doing. And AJ is... They do have some room to play, but they're a lot at mercy of their top decks right now, just waiting for ways to be able to count up the damage.
And they grab the Jagged Butcher.
Nothing like the stink of blood and sweat.
And I'm a fan of not plundering this. You should have plenty of plunder procs to be able to get what you need from Powder Pandemonium. This is such an insane pirouette on the side of Ninja Duelist.
My main concern was that AJ was going to sort of like preemptively swindle and actually get that pirouette from Ninja Duelist, and that could have been a decent punish had Ninja Duelist gone for like a more aggressive Burble Fish line. But with it out of the hand, the swindle comes down, you know, AJ takes a Burble Fish of their own, but it's Ninja Duelist who's about to get back all their stylish shots.
The dead don't need
Yeah.
riches.
Doesn't fire... Okay, does fire it off. Okay. It was going to be really weird to me if they didn't fire off that second one.
The game is super close. Both players on an extremely similar hand on the same health with an extremely similar board.
Yeah, both players just drawing nothing. Barb Chain going to be the
Barb
bit of a
Chain.
difference maker here, though. Can Ninja Duelist... Ooh, second Burble Fish could be a difference maker as well.
Oh, and we get to force trade down the entire board. As long as we hit a 2 power. Oh wait, this is a 1 drop.
Noxian
It's always 2
Tailstone on
power.
the side of Ninja Duelist. Oh man, Noxian Tailstone's actually really, really big here, and I'm specifically eyeing the big spell in there, the Trifarian Shield Breaker. Get you a 6/5, kill something?
Yeah, that could be a really, really big play in the coming turns. Especially, like, as just a way to get value in a mana dump. I think it's a really, really underrated spell in general off of Nox Tailstones, and this is a great example of a game where it gets a lot of value.
Alright, Ninja Duelist not going to flub the blocks. If they are planning on full blocking, it will give them a double style shot advantage. And honestly, I think I kind of like the full block.
Yeah, I agree. I was about to ask you how you felt about the full block down.
I like the full block given that, like, shield, like, using the Noxian Tailstone on whatever unit AJ top decks is probably going to win you the game. But
You don't have access to it next turn, but I do
this-
think it's still probably worth it to block down.
it's also a little awkward because, like, both players are on full monkey packages. But just going to style a shot and try to get our style shots back and really push that layer of advantage.
Wait. I think we're really dumb, Boulevard.
Did we miss the mana?
We missed lethal.
On
if
who?
you don't trade down, you have lethal.
Like right here?
Yeah, because look, they're gonna... Oh, well, I guess you cannot block because... Yeah. If AJ doesn't block, it's not lethal, but if AJ blocks, he has... Ninja Duelist has lethal. Because he can pump +5, so he pushes 7 and then gets 2 back.
Yeah, and I
Too
think you
stylish.
have to recognize that and not block here. Like, just knowing how many different combat tricks can come out of the Burble Fish and understanding that you are probably safe at 5 life. Outside... Oh, wow, we're actually going to preemptively go for an all-out as well. And that is not quite lethal. I think it's 7 damage. If you, like, counting the,
Yeah, 7.
the stylish shots that you're going to get back.
So we could push the damage and go for chain. We could try and keep this Burble alive. So we have options there. But it's just really scary facing down what is in the hand of AJ. I almost feel like you had to have played exploitative on the side of Ninja Duelist to be able to have created that lethal opportunity, considering the fact that you are losing this value game most likely with your opponent having these cards in hand. The chain draw does help a lot, but your opponent is going to be ahead on actions, which is really, really important at this stage in the game in these aggro matchups.
It's so kind of weird to me as well that
I'm
it's
one
like...
of the good guys.
Alright, that
Not
all-out
that.
looks so funny now. Getting preemptively committed to force the block and then no follow-up, but, like, it just kind of feels like it's coming down to, who's gonna draw the Powder Pandemonium? And we're both barb chaining.
I think AJ is likely going to have lethal on this open.
Yes, Stylish Shot Misfortune.
It just
That'll do
represents
it.
lethal.
Yeah.
Unless, like, I don't know what out he can draw into.
I don't really think there is any, especially going for the more... Yeah, double Shelly is definitely not it.
Yeah, you can Whirling Deck to remove one, right? But
yeah,
it's
but
still
then...
pushing 4 through the MF.
Yep.
And that will take us to game 3. So it's going to be Fizz Samira versus Annie Jin. Another matchup where it won't be quite as soon, but it will be 2 decks racing against each other. A lot of fun, a lot of chaos, just like this one.
Yeah, that one was... It was really like a wet noodle fight for a lot of the early game, with the potential to just kind of get one top deck, one champion on either side completely blows the game wide open. And we saw the Barb Chain come out of AJ first, and that led into a misfortune that was able to snowball to an eventual victory. So I'd like to see something a little more high stakes on both sides, rather than like, oh yeah, here's my 1-drop. I traded for your 1-drop, and we did that until we had 0 cards in hand, and then we sat here and still died on turn 7.
Yeah. We'll see what happens in this game, a game with a bit more substance. And this seems to be a pretty reasonable start from AJ. Yeah, having double 1-drop. And then I wonder how aggressively we're looking on the side of Samira for... Well, looking at this hand, we're looking very aggressively for Samira.
I gotta say, I do not have any experience in this matchup.
Well, we had a hand of spell, so I would hope we're full kicking that one.
Ooh, we got Samira. We got there.
Yeah,
but...
Samira, Warning Shot, Elegant Edge to get on board. This is like a really good start in my mind.
I feel like the Annie Jin player also found a lot of what they were looking for.
Yeah, they can set up a really powerful turn. The one thing is, the Samira is going to make things really annoying. I feel like you're supposed to play demo here.
Yeah, Sunhawk looks like sort of the obvious super aggressive line, but I don't know that, like, it's such a strong defensive tool for later on in the game, and like, either way, even if you demo, like, are you really that worried about losing the pigeon here? Maybe AJ is thinking that they can get a lot more value out of this pigeon if they can get it up to 4 attack at some point.
Oh no, I get it. I think this makes a lot of sense, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to make it so Samira isn't value trading your board in meaningful ways, and we're okay giving up 1 stun here and not going for the double stun turn on 4, which makes sense. It's better into Samira like this. Oh, and what a gamer. What a talented young man.
What a crazy top deck here out of AJ to get the second Sunhawk and validate any criticisms we may have had about playing out that out too early. It's going to be Flare onto not Samira to take out the 3 and still try and trade down the entire board if AJ chooses to block, which they won't.
I think you're really happy with this as AJ, though, because you get to go 1-drop, 2-drop, and then you get to go 2-drop, 2-drop, and it just stuns out their entire board, and they kind of just, like, die.
Yeah. AJ even throwing out a Heimer emote. And now... Nope, not now. But soon, we'll be revealing that they have a Jin in hand. His ability goes onto the stack and reveals himself. For now, both the board and life advantage solely in AJ's possession as they go into their own attack turn. And this feels really early for Ninja Duelist to try and fire off a Barb Chain, so it is going to be Swindle instead, and they're not going to find... Well, they do find Punishes for a development, which is one of the most important things you can have in an aggro matchup in a lot of situations.
Yeah, so it's actually really interesting on, like, what's the best play out now. And you might be open attacking now. Like, there's a lot to consider, but like there is a world where you are supposed to open attack now because they have the stagehand.
The open attack pushes potentially 6 damage if they try to take the value trade onto the crack shot.
I think you would just send the 2/1s and the 2/2, and have it push 5, and then your double stun turn on 6 is almost always killing, and you can also use stuns defensively on 5 if you really need to. But there's a lot of merit to stun this turn as well. I'm curious as to how it's decided to be played.
You know, it looks like we are going to go for the Sunhawk. Ninja Duelist could respond with a stagehand, which I would imagine is going to get the stagehand out of AJ as well, unless they're willing to just kind of float the turn, which is another option. As I imagine Ninja Duelist would like to get like absolute full value out of the stagehand. If you're trying to choke every last bit of value out of it, is, you know, like play it, stun something, flare it, take out something large like a Jin, but actually does go for the pass here. And now gonna take 8 damage as there is nothing that Ninja Duelist can do about this. And I am not convinced that Ninja Duelist is going to be able to deal 14 before AJ can finish off that last 4.
Yeah, it's looking really tricky for Ninja Duelist to be able to find his way out of this. The Sunhawk hand just being able to apply the pressure and keep the Samira down.
Annie, mostly irrelevant top deck at this stage of the game. Ninja Duelist finding a couple of elusives, so... Alright. Stylish shot.
We'll be able to get on board.
Yeah.
We'll potentially be able to get the Burble discounted enough to be able to happily play it as well. But it
And a
looks like
stylish
it's
shot
really
is the
tight.
generation from this unit. We still have the option to go for a Powder Pandemonium, but I think that's only making 2 monkeys? Maybe 3? I think it's 3 monkeys.
You're pushing 6. You're really close on the side of Ninja Duelist. You're really close. Because you're getting these stylish shots back, because you can play out this Burble Fish. I think there is maybe some hits off of this Father Fury even that can present lethal. I'm not sure if the Elixir can do it.
Well, we'll see. It is going to be a Noxian Tellstone, which functionally the same damage as Elixir, just at a much higher HP premium, or mana premium rather.
Yeah, but it does have the flexibility for Whirling Death, which could be very, very useful next turn as far as preventing lethal. Oh,
Yeah,
and it looks like we're willing to use it this turn as a way to trade off the Jin, but I'm not sure if I like that, considering it may force us into using it on a Sunhawk.
Looks like Ninja Duel is going to rethink this and throw down the Burble Fish with the second stylish shot. So this is going to be 6 damage from units, potentially a flare added back to the hand, as well as 2 stylish shot back to the hand.
Yeah, so it could put our opponent to 2, but that's not quite enough.
It is with Powder Pandemonium on the following turn.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think this Jin is leveling.
No, I believe he's at 6. So what I imagine happens here is we're going to attack, and then we're going to play our Jailbreak so we're wide enough to block, and then we're going to probably try to Whirling Death to survive. And then just win with Monkey, and because Ninja Duelist recognized as well that, hey, after combat, we're supposed to Jailbreak, just doing it before combat to go ahead and see if we hit an elusive and lets us get there.
Yeah, we'll see what pops out of the Jailbreak. It is Penitent Squire. No Elite, no Challenger.
This should be fun.
I don't think we're allowed to do this one, boss man.
Ninja Duelist says, I have all out, do something about it, and we'll see if AJ is willing to call the bluff. They do have a second Jin in hand, but with Stagehand available for Ninja Duelist, it's certainly awkward. And you know that your opponent has Stagehand if they wanted it. They got to look at your entire hand, if I remember correctly, outside of the Jin.
Yeah, it was the entire hand. It was the Jin, the Sunhawk, or the Sunhawk, the Stagehand, and a 1/1, the Corsair.
Yeah, the issue now becomes... Got 2 damage. I mean, Ninja Duelist does still have
Clear it out.
the Whirling Death. So not going to take any unit damage if they don't want to. It would cost them their entire board.
This is 2 on the stack. You have lethal in hand when you Whirling Death the Samira onto the anything, as long as you don't die here, as long as you block down everything.
You don't understand.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 players generated because Samira is level 2, and then, yeah, like you mentioned, it's going to be Whirling Death. You don't even have to wait until next turn to do it. And, I mean, it looks like if this is the damage that goes through, if you're willing to fall to 1, then, well, you're not willing to fall to 1 because you need the Whirling Death to lethal, so you're kind of forced to do it. And unfortunately, while there is 2 damage available for AJ as well, if they can play out their entire hand. They can't play out their entire hand, and it looks like Ninja Duelist will be the one advancing to the top 4 here.
Yeah, you have to. It's really risky. This is a big caster vision moment. I do not blame Ninja Duelist at all if he doesn't go for the Whirling Death here, because
Noxian Fervor.
Yeah, it's a really tight hand range that you're actually like better into by Whirling Death here.
I think the reason you have to Whirling Death is because if you don't, then
I will allow
combat
for no
ends,
mistake.
and then AJ just Noxian Fervors your Nexus. And there is nothing in your deck that stops them from doing that.
Yeah.
Duty, Empire, my master.
Right.
So
That
you're dead to
is the
Noxian no
issue.
matter what. Might as well go for the lethal.
They also might just not be thinking about this because they have the monkey in hand, which will run the lethal. But they've given AJ the amount of actions needed to be able to win this game. Unless they can rally here.
I can't see what letter grade Samira
Oh,
is
they
at.
can rally. They can rally. They can just play 6 cards Boulevard.
That'll do it.
Because the Telstone is 2. So yeah, it looks like we're going to try and get there with Rally instead. We might be able to even play in a way to try and play around Fervor if they like block us poorly, but I don't know if we can because, like you were saying, we can't see Samira's level right now actually, or her progress on her Rally.
Looks like it hasn't popped yet.
Yeah, and Ninja Duelist right here just deciding what's the best way to proc it. How can I play around Fervor, if at all?
I think the answer is you still can't play around Fervor, because they can just Fervor something off the back line. Especially
Yeah.
if you Noxian Telstone to rally, they're going to be like, oh, well, that's a Whirling Death if I've ever seen one. And I think Ninja Duelist is just debating, like, you know, should I Powder Pandemonium here instead?
A clumsy
Oh, that's...
use
yeah,
of
that could be what he's
anticipation.
thinking about. If I'm supposed to Powder Pandemonium to rally.
In which case, I think I would have preferred to just, like, start with Powder Pandemonium. It is going to be Barbed Chain
Blink and you'll miss me.
and Noxian Telstone.
Oh, you couldn't. We were 2 off, so you needed to do
Okay.
both parts of the
Hope they're
Telstone.
watching.
Gotcha. But there is no Noxian Fervor, and that means Ninja Duelist is still going to take this one down. The Flare going to the hand does effectively act as a warning shot. We get the GG Shen out of AJ, and a little preemptively pulling away the everything there, T. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. These players got to take a second here.
Yeah, what an exciting set.
Oh, my brain hurts.
Yeah. Dude, and people say aggro
Incredibly
is an
banal.
intricate, aggro mirrors aren't fun. I think those are some really interesting aggro games where players try to make some really smart decisions, but you lose a little bit here and there and it ends up burning you, which really shows like aggro, just like every other deck in this game, has all of this intricacy.
I think game 2 is what a lot of people are looking at when they talk about, like, oh, I hate aggro mirrors, where it's like, oh, we traded 1-drops until we had no cards, and then someone drew Barb Chain and the game ended. But game 3 was definitely a lot more down to the wire. We're going to take a look at the bracket here before we send you guys into a break, before we get into the top 4. See who has advanced on. It's going to be Salty Simon up against Ninja Master, and Christmas Time up against By Attack. 2 EMEA versus 2 Americas remaining in the tournament. If anyone tells me Ninja Master is European, I'm going to lose my mind. And we are going to throw it to that break, like I mentioned, and we'll see you for the top 4. Yummy Taco Bell. Hello, everybody. My name is Boulevard, and this is Card Gamer, and we are about to get into the top 4. The Master and Terra May Open. We're going to be doing Ninja Duelist 429 up against Salty Simon, our 7-0 player from the Swiss rounds, and we're going to go ahead and dive right into Ninja Duelist decks here. As you saw them a little bit earlier, we didn't get a chance to flash them on screen while they were going up against AJ, but we're going to take a little bit of a closer look at them now. Starting us off with Fizz Samira.
So, Fizz Samira, Boulevard mentioned it a bit last game, isn't the classic Fizz Samira we've been seeing. This is still playing the Burbles, we're still playing some Shellies, and still on the 3-powder Pandemonium. Not too far off of what the old lists were, but also not too far off of where the new lists were. And it'll be interesting to see how this performs again.
Yeah, I think there is still a question mark on a lot of people's plates about what is the best high-end package for Fizz Samira, and Ninja Duelist coming in with a top 4 at this event, making an argument that the Burblefish may be not as dead as everyone thinks it should be. But we're going to take a look at the next deck as well, which is Nora, Tristana, Teemo, Bilgewater. You know, we haven't seen Noxus all day, and I was really hard-pressed to imagine why you would be running Noxus Bandle Gunners, similarly to, like, why you would be running Pantheon Samira, but, like, I had even less answers for why you would be running Noxus Bandle Gunners, and it looks like people have just ultimately moved away from it so far.
Yep, pretty much. Pretty standard compared to what we've been seeing all day. We're just on 2-eye instead of 1-eye, 1 buster, or instead of just, like, not playing that puzzling signpost eye slot at all. Going on to the next deck, we finally have this Auction Kaiser CS deck. And this deck, I think it's pretty standard looking for the most part. I can't recall if the main version going around on ladder has the Bloodletter or not. Regardless, it makes a lot of sense as an addition in this deck. Proccing the Horde, being like small drops to swing with CS, and like works for your beatdown game plans. Alternate threat, a lot of good stuff going on.
It does seem a little weird to me that Ninja Duelist like identified that Champion Strength as a good enough card that I'm going to build this entire deck around it with Auction Kaiser, and then didn't also go for the Champion Strength version of Bandle Gunners. But that's not a question we're going to be able to dive into much now because we are about to head into the game. Ninja Duelist 429 up against Salty Simon.
And it looks like we have the Fizz Sam versus the CS deck matchup. So we've seen this matchup play out several times today, and it'll be interesting to see how Ninja Duelist opts to play. And he actually decides to kick CS, which is it's definitely interesting, but it makes a lot of sense when you consider the fact that he's on Odds Token. So on Odds Token, you really want to be pressuring your opponent's board really hard on turns 5 and 7. And to pressure them really hard on 5, CS isn't effective. So it makes sense for him to mulligan more in a way that plays for this Kaiser game plan, which includes kicking the CS.
And Simon on the other side of things, not that level of detail. I didn't even catch what Simon mulligan because you were making such great points about Ninja Duelist kicking away the CS there, Card Gamer. But right now, just sitting on a lone Fizz and not the most efficient spells in terms of actually activating him to push through damage here in the early game.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an awkward hand right now on the side of Simon, but we're honestly one stylish shot away from this hand being really powerful and having most of the tools we need to be able to get us to where we want to be in this game.
My concern is how Simon plays out. No, I don't think Simon can actually, I was going to say possibly screw up, not letting this get eaten by a Petricide Broadwing, but it's really not up to him because he's not going to have the option to stun that unit out before Ninja Duelist just goes in for an open attack with it. They can either play the Xerxai Hatchling here, they can go for the Blinding Assault, and Simon now completely aware of a lot of the cards available to Ninja Duelist. Just going to run out a blocker here.
Just recognizing that Ninja Duelist has all these X1s, they're going to be trying to push damage, and he's going to eventually need a way to get them off the board, preferably without using Monkey, because he wants to use those monkeys to push lethal.
So, with Ninja Duelist not throwing down the Hatchling or the Blinding Assault, Simon actually is going to be able to save this Fizz with the Pirouette. And even willing to use the Stylish Shot in order to activate the Pirouette cost reduction.
And I think it makes a lot of sense, and even correct to do it this turn, because you really want to be getting these plunders in now, while you're able to... Oh, did Simon forget about Challenger?
I was gonna say, doesn't stun the second Petricite Broadwing, and I thought taking out the 2-1 and stunning the second one was a rather appealing option. Jagged Butcher, on the other hand, I guess just really valuing stopping this Akshan attack, but at the trade of the Fizz.
I think this is just a, like, 4 a.m. in EU moment, or whatever time it is where Simon is.
Hey, Ice-T, what time is it where you are? 1:38 a.m. I imagine Simon's not too far off of that, maybe an hour at most, based on my absolutely bumpkin knowledge of EU geography.
Yeah, as an American, I'm very well versed in EU geography, so let me tell you that.
As I love to remind Twitch chat constantly as I get up here and talk about EU geography on the daily.
Yeah, it's still gamer hours by Simon, although it's winding down, so only moderate levels of excuse.
Void Blaster gonna come out, and now the board gonna be chewed up a little bit by the Powder Pandemonium. It's not the most back-breaking set of attacks we've ever seen before. It's gonna be a fair amount of damage pushed, though.
It's still pushing quite a reasonable amount of damage, especially if we don't elect to play a unit here. If we're not playing a unit here, it's a attack that's pushing 11, and then we have the Fervor, so we're actually only 1 damage off of lethal. Well, it's not lethal when we do it like this, right? Okay, okay, yeah, no, this is fine. I was just thinking he was maybe not going to drag with the 1-1 when he didn't drag the Broadway.
Oh, gotcha.
But yeah, we're 1 damage off right now on the side of Simon, so...
And that's a really good position to be in, considering, like, any Samira top deck from here until the end of the game is going to be lethal.
Mm-hmm. And your opponent likely can't put... The fastest they can likely kill you is turn 7. Similarly to how Ninja Duelist tried to win his last game of this deck.
Ninja Duelist could output 15 damage this turn. With
he can
Blinding Assault Zolani.
Yeah, he can have a huge turn for sure. The thing is, he just, like, can't really kill this turn. So...
No, yeah, you can get close, and you can get to a point where, like, a Cataclysm top deck would do it if Simon never had to put a unit on board again. But if that unit is Samira, then it's not going to be an opportunity. But either way, it's coming down to the wire. And I think I would actually really like to see Ninja Duelist just jam that Zolani.
Yeah, you're probably in that position as Ninja Duelist where you just have to jam the Zolani. There might be a line where, I was gonna say, you, like, equip this, and then you, like, play Barrier, and then, depending on what Akshan's landmark is at, maybe you get, like, the 5-2, or you're getting your draw for the next turn to be able to look for a CS. So, like, I can definitely see the lines where this is better, but it's a really close call. And ultimately, I think it's just most important that you're setting up yourself on this 2-turn clock.
Yeah, we're gonna get the Fervor out now. I don't think Swindle is necessary to get a blocker here. It's only 11, 15. Yeah, it's still just 15 damage.
Yeah, I think swindling here to get a blocker is really problematic, as it just turns off your Fizz top decks at ever getting lethal.
And Simon gonna hold it back, save as many top decks as possible. Elegant Edge is not one of them, but they do still have a potential Warning Shot top deck, and Void Blaster also not an answer, unfortunately, as it will not be a 6-6 for Simon.
Yeah. Pretty unfortunate situation, and we kind of just need a Warning Shot at this point for Simon, or I don't think there's a way out.
Nope, it's got to be Warning Shot or nothing. And as Simon goes to end the turn, as there are no further actions to take,
World, huh? Let's go.
outside of running out their hatchling, then we will see who will be winning game number 1. Here in the top 4, even though the thing still says top 8 on the top right corner, production, even though it's the top 4, Inferno is not it, and that is going to be Ninja Duelist 429 taking game number 1 here.
Yeah, and now seeing Simon go into game 2, I imagine we're playing into Tristana, which Simon's lineup should be pretty happy to play into. However,
I'm just saying what I see, T.
We do have to beat Tristana twice, and as we've seen, these Tristana decks are very resilient, especially when piloted very well. So we'll see if Simon actually is capable of bullying this Tristana deck twice. He has done it pretty well throughout today, but I imagine Ninja Duelist has also been beating counter
But
lineup,
not
so
Simon's
it'll be
counter
interesting to see
lineup,
where it
because
falls.
no one has beaten Simon's counter lineup, because he's currently 8-0 in this tournament, given that top 8 victory. But his opening hand is looking, yeah. That's my official stance. Okay, now it's looking, a little bit of action.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a lot better now. Simon electing to apply the pressure early instead of playing for a Samira flip, which I think makes a lot of sense, just saying that the way we win this game is Powder Pandemonium actually, not Samira, because you guys have so many group shots, prize fights, and all of these options to interact.
Baddies beware, mama's got a gun.
That said, Ninja Duelist going to do a good job of getting down quite a wide breadth of chump blockers here in the early game, and not much Simon's going to be able to do about this, and it's just going to make the Fizz it's not really going to make Fizz harder to push through, because you can just challenge this Bandle Commando with the Samira. So Simon's still, like, definitely in a good spot, but actually doesn't go for the Fizz first, just wants to run out this open attack with the Jacket Butcher.
Yeah. Just valuing the health on his units, I imagine, wanting the guaranteed chip in, and wanting to be able to guarantee these plunder procs without using these flares proactively.
Especially given that, like, there are Blast Cone Seedlings in Ninja Duelist's deck list, and when looking at someone's deck list, one of the things you always want to check for is, like, what is the punish for an or for a developmental attack? And I need a lot of you to rethink what you think a punish is, but understand that a barrier unit is a punish.
Yeah, especially on a deck like this, you have so much control over the board, and you have these cards you can draw into later in the game, like Pirouette, or just like pressuring on critical turns, that it really makes sense to try and play around these development punishes as much as possible.
Wanna see a gun?
And now Ninja Duelist, like, this is their first sign of life in this game thus far, and it's looking like okay. Nothing that Simon can really do about this Tristana coming through. The second Owlcat does add quite a bit of damage to the table. Could trade with the Jagged Butchers there. But, I mean, Ninja Duelist with the double group shot as well as the Buster shot is just looking to be in a rather commanding position for the time being.
Yeah, they are certainly in a good spot, but as soon as we draw into Powder Pandemonium on the side of Simon, we're also swinging the game pretty quickly. The Powder Pandemonium is going to do a lot to wipe the board of the opponent, as well as push the final bit of chip damage we need.
But until then, things are going to be snowballing more and more for Ninja Duelist, because I do think it's really just the Powder Pandemonium that Simon is looking for at this point. I mean, Inferno could do... like, Inferno's more of just an engine. It looks like we're going to get group shot straight away onto the Samira. Simon can't level this even if they... Well, actually, they could with the... If they get a group shot. And they do.
Find it.
Unfortunately, its only target is Grandfather Faye, unless you want to pop a spell shield to make way for the Pirouette. And there is also a second group shot to confirm the kill onto the Samira, which does have to come out right now, otherwise this first group shot is only going to deal one damage. And actually, there's no mana. I thought they had 2 mana left, but oh, they ran out the Owlcat. Yeah, there you go.
To turn the group shot on.
Things suddenly looking more manageable for Simon. It's not necessarily like a good position, especially given that you don't have a flare to try and challenge out the Tristana. Barb Chain is a good top deck, though.
Wanna see a gun?
And
Just
it looks like
any amount of card draw is great for Simon right now, because again, we are really just looking for that Powder Pandemonium.
Yeah. This Barb Chain is hopefully going to draw us into our endgame. The Pirouette, where I imagine we're going to play here, is going to push through quite a bit of damage, and that Barb Chain will end up drawing us into, hopefully, our Pandemonium, but also our cards to rally Samira. On top of that, Fizz level, getting the Chum the Waters. And I think Fizz level 2 is often one of the most underrated things in the game, as well as, like, Chum the Waters. I don't know. I feel like that card is so good, and it just, like, solo carries a lot of matchups and spots, but sometimes people just, like, refuse to play the card, or, like, they won't aggressively look to level Fizz to get it.
Yeah, they're like, I don't need this thing. This is like Fizz dropped this on his way to the Nexus, and I'm not really inclined to pick it up and give it back to him and, like, do anything with it. I definitely understand what you're saying with that one, but I think Simon gonna take full advantage of it. These top players are very good at choking as much value as humanly possible out of their champions, and I think Simon's been playing Fizz Samira pretty much since day one. I'm sure he's learned the value of the card by now.
I wonder if this is better than Pirouette on 3-2 and 6-4, on to pop spell barrier and stun Trist to try and get your board in.
I do generally like any play that is going to let me generate a flare. But I think what Simon might have been worried about is even just Ninja Duelist playing out another unit and then having 4 units available for group shot to take out the Samira anyway.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, because we do know about the second group shot in hand, so...
Yeah. Or losing the Fizz if Ninja Duelist throws a spell at it, because there's only one unrevealed card in Simon's hand for the time being. And it might still be an attempt on Fizz's life. No sign of life out of Ninja Duelist. No group shot onto the Samira or the Fizz.
And another barbed chain.
These aggro players and just drawing barbed chain every time. Buster Shot gonna take out Samira. Nothing Simon can do about that. But now Pirouette is opened up to stun Tristana. It's gonna be Stylish Shot first. It has to be. They're fleeting. Here comes the Pirouette. Down to 7 on the side of Ninja Duelist. Will be 6 once this second Stylish Shot goes off.
Fizz can push 3 next turn. Chum can run up to 3 next turn as well. So Ninja Duelist is really on his last leg. All he has left is group shot and this attack token to try and defend himself.
Yeah, and it's not impossible that Ninja Duelist is put into a position next turn where, like, they absolutely have to group shot the Fizz and it just works because Simon didn't draw any burst speed spells. It is unlikely, but is Simon even going to be able to... Yes, I mean, Simon will definitely be able to survive this turn. It is just getting scarier and scarier because there is 6 impact on the side of Ninja Duelist out of the units that can attack, and Simon really, really wants to hang on to this Fizz.
Yeah, you really want to have multiple threats that demand this group shot, just to be able to try and get over the top and try and push that last bit of chip damage you need.
And it's really important that Simon has shown trigger discipline on this Fizz so far. If you just fire off the barb chain earlier in the turn, you know, just to do it, the Ninja Duelist knows that they are safe to group shot it because you only have a long tooth available in hand, and then you might actually be staring down lethal. But for the time being, just enough damage gonna be negated. Simon will live at 1, decides they'd rather live at 2, might even live at 5, and there goes Fizz.
I think this can make a lot of sense, just saying we need Monkey to win and we want to play this barb chain, so Fizz is always going to die.
I'm not sure there's a lot of difference between being at 2 and 5 in this matchup.
The reason to be higher HP is because Fizz is going to serve as a threat to eat the group shot, or like the Chum will eat the group shot instead. But I don't know how we're supposed to be.
Yeah, instead of getting absolutely awful chain of top decks here with Inferna into Jagged Butcher into Dandy, and unfortunately, once we trigger this Inferna, if it is a Powder Pandemonium, we can't play it.
Nothing like the stink of blood.
And we don't even trigger the Plunder first. Longtooth can come down. This is still 1 shy of lethal, and that was with the assumption that there's no group shot in Ninja Duelist's hand. It's actually 2 shy of lethal even.
Yeah.
You can fix anything.
But
with
in the
anything.
real world,
I'll prove it.
it's 5 shy, and that is not gonna be enough. It looks like Ninja Duelist 429 will be our first grand finalist here.
And, you know, Simon, he had a good run today. Not many people can actually win a tournament without dropping a set. Weirdly, it's easier to win when you drop a set in the group stage in opens, but just how it is.
just how it is indeed, and we have our first finalist, and I imagine there's no reason for us not to jump into the Buy Attack Christmas time game, assuming that it is still going on, and I would be absolutely flabbergasted if it wasn't.
Yeah.
I know that, like, I made it seem like we were going to jump right in there, but there's a lot on the production back end that goes into getting us into a game, and I was just a couple seconds early.
Fast. Look at that. Honestly, the best production you could ask for. Shout out to Ice-T and the rest of the gang.
You hear that, guys? You're the rest of the gang. You made it. I only shout out Ice-T.
So looking at this spot, we seem to be in a really strong position. Despite playing the board-based deck, the fact we have set up with all of these spell shields is going to be really punishing on this Ashe deck. On top of that, we're going into turn 10 and Ashe isn't even flipped. We have all these strike spells as well, so I have a hard time seeing how Ashe is supposed to be winning from this position without a really made hand of these last 5 cards.
We'll see. It only takes going a little bit wider than Buy Attack to actually finish it off, as they are at 4 HP with 7 unit mana still available. You know, you kind of have to wonder how we got to this position in the first place, where suddenly Christmas time is taking all this damage on turn 10, 11, 12, however far along we are, without having a board.
Yeah. I have a lot of questions, but I'm an avid Ashe hater, so I don't really care to answer them.
And Buy Attack is up a game, as we see here on the scoreboard. Thank you, production. And actually just going to kill the Ashe as well. Yep, there is the strike spell locked in. Ashe going to go down to this. Might get a trade if there is a call for help here. Buff this up to a 7/4.
Or even a double freeze might be something you're considering here with just how you have to try and go about ending this game.
But neither of those things are going to be the case, and Ashe is going to go down, and a second Ashe is going to take its place. Samira loses Spell Shield. Now we get to see, oh wow, there actually was a double freeze available.
What's this Ashe on?
It's definitely on Harsh Winds Push Lethal.
Yeah, is she on 2?
Looks like she's on enough for Flash Freeze to... Well, Flash Freeze doesn't do it. You need a Harsh Winds anyway.
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
Okay. That was one way to do it. Ashe goes through Spell Shield, by the way.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter, because there is no strike spell in the hand of Buy Attack. And so, Christmas time going to tie up the series 1-1 and run back this... Or sorry, not run back this Frostbite. It's going to be Buy Attack who has to... Actually, oh yeah, no, it's All Out. Thank you, Ice-T, for reminding me that All Out is a spell that's just really, really good. On top of the fact that you can level Samira. There are actually a couple of ways. Buy Attack's fine.
Wait.
Buy Attack's fine, because Christmas time, using the Flash Freeze actually tapped them out of the general, the rally, yeah. I love it when Ice-T yells at me through production ways of, like, showing me a card or something. The question is, does Buy Attack have lethal on the following turn? If we could get... I believe one of those blades is the Overwhelm blade. I think I've seen enough of those to know that this is just gonna be lethal, because you know that the top deck is Enchanted Crystal Arrow. If that is the Overwhelm blade, which I'm 99% sure it is.
on the left. I'm not sure if the one on the right is quick.
I believe the right one is Overwhelm.
I didn't survive the desert.
So you're gonna have Overwhelm and Spell Shield and 10 attack onto both units.
And that should do it. It is Overwhelm.
I can tell because the blade is shattered more than the other ones.
Mm-hmm. You know, Floppy told me that once, but then I forgot. I just remember +2.
Overwhelm is the only one I remember, but if I see +2 and Quick Attack side by side, I think I can tell you which one is which.
Well, +2 is easy because it's the tip and it's like pointy. The other two are just like in the middle, so it's like,
Yep, Flash Freeze the top deck, but it doesn't matter when Spell Shield is passed around like this, and that is going to be Buy Attack taking it 2-0. Going to meet Ninja Duelist 429 in the finals and save us from an EMEA Seasonal Champion showdown in the finals. Could have been Simon versus Buy Attack, but Ninja Duelist keeping the hopes alive for the Americas.
Yeah, Americas has to at least win their own tournaments, right, guys?
Well, EMEA doesn't have any tournaments for us to go and win, so we can't do that. That's why they made EU Masters EU only, because, like, we would have just come over there and it's like, oh, dude, here comes Team California scraping. I don't want to name a country, actually. I don't want to start that beef.
Yeah, let's
we're gonna
not name a country.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look at this hypothetical top 8, and the actual top 8 is what we're gonna take a look at here, where we see the path of bodies laid behind them. Ninja Master taking out Salty Simon, as well as AJ by attack taking out Christmas Time, and God Draw does leave us where we stand. It was a 2-1 for both players in the top 8, a 2-0 for both players in the top 4, and now in the final hour, Card Gamer, who do you have to win it all, by attack or Ninja Master?
Honestly, I'm just gonna go with Ninja Duelist because I like their lineup more. I think it's a lot more interesting.
I can recall absolutely nothing about either player's lineup at this time, so we are going to throw it to a quick break while I look over those decks, and then we will get into the grand finals. The Master and Runeterra may open. much to the chagrin of Sparkling Iced Tea, Salty Simon has been eliminated. I actually have a love poem that Iced Tea handed me during the break that he wanted to read to Simon if he made the finals, and I'm thinking about reading it. Nah, that'd be too embarrassing. I'm gonna save that for later when Simon actually wins the tournament. Then Iced Tea can read his poetry, his love poetry to him on the air. I don't have to worry about that. Okay, I went to deafen myself, but T probably already did it as he heard me starting to bring that up, and he probably didn't want that publicized. But point is, we are in the finals here. The Mastering of Runeterra Open. Salty Simon is not in it. The players are going to be Ninja Duelist 429 and By Attack NA, quote unquote, little 13-year-old from EMEA. We're going to take a look at the deck lists. And like you mentioned, Card Gamer, before we went into the break, they're pretty similar lineups, right?
Yeah, they're very similar lineups. They are playing two of the same lists. I'm pretty sure they're
about
pretty
the same
close
as
to
you
card
get.
to card. And then the way they differ is they're both playing Samira, but Bajatak is on Pantheon, whereas Ninja Duelist has elected to go for the Fizz version.
You know, I feel like I made this big defense about Samira Varus because it did really good numbers last week. And I was like, yeah, you know, it's still doing well in ladder. And then there's like, nobody brought it this weekend.
Yeah. I think people kind of finally realized that it didn't hold up as well as they thought, especially into like the control stuff, which is what a lot of people were like bringing last week and has been experimented with a lot throughout this week. So because of that, we kind of landed on one of these two pools, right? This Samira Bilgewater, which is generally this Fizz. We saw AJ with MF earlier. Or the Samira Pantheon, which we saw Bajatak bring and Calf, and I'm sure one or two other people throughout the day.
Almost certainly. I think we actually have a sheet with the top 8 breakdown, but that might not be available until after the tournament, so we can't tell you for sure. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the next deck from Ninja Duelist, which is the Bilgewater Bandle Gunners, which I believe this is another deck that they have in common with Baya, which actually, yeah, has to be the case because you mentioned that the difference is their Samira lists.
Yeah, this is, I'm pretty sure it's 39 of the same cards. The one difference is Bajatak is, 2 Eye versus 1 Eye, 1 Buster.
I like the Buster, but I could see that, like, if you are worried about coming into a very control-heavy format, then, like, maybe you feel like you need the extra little bit of draw power. But we've seen this a couple times today. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one, and it is going to be Akshan Kaiser.
Yep, really standard for how this is being built nowadays. Lots of 1-drops with the CS to go over the top, and then you also have, like, the Kaiser plan you can play towards as well. And you have tools like Deny and Form Up, which are just good into the meta.
Yeah, you know, it is interesting to me that, like, we have a Bilgewater mirror of the Bandle Gunners here in the finals, and I do want to, I guess, over the course of the week, not necessarily right now, but I do want to find out if that means that this deck is not as targetable as people might have thought it was. But honestly, I don't know about you. I am rather surprised to see a Kaiser mirror in the finals, even if these lists are looking very different.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see a Kaiser mirror. Not what I would have exactly expected if you told me this at the start of the day. It's something I've been eyeing up a little bit, but I was not eyeing it up as seriously as expecting 2 copies in the finals. Going on about this list, it does play quite differently. We do play for a similar alt-win con outside of Kaiser, of like this go-wide beatdown strategy, but we're trying to do it more naturally with like a bigger curve that fills out a lot better, as opposed to playing a bunch of these 1-drops that combo really well with CS. And because of that, we've also switched out the champions we've decided to accompany Kaiser, and there's also no bloodletters, as there isn't the payoff of CS and like Akshan Landmark for it.
Yeah, Akshan does make a big difference when you're thinking of including weapons in your deck, and we're looking at the Garen Kaiser Jarvan for a second time because Baya has brought it twice. So nice, you get it twice. Which is not actually the case. We're going to move on to the second deck now, which is that Samira Pantheon we were talking about.
Yeah, so a pretty standard list for the most part, right? You got your Eulas in there, you got your 1-drop suite of the Saga Seekers and Blade Squires, you know, you got all your weapons. I think the one most notable thing about this one is, like I said, we're not on the full set of Wielder, electing for the Skirmish because it's a bit more flexible and cheaper, even though it loses the one-sided nature.
And we're getting into the game. Ninja Duelist versus Bioattack. Card Gamer, you said you are favoring Ninja Duelist. I am actually also going to favor Ninja Duelist because Baya constantly comes to me with deck opinions, and I'm like, I'm not going to take this shit from some guy that kept telling me that Akshan Infinite was a good deck and then never brought it to an event. And if Baya wins this tournament, he's going to be like, yeah, but I just won the Mastering of Runeterra Open. So I don't want him to have a leg to stand on. Go Ninja Duelist. Go Team America.
Yeah, we love America. So getting into this game, I imagine that the way you would plan to play this matchup, especially with the even attack token from the side of Ninja Duelist, is just getting a really nice CS. Whereas at the side of Baj attack, you kind of want to set up this nice wall where you can hold down their aggression in the mid game, and then you have things to strike Kaiser off of, or things to block down and strike the CS turn off of. We'll see how the players, if they agree with that, and then how they decide to play this matchup out.
As far as the early game is concerned, you know, it makes sense that Ninja Duelist is going to get on board a lot earlier than Vaya is, just looking at the hand states. And I mean, the Wounded White Flame can get a bit done here. I was going to say, it almost seems a little surprising to just, like, try and throw a 1-1 in front of it, but it is going to be Ninja Duelist's decision. I'm going to bump this up to a 5-5. Not necessarily a manageable health state either, but... You know, you got to do what you got to do, and just unwilling to take 4 damage. Things looking okay for Baya. I don't think this champion strength changes anything.
I think it made a lot of sense for Ninja Duelist to block there. He isn't allowed to swing this turn, but like if you think about it from his perspective, he wants to play this Avoid Blaster, and then he wants to play a 2-drop, and like he can't play a 2-drop on 5, and then he wants to CS on 6. So he really was able to play this thing anyways. And, oh, I guess we're playing this slightly different. I guess we're going 2-drop here and now 4-drop the next turn because we want to try and get in. Which makes a lot of sense from Ninja Duelist, trying to use this barrier aggressively.
Yeah, and I think if you barrier first, then the Overwhelm unit comes down evolved. Whereas if you did it in the reverse order, I think you do have that turn where it's a 4-4, which might be a little more awkward for you.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Villains beware.
Because I feel like we want to be playing for the CS here. And this is going to delay our CS
Stop that.
pretty notably. And like CSing this big Void Blaster is pretty good. Whereas here we're giving up a unit where we could have just tried to make their board a bit tighter. But we'll see. Maybe Ninja Duelist isn't planning to CS on 6.
It's kind of awkward because, you know, with the amount of feeding that has gone into this Wounded White Flame, your Void Blaster's pretty likely to just trade with that, even on the first round of CS, and I'm curious to see if Ninja Duelist is going to sort of pivot here and go for, like, a Void Blaster Cataclysm line. It's so risky, and there are so many things that punish it that I don't expect it to happen. Oh, Blinding Assault even not going for the Void Blaster at all. This really, I think, takes Ninja Duelist completely off of Champion Strength on 6.
Yeah, and I'm really curious as to how...
Well, I guess they do actually just still have lethal with Champion Strength on 6, assuming that, like, By Attack doesn't play any cards for the remainder of the game. They would have, what, like 24 damage or something? They just, like, Scout Attack, trade off these units, go in with everything else that survived again, and, you know, it's all hunky-dory.
Yeah. We're just under so much pressure right now, and unfortunately I don't think we can realistically present a clock until 8, which I don't know if we can survive until.
I think Ninja Duelist is, like, fine here. As long as they slam the Champion Strength next turn, I think at the very least that's gonna, like, it's gonna kill the Wounded White Flame, it's gonna get the Furious Wielder out of the hand, it's gonna clean up anything else that comes down for Vaya for the rest of the turn. Like, it's not a super flashy one, but I do think this gets the job done.
No, this doesn't get the job done because you can wield her onto the Broadwing, and then they don't actually have trades with your board right now. Yeah, and then you play, after they attack, you just drop down something to jump under Akshan, and then you just grind them out.
Yeah, this is gonna leave the Wounded White Flame at what, like 1 health? But it's only
gonna be at 6.
12 damage or something.
Oh, so you can actually keep this Wounded White Flame alive. Yeah, this game is over because this Wounded White Flame is alive.
Yeah, the Pale Cascade saving the Wounded. That's what I meant when I said the Wounded White Flame is going to be at 1 HP.
Suddenly geography means nothing.
Yeah.
This is justice.
Then you just take 6 damage this turn, and you have a White Flame that can win the game. I don't like playing this 2-1 here. We're actually in a really bad spot.
Together, stranger.
Because this Wounded White Flame is alive. Yeah, this game is over because this Wounded White Flame is alive. Yeah.
This is justice.
I don't like playing this 2-1 here. We're actually in a really bad spot. We're actually in a really Well, like, we're not in a really bad spot, but we're in a way worse spot as Bash Attack here. You could have just equipped your Saga Seeker with the Ballista, so they didn't have a unit to drag. Because when they have a unit to drag, it makes their entire attack awkward. Because they really value this Challenger, but they don't have good drags when there's in a 2-1.
It looks like Baya now is actually going to lose the Wounded White Flame, and from there...
It gives Ninja Duelist outs.
Awkward. Yeah, because you've only got the mana for Cam 4 Ballista, which at most is 8 damage. There's no quick attack on the Cam 4 either, so like the Void Blaster could just trade on that.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually just get a pass, straight up pass out of Baya attack. Ninja Duel is going to go for the predict and draw.
Allowed to pass because the opponent has the Akshan landmark. Happy to just go to 8, which is the Darken turn, and just seeing what Ninja Duelist has in store.
I guess the question is, at what point, if at all, does Baya feel the need to run out Cam 4 and go for the challenge here? You obviously don't want to do it, I would think, while your opponent still has Kaiser mana. But, I mean, playing the Cam 4 and sending the Cam 4 into combat, two very different things, and I imagine this will be a pass out of Ninja Duelist. Maybe they run out another 1-drop. I think they have one in hand. Cam 4 needs to stop breathing. Yeah, I could see, like, running out the Zursai Hatchling. I don't think it's, like, a great line. You're just kind of losing the unit and taking more damage than you might need to. But it does, like, you know, if Baya attack is forced to wait for Ninja Duelist to run out that Kaiser, then they're still not incentivized to attack here.
Yeah, your opponent knows you have it in hand, so you're not really gaining anything from holding it. So it makes sense to throw it out. You're pretty happy if your opponent ends up using their attack token as well, because you'd love to get this Void Blaster down, I would think.
I imagine this is going to be a pass out of Baya, but they're still kind of weighing the pros and cons of a Kaiser.
Mm-hmm. The way you should be thinking about this game is, and I think it's fine to develop that, is you're trying to set up your lethal on the next token anyways, right? The turn 9 token, generally speaking. So attacking this turn doesn't really matter unless you're removing a threat that matters.
And now we're going to figure out if Baya considers Void Blaster a threat that matters, and it looks like the answer is going to be no. It's actually just going to go straight onto the Voidling, but, you know, given that there is no more Kaiser mana, you might as well send in some kind of attack.
Yeah, I wonder if this is actually correct to drag like this, considering that the opponent doesn't play Chain Vests.
You want to take out the Void Blaster straight up?
Yeah, it might be better. I'm not sure, because we do get to play Darkens next turn.
I also think this way it gives you a lethal option in just Cam 4. Ooh, that's a bit of a difference maker.
Yeah, I think we're dead now because we didn't drag that Void Blaster Boulevard.
Yeah, 10-10 Void Blaster, and there's, I mean, I don't think Baya's actually dead. I'm pretty sure.
You can play your 5/13.
Naga. Yeah, your 5/13 does block that twice, and you only take 7 damage for it. Camp 4 probably trades with the Hatchling, and then you just throw down another 5/13. No, I think you've got a. I think you've got lethal with them.
Stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's in a fine spot, but there was. This is the reason to get rid of the Void Blaster.
It got dicey.
This was why I was thinking get rid of Void Blaster. Oh. Oh.
I went to take a drink because I thought it was.
Oh.
That's the wrong Darken. That one doesn't have 13 health. That one has 7 health.
Yo, remember?
Let's get to blasting.
Alright, even if Bio wins the tournament, I don't have to listen to anything he says in Twitch chat. I'm gonna just show him this clip and be like, hey, you remember when you couldn't count? You remember when Naganeka of Zareta would have saved you and you said, I don't need Naganeka. Oh, never mind, you still live at 1.
Are you the one?
Are you good here? You don't have Overwhelm Weapon plus a Darken.
What's the draw? Kaiser wins the game. Champion
strength. Not gonna win the game because of actually. Yeah, no, will not win the game because you don't get the scout. Holy moly, card gamer. These lads
my.
sure are card gaming.
Yeah. Oh, you're supposed to champion strength here, I think.
We do have something lined up from Ninja Duelist, and I can't imagine it's a spell other than Champion Strength.
Yeah, and then you just have to wait for them to play a unit to Cataclysm or draw a Kaiser so she shoots face.
Yeah, I mean, Baya can still attack this turn then by equipping the Naganeka with the Darkened Ballista. Which will push a damage.
Would do that, huh?
That it would, and then it comes down to, you know, do you have a Kaiser top deck? Because while Baya does have the strike spell, like you mentioned, the Rite of Negation with the perfect mana for the Kaiser off the top next turn does mean that the strike spell would not actually kill the Kaiser.
And another Void Blaster kills now, off the top too.
Gonna watch you melt.
Yeah. Unless... I mean, there's a couple top decks for Baya attack. That is not one of them, but we'll see what Ninja Duelist actually drew, and it is
You
Auction.
cannot run from
That's
absolution.
not gonna do it.
That's not
Don't
lethal.
want to die? Don't do terrible.
Okay.
I imagine Baya, you know, you throw on one of your other weapons so that this is outside the range of the Auction, and then you can, like, end the turn and shoot the Auction. It's actually going to be
stand
Pantheon
this
first,
day,
though, so...
a man against
Cataclysm
all
does
gods.
now have the option to take out the Naganeka.
By my spear.
See what
the gods
Pantheon rolls
wielded
here.
no
The strike
war.
spell could just be the end of the game anyway.
Yeah. It is the end of the game here. So that was a wild game.
In the industry, we call that one a doozy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, that was a doozy.
I'll add that to my vernacular.
Yeah, your repertoire? Yeah. I know you might be a little zoomer for that word, but
So I wonder what we're going to get for the matchup game too. I'd imagine it's the Kaiser mirror, but I was becoming Kaiser there for a second. Imagine it's the Kaiser mirror, but there is a world where Ninja Duelist elected to play into Trist with his lists. And there's also a world where he just decides to play the other deck that was left open. But that will be game one of the finals to Vajata.
We will shake the heavens without victory.
hold on, I'm getting flamed from production on my pronunciation of Naganeka, and I am defending myself.
A noble deed.
That's a little something for the background, folks. Unfortunately, chat doesn't get that joke. But it does mean we are about to move into game number 2 here. Like you mentioned, could very well be a Kaiser with the Bandle Gunners band on both sides. But actually, no, it is going to be a Kaiser band coming out of Ninja Duelist. And by attack is moving on to the Bandle Gunners.
So, odds token, I would imagine we're kicking Champion Strength and keeping the rest of our hand. But I could definitely see kicking the Void Blaster as well, wanting to get more efficient keywords in the early turns. And this is a hand, one of the hands of all time from Vajata. And I see the double Lurker.
Wow. I mean, look, you know, I was making a lot of jokes today about Lurk not able to win the tournament. I do want to point out Xerxai Hatchling does not a Lurk deck make.
Wow, this is an incredible hand on Vajatak's side. This is like everything you could want except Prize Fight. Okay, I thought I was about to draw Prize Fight. But on the side of Ninja Duelist, we're like one Valor away from like running away with this game as well. So it's a lot closer than it looks.
Mare gonna come down.
I should make a speech.
Not the
Yeah.
best options I've ever seen out of a Mare. Mare's kind of taking a vacation. He feels like the tournament's already over.
Yeah. I mean, it was fine. We're acceptable.
I mean, it's with post rotation, it's hard to get a bad Mare. I feel like they cleaned a lot of the chaff out of the pool.
Using the form up here, I think, is a little bit interesting, but I understand it. I kind of like keeping it to try and play for top decks that I feel like will actually allow you to win the game, but it does allow you to keep something on the board. And yeah, with a top deck like this, you really get rewarded for playing the form up. Unfortunately, you're rewarded for playing the form up, which I don't know if that's a winning position, but you were rewarded, so
yeah,
good for you, man.
It's just, I mean, the early game out of Ninja Duelist is just 1/1s, which is exactly what these Bandle Gunner decks are looking to run over and abuse.
Yeah, it's a really rough spot, and this Kaiser isn't even coming down leveled. If you draw a Scout, if you draw a Valor, she will flip, but the Valor's dying, so at best you're getting to give Kaiser elusive if they don't remove it right away. But they have 2 pings, so they definitely can.
There's still time.
And there's the Kaiser.
Such a decent position from Bio. I feel like it's actually a really good position from Bio, because like the champion strength in Ninja Duelist hand is never really going to be able to get value, right? Bio is going to have priority on 6 if they think that is a real threat, then they can throw down the Perilous Pastry. If they don't do it this turn, of course they also have this Pokey Stick to try and take one of the units out, and if Form Up is going to save something, then again, you don't have the champion strength mana, so we're going to try to make an elusive Kaiser. That's going to be the Pokey Stick. That's going to be a Form Up in response, and that is going to take Ninja Duelist off of the champion strength for the next turn.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, so if Ninja Duelist can survive next turn,
Bandle Gunner Tristana
which is kind of a big ask.
Yeah, the more that Baya commits to the board, the more it's like, especially given that, like, Kaisa's not leveled yet. So
yeah.
if Baya opens with, like, a weapon attachment onto Tristana to get a little bit of extra
Oh,
health,
and
then,
he drew the fish fight.
Oh, no.
Oh, but he doesn't have the ping at speed for next turn.
True. Does Supercharge level Kaisa?
Yes. Spell Shield and Overwhelm. I believe you need 2 keywords for Kaisa, and it will give both.
Alright, in that case, then Baya actually is looking to get punished here with Supercharge Cataclysm.
You take one Yordle portal and suddenly geography means nothing.
Yep, 4 out of 6. So Supercharge will do it because it's elusive, Lurk, fearsome, quick attack.
I wonder if Supercharge Cataclysm is the best, or just Supercharge to level and try and block down and CS next turn. To go for lethal like that.
A good question.
Supercharge Cataclysm, it pushes...
Do you even need to
Gotta hit them
Supercharge in that
hard.
case?
You want to Supercharge so Kaisa can block, I think.
I know what they are.
That's fair.
I know how to destroy them.
Still a little awkward given that there's a prize fight and a perilous pastry, and still the mana for it. So, like, if you block too aggressively with the Kaisa, like, if you try to block the Gnar, then you still do end up losing this champion.
Yeah, I'd imagine Ninja Duelist probably just decides to Cataclysm this Trist to remove the biggest threat from the board.
You are almost... I don't think Ninja Duelist is ever dying if they Cataclysm the Trist. The question is, like, are you still winning the game next turn? And if Kaisa lives with Elusive, it feels like the answer is probably yes, but it is by no means a guarantee with the board this wide.
I think it's very likely, because as long as Kaisa pushes 1 here... Okay, never mind, it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I was going to say, the 3/3 is vulnerable, don't forget that, so you're not going to have 2 Elusives.
Yeah. Well, Kaisa is going to push a guaranteed 7 next turn, so...
So almost. That's.
Yeah.
I mean, Kaisa could also die here. No, she can't. No, she can't.
Yeah, I don't think so. Unless there's some way for them to force a block, which makes Kaisa die.
Which this Perilous Pastry onto the 2/1 might do. I haven't mathed it, though. I'm seeing a lot of 1s and 2s on the side of Biotax attackers.
I don't think so. So we're taking 3, 6, 8 damage on the side of Biotax.
Well, this is 14, so, or 16 rather. So.
Oh yeah, no, I miscounted with the vulnerable. We're still alive, but we're taking more than I calced.
They didn't... I mean, Baya
taking
didn't pop
10.
the spell shield,
I've got
though.
eyes.
So, like, Kaisa is just gonna get in next turn.
They've breached.
Yeah.
Back in your hole.
I think I think this is really smart by Ninja Duelist.
They've breached.
It seems like it is still just 7 damage coming out of the Kaiser onto the Nexus, though, so...
I guess it's the same if you block 4-1 or 2-2. Yeah, we're gonna have to hit another keyword, a Cataclysm or something.
A lot of options for Ninja Duelist to find lethal, but nothing guaranteed, and the top decks have not been very kind to him so far in the finals here.
No, not at all. Let's see what we can
what it
pull off.
is. Second skin doesn't mean anything just yet, but off the top we have...
Hit and move.
Nothing, as Ninja Duelist goes in for an open attack, and we will finally see the card. It is a Xerxai Hatchling. That's not anything.
Yeah, and if he develops anything, his Kaiser dies, so I think this is just the game going to Baj attack.
Yeah, it looks like Baya will be our MR May Open champion. Probably. Almost certainly, but just probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see a reason to try and run out one of the...
People
Okay,
don't
we're just
look
going to put
the
out
other
another
way.
unit anyway. I was about to say I don't see a reason to do that, Ninja Duelist, and here you go.
Mm-hmm.
Making sure that the ordering is proper here on the side of Baya. Making sure this is the correct unit to do this prize fight with.
Yeah.
Locks
and
it in.
You should know on the side of Baya that there is nothing that beats you here, because if they had form up, they would just play it and present lethal to you.
Fight.
It's one of those things where you're like, okay, but what if they have...
except Deny. The one of Deny.
Yeah,
my bad.
the Ruination.
Right
of negation. There we go. It's a
They're kinda
homonym. Yeah. It's one of those situations where, we talked about it earlier in the day where, like, you overthink it, and it's like, oh, well, like, what if they have the defensive form up, but not the aggressive form up? And it's like, what are you talking about? They don't have form up, dude. Just play the card. But that is going to be a surrender out of Ninja Duelist 429, our second place finisher, and that is going to be EMEA Seasonal Champion, back-to-back World's Top 8 competitor by attack as your Mastering Runeterra May Open champion. And I noticed that we're actually going to get an interview with by attack, which is crazy because I didn't know that I don't really like to associate with children, but we're going to get him in here anyway. For those of you that don't know, by attack recently banned on Twitch for being under the legal age to stream, which is 13. How old is by attack, you ask? I'm pretty sure this guy's in his 20s, but he's got one of those faces.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? He's a youngster. It's probably past his bedtime, so super impressive for him to, showed up and pulled out a win here.
Yeah, shout out to By Attack for doing all of his chores and eating his vegetables, so his mom let him stay up past his bedtime to play in the tournament. It's really awesome to see parents supporting their children's endeavors, and we are going to get an interview with him here in just a moment. I think there's a lot of background processes here. So, Card Gamer, as a wrap-up to the event, since you are still the most important person on the broadcast currently to talk about the meta for the next 5 seconds till we get by in here,
for sure.
What did you think of today?
I thought it was a pretty fun day overall, when we weren't watching, Karma Targon.
I can't believe they did that to you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it is what it is. I just know what to say when they ask next time. But,
yeah.
Anyways, I think Tris Bilgewater had a pretty impressive showing, and kind of the showing that people were kind of having murmurings about what it could potentially perform with. And I think it really showed up today. Outside of that, Kaiser popped up really big, and Samira kind of performed as expected.
Yeah, as
Samira's
expected.
Good still.
Do you have any big takeaways from this double Kaiser finals?
I think that the meta is clearly weak to decks that can get on board well and can play a little bit of this like Shurima type, like board-based type interaction. And the Kaiser and I think the Echo were kind of highlighting that. And it'll be interesting to see if that goes anywhere next weekend.
That's good points. I think Kaiser definitely has flown under the radar a little bit. Going to be very hard to ignore now, especially given that there are 2 distinct builds that we had in the finals between the Garen, Jarvan, get on board, Genevieve Elmhart, kind of just go wide, buff up the board, old school style Kaiser versus the champion strength variant. But I heard some background noise and I thought it meant Baya had joined, but that is not the case. We do have to stall just a little bit longer. He's in?
Yeah.
Oh, Baya's in. I didn't see him in Discord. Baya!
He's not in Discord, that's the trick.
Are you with us? Oh, you are with us. Oh, awesome. Baya, how you feeling, man?
I guess tired. I don't know. It's like 3 a.m. almost, so yeah.
Yeah. How many chores did you have to do to let your mom get you to stay up past your bedtime to join this tournament? Because I know middle school finals are coming up, and you really got to be studying for those.
Oh, I study university, and also, like, she's not home, so she doesn't know. I guess.
Oh, okay, there we go. That's how you're able to stay up and play the tournament. That makes sense.
I was like trying to find out then.
So, Baya, talk to me about Kaiser. This is a deck that I think really flew under the radars of a lot of players, and then coming into the finals, there were 2 distinct Kaiser builds. You going for not the champion strength version, but the more like go wide, Genevieve, Elmhart, Garen kind of buff up the board. Talk us through, like, why did you bring Kaiser?
I was like, we prepping for like ages and stuff with BB, and BB was played, and he like went like 20 wins in a row with it, and I was like, okay, that's kind of good deck. So we even brought it like to ages this week, and I think the deck is pretty good. I don't know how it still keep winning. I haven't lost with it yet today. I don't know. It's just keep winning. I don't know how, but the deck, I don't think the deck is that good. I think it's exploitable a lot. But to say, the second version I think is pretty bad. I hate the second version. Like the version has issues with leveling Kaiser at all, and like going through Champions deck, I don't know. I think that Teemo Tristana Champions deck is a good deck, but like going to Akshan all in is kinda Akshan is the worst champion in the game. I think even like Akshan does nothing in this meta.
I love the enthusiasm, Baya. So I take it you're not going to be experimenting with Kaiser going into the WCQ Open. You're probably going to shift gears there a little bit.
Like, I think I'm gonna play Kaiser still. I don't know. It's like it's winning, I said, and that's like I guess what counts. But like honestly, like my issue in like last 5 rounds was I was feeling unfavored into everybody, and I still kept winning. I don't know why is that, but yeah, I don't know.
Did you feel unfavored just because of Kaiser, or do you think there's other issues with your lineup?
Well, there was a lot of like Fizz Samira, so I had to ban it always. As well, like things that are good into Kaiser tend to be also good into the Pantheon, but also like the Pantheon is still keep winning. So yeah.
Yeah, that Samira card's kind of crazy. And Pantheon, it used to be like that Samira card, so put them together, it's pretty alright.
Oh, Baya, I gotta say, an absolute pleasure to have you come up here and tell us that you have no idea how your lineup functioned. You just kept accidentally stumbling into victory. That's really inspiring to all of you at home that also need to stumble through victory. But Baya, quick questions. 1, do you have any shoutouts that you want to give? And 2, are you going to continue streaming after this, or are you going to go to bed?
I'm going, of course, to bed.
Okay.
I want to give, I guess, shout out to my Aegis team. It's BB and Simon. I wanted to do Simon final so much. Like I wanted that more than even like.
Can't have that in America's tournament, Baya. We get 1 EMEA player per final.
Okay, I guess. But yeah, I was hoping for that. But yeah, props to them. Especially props to BB. Especially the second Chambers that won me the game against Kanan today. Was like, yeah, that was something that BB put in the deck and like won me the game. So thank you, BB.
Thank you, Broken Ball, indeed. And thank you, Baya Attack, our champion of the Mastering Runeterra May Open. But that is going to just about do it for us. I have been Boulevard. Joining me has been Card Gamer. I know it's been a long one. A lot of interesting matchups. A lot of not so interesting matchups. Cough, cough. Demacia Kane mirrors. I don't know how you.
No, that was
like
cool.
That. I don't know how you like the Aatrox.
Just call out Karma like you're supposed to be.
Oh yeah, the Karma mirrors were. We didn't have to see him, and hopefully we won't next time. But that is going to do it for me. Thank you to the broadcast team as well. That is Cash, Croc, Greg, and Sparkling Iced Tea. I would say thank you to Jason Florent, but he wasn't here. He didn't do anything. We saw him play in the tournament. He got smacked up. I don't know what this guy's doing. He's not even helping out behind the scenes. That's crazy, Jason. You're probably not even watching right now, Jason.
He played Seraphine versus Karma. He doesn't deserve it.
Yeah. That's a good point, Card Gamer. He's not even in the Discord. Oh, no, he is in the Discord. Oh, shit. Oh, he's typing. Oh, no. Okay, get us off the camera, Iced Tea. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. Until next time, good luck at the WCQ Open. I've been Boulevard. This has been Card Gamer. We'll see you next time.